Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall Exp, and I'm joined by Hall of Famer himself, Gabriel Nassif, and we're going to be bringing you 6 more rounds of modern action before we cut to that top 8. But first, let's do a recap on what happened yesterday. Yesterday, we started with 554 players, all battling out in 9 rounds of modern. Then 64 lucky players managed to get an invite back to today, where they're going to be battling out in that 6 rounds that I was speaking about before we cut to that top 8 and try and win themselves their share of $22,500 in prize pool cash, as well as this championship trophy in front of us. Here is the breakdown of that for our top 64 players. The big things that are sticking out to me on here, Gab, is the RC invite. You want to get to Naples. You want to play on the biggest stage in Europe that we possibly can before trying to potentially qualify yourself to play on the Pro Tour. Also, if you manage to top 8 this, you're going to get yourself a nice voucher that is going to, hit maybe the plane ticket, get you there, get you back. Maybe it's going to cover your hotel costs, however you want to use that $250. So that's how it's going to be broken down for all the players here. Also, I suppose 20 booster boxes for whoever comes first, but you're going to need some of that prize money to actually fly that home. That's a suitcase in itself. Or it's a lot of drafts tonight, however you want to go about it. But that's basically what happened yesterday. That is what's going to be happening today throughout the stream. Gab, we saw a lot of Magic yesterday. We saw a lot of different decks in the early. Well, look, we got Infect as well. Let's go Infect. I got to shout out to my one Infect player in the room. But moving into day 2, obviously we've got access to what managed to make day 2. It's kind of what we expected, right? Like a lot of the good meta decks managed to. There's more of them got brought into day 1. The conversion rate is probably quite high, and the chances of them coming through, of having lots of them. There's not really too many spicy ones floating around, but there are 1 or 2 that are sticking out. Should we talk about the what's the first one you said to me this morning? That's like.
I was going through the list trying to find if there was anything that stood out, and there was one Jeskai Stoneblade player.
Jeskai Stoneblade. BBD back in the days, they really loved that. That's 2015 coming back at you, Stoneforge Mystics, etc. So if they do it, they made it into day 2. So
never know.
And they're on page 1, aren't they? So
there's 6, yes, but they could go on a run. There's a male player for all the male fans out there.
There's always a male player.
There's a blue-green Merfolk player.
There's one of Blue Tron as well floating around I saw out there.
Yeah, it's diverse, but at the same time more of, obviously when over 10% of his heal is the main zoo, there's going to be a lot of the main zoo. That deck's good. We do have 9 different decks, 9 different archetypes. If you look at 1 through 9 in the standings,
that's quite good.
So in some ways it's diverse, but it's also a lot of what you would expect, and the good decks. People, it is sometimes you play your brew, but there's qualification on the line, prize money. People show up with good decks they want to win.
Playing Magic is fun, but when you play Magic and you're winning, it's a lot more fun, in my opinion.
Yeah,
I am definitely at that sort of point in my life.
We can't just all be aspiring spikes and just cook up something great and win with it. It's not that easy, especially in a format like Modern.
Yes. Wow, and literally, unless you're inspiring Spike, and half these decks probably on the screen right now, he made himself anyway. But on that one, are they ready, set down, ready to go? Well, let's just move down to our main feature match. So we do have our undefeated player yesterday, 9-0 on. I don't know what we calling this, the main zoo, but it's got more of a blue element to it. It's got it's got some spicy, like Ragavans on turn 1 type sketch. It's got the counter spell. This is like the counter spell force negation build that we were seeing yesterday, cutting the green creatures, putting in more blue sort of counter magic, and trying to control the game that way. And I don't know if anyone managed to catch it yesterday. If you didn't, you can go back and watch it on the YouTubes or on the VOD. But yesterday, playing for the 9-0, it was like turn 1 Gil Leyline, Ragavan, and just absolutely ran away with that game. It was pretty cool to see it. I was actually thinking, I'm looking for a modern deck at the minute that I want to play in some upcoming tournaments, and this looks like might be the deck for me. But there's another 6 rounds of Magic for me to change my mind, as both players are drawing their opening 7 hands here. Suppose we shout out Amulet Titan on the other side. The second best performing deck yesterday, I believe. But we are going to get that statistic actually, fact checked, and we'll get the day 2 meta breakdown to you all potentially for the next round, and it'll be going out on the socials as well. So make sure you follow Legacy European Tour on Twitter and Facebook, so you can see every time the meta goes live. As I look at chat asking about the day 2 meta share. So yeah, it's getting basically converted right now in the background as we cover round 1, and then we'll be moving forward. We'll get that to you. And here is a turn 1 Ragavan, obviously on the decline since the printing of Orcish Bowmaster. Or Fatal Push will just do the exact same. Hold on, that can't be right. This can't be Amulet Titan. Amulet Titan doesn't go turn one Fatal Push. This is going to be Coffers, right? Yeah, this is the mono black Coffers list. Let me get that changed for you all. Okay. There we go. Thank you. I was like, that does not make sense to me. Or it's a really fancy brew of Amulet that we haven't seen before.
Yeah, so we've got Philip on the left playing that updated list of Domain Zoo. They basically cut Wild Nicodle and the Brawler for Counterspell, Force of Negation, Preordained Murktide. I'm not sure who's to credit with that list. I know it started showing up in the Magic Online last chance qualifiers for the mocks. That happened yesterday, actually. And I think it won 3 in a row. The way these tournaments works are you have to go straight up 5-0, and then you get your place in the mocks showdown qualifier. And that deck's like only that version of Zoo is only a couple weeks old. The big downside is you lose Giganta, but a lot of people think maybe these green creatures, these 2 green creatures, are kind of the weakest part of the deck in the first place. Even though turn 1 Nicodle, turn 2 Brawler, these cards have their moment, but more. I'm not sure how to say counter spells. I guess you just think that's more important than having more creatures. You just rely on Ragavan, the good ones. You get Murktide, which dominates in some matchups. So
here comes one of the new Surveil lands, which is another one that we get to like pick up in this format. Now we've got a lot of fetch lands floating around, and it gives us that ability there to manipulate the top card of our library. It was another Kavu, so we can potentially add another 5/5 to the battlefield with counter magic up this time. Because so far, over on the Coffer side, we managed to answer every threat with a Fatal Push and a Shieldred's Edict. Is there going to be another Shieldred's Edict now, end of turn? Ooh, we're tapping 2. Now we're just tapping the 1. Maybe we've got Cling to Dust. Okay. Would you like to gain 3 life or draw a card? And we are going to draw a card because it's going to hit a non-creature. Go a little bit deeper. And that was a Shieldred's Edict drawn for the turn. Fully aware that it could be counter magic on. Is that double Shieldred's Edict drawn? One after another? But not enough mana to cast both at the same time. This is one. Have you played a lot of Coffers?
I've played a bit. I've tried Coffers. I've tried lists with no Coffers, just a little more straightforward. A bit like what Spike was playing on his stream a few days ago. He just cut the Coffers, cut the Urborg Synergy, just playing 4-ring, bunch of Shieldred, Damnation. No Bowmaster. Decided Bowmaster was just not that good in the meta. We know Mattia has 3 Bowmaster as his main, to Cling to Dust, Karn, the whole Coffers engine. So the more traditional build, the one you're used to seeing.
I've seen a lot of them floating around, to be fair, and a lot of them were making it near the top tables at the start of yesterday. So is this like a metagame shift? A lot of people think this is going to be good against the Zoo decks and the Leyline type decks because you have access to things like Shieldred's Edict?
Yeah, exactly. Edict gets around Leyline. It's almost like they're down a card. They started with Leyline to combo with their Draco, but then you just have Edict for it. Damnation is a pretty solid card in these matchups. Verdict even better, obviously, but you're playing mono black, so you don't get to play it on counterable sweeper. And we see Mattia, I think he didn't fire up the Edict right away because Philip had 2 blue mana up. He was trying to tax Philip's mana, but the Zoo deck is really strong because the rate of your cards is just nuts, and that's why it's kind of an aggressive deck, but you can also afford to have a bunch of your lands come into play tapped in the early turns. Just come down the line, you get 1 mana Binding, 1 mana Stubborn Denial. In this case, I think the Stubborn Denial get cut for counterspells and Force of Negation, but just really cheap interaction.
When you're playing 5 colors, you can literally play the best cards in 5 colors.
Yeah.
And put them all into one deck, weirdly, it goes really well. That is the 3rd Shieldred's Edict, getting rid of the 2nd Kavu. But we're going to start off the turn with a Preordain. Shout out as well to these the new shot clans that we've got here. These are the retro border ones. I'm saying shout out to it because I've literally just completed my set this weekend. So I now have all these as my shot clans of choice when I play paper.
Yeah, and this is maybe one of the matchups where the blue cards are going to shine. And in a spot where you're playing traditional Zoo, you have really powerful cards, but you don't really have card advantage. You have a bit of card filtering was the Kavu, but no extra cards. And the black player trades 1-for-1 with you was Edicts and Push, and then you kind of run out of gas. You have the extra Gianta, but that's a little slow to get online. Whereas the blue version, you have Preordain and Expressive Iteration, and
a big 8/8 Murktide to follow it all up. You see Lightning Bolt going to the face there, dropping Matei down to 10, and then the follow-up is an 8-8 Murktide. And we saw this to great effect yesterday. We know how powerful Murktide can be. This is obviously going to be out of fatal push range. We've already seen 3 Shieldred's Edict be cast. We are fully aware that that is the only 3 copies in the main deck. We could have a real big march to get this off the battlefield. Any other ways? We've got Damnations. We've got Invoked Despairs.
Yeah, a couple Damnations, a couple Invoked Despairs.
So there are a couple ways of getting this off the battlefield still.
The One Ring to protect you and get you going. Karn into, I'm assuming, Ensnaring Bridge.
Lightning Bolt, Counterspell, Ragavan, the 3 cards found off this expressive iteration. Just showing how good that card is still, as we're going to see Ragavan dash again. This is going to be potentially 10 damage coming across. You need an answer. Orcish Bowmaster, that's going to be Counterspell. That is going to be 10 damage coming across, and that's going to be game at 1 going to our undefeated player. Philip on the left of your screen here with this. Is it? I'm saying Domain Zoo. Is it like Domain Tempo with Counter Magic in it? Like, if it was wrong calling it Domain Zoo, but here it is on the screen for everybody at home to have a little look at. This is the full 75. Going in against Coffers, is there any cards that we think we were bringing in here?
Against Coffers, let's see. Alpine Moon is an option if you're worried about the extra mana. You've got Stern Scolding if you're worried about Bowmaster, but that one's a little narrow. Subtlety hits Shieldred and Karn once again. Not sure if that card's quite good enough. I would assume Subtlety would come in. Teferi, not super impactful. Pick your poison, only good once Karn's going. So
kind of want, like, once you're behind.
Yeah, there's a bunch of options, but nothing that's like, wow, you know, slam dunk. Which is not surprising because mono black Coffer is a bit that jaunty aspect. You know, you've got your Thoughtseize, you've got your removal, sweepers, kind of a hard deck to attack. You could try to attack the mana, or you could just try and keep doing what you did game 1. You know, Lightning Bolt is still nice. It kills Bowmaster. It gets rid of a Karn. I don't see any especially weak cards in the main deck for Philip. So, you know, maybe the 1 Alpine Moon, maybe 1 or 2 Subtleties, and I think that's it. Oh, maybe the basic planes, I guess, the extra basic. These Coffers decks typically play 8 Field of Rune effects. Let's see how many.
I can count
how many Mattia has.
6 in this list.
He has 6. Yeah,
6, but does have 2 Shadow of Doubt, which is something you don't see turn up too often. But
yeah,
maybe we can see the other deck list now, and we'll try and get that on the screen for you all. One thing I want to point out there, so we've got access to 2 Alpine Moons, and you say bring 1 in. Is this like, do you find that this is a trap that some of the new players can fall into? They think they have 2 copies of a card, and if they're going to bring it in, they should need to bring both copies in. They can't just bring the 1 in. Is that something that like people learn with experience?
Yeah, it's definitely something, you know, newer players might do is over sideboard. It's not because your sideboard card does something against your opponent's deck that it's going to be better than what you already have in the main deck, or that you really need it. You especially have to be careful with very reactive cards. One rule of thumb I like is if you have, you know, a reactive card like an artifact removal, maybe a 1-4 rule, meaning, you know your opponent has 4 annoying artifacts in their deck. You're going to bring in 1 artifact removal. You know, that might mean you don't always have it at the right time, but at least you're not going to draw like 2 copies to their none, and just.
That's a cool. I've never heard of it put that way. That is pretty cool. But we now have the Coffers list on the screen for you all to have a little look at. So not of one of in the sideboard, which we kind of expect, you know, being a Karn list, but there are a couple of others. I do see 4 Dolphy Voidwalkers, and I do see 2 Shadow of Doubt. I'm not entirely sure this is the matchup for it, but anything you'd like bringing in here? Is this a Dolphy game or?
Nah, Dolphy trades down on mana. You're paying 2 mana. It's going to get removed by a Bolt or a Binding, so not the matchup for it. Shadow of Doubt could come in, especially on the play, might be even more effective. You know, there's pretty much all fetch lands in the list. It's a card I'm not a big fan of in general, but it does shine in you know, hidden deck lists, and I'm assuming if you have it in a matchup, you're going to bring it in here. But once again, in the main deck, not much you want to cut. You need, you know, Thoughtseize is fine. Even though there is a bit of burn and aggro on the other side, I think you still want to have access to that card. Oh, he already has 2 Shadow of Doubt in the main deck.
There's 4 total. I guess that's a hedge to like Amulet tie-in decks and stuff like that. They think maybe they were coming prepared for that matchup this weekend. And One when I've played a bit of coffers in the past, and when my mana played ball, I felt this deck was like I couldn't lose with this deck. When I stumbled with my mana, I was like, oh, how do I ever win? Like, I just got rolled by all my opponents, especially in a modern format, which we know all the cards are extremely powerful. I think we've got a mulligan on the left here from Philip.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see Mattia bring in all the Shadow of Doubts. A, he's on the play. B, he didn't cast one in game 1, so his opponent's not going to play around it. I would not play around that card, if I was playing, not only do you have to be familiar with the card, the matchup, and know that it's an option, and you have to think about it. It's not easy in the moment to like think about this stuff. So let's see. You see, he didn't sack fetch line on turn 1. So he's totally like
Technically doesn't need to.
Ooh, no shadow. That would have probably be like instant GG, honestly, if he had it. So
the thing with the Shadow of Doubt is, if you get me with the first one, you're probably going to get me with the second one, because I'm not going to play around. You're going to have a second one, let alone a third and a fourth copy. So it'll be interesting to see if that's actually come up at any point today, how many Titan decks they've played against. Also, Tron, I guess it's probably going to be quite good for it with the amount of searching they got through it. But then I said, just generically against decks that have fetch lands, it is just a 2-mana cantrip worst time, half the time, but the other time you can get them, get that kind of stone rain effect. It would be pretty cool, especially while you're on the play, being able to give yourself that huge advantage. And here comes a 5/5 Kavu, of course, because it's got the ley line on the battlefield. Do need a Draco for it to gain the all these crazy abilities of getting hexproof, etc. So that's why we're going to see Fatal Push deal with it end of turn.
Yeah, you can tell Mattia really, values the Shadow of that, because your current deck, you get only so few quote-unquote real sideboard cards, and he decided Voidwalker is just too good in too many matchups, so I want 4 of these. And then I believe the big mana decks are usually really tough for the Coffers deck, because they're pretty good at top decking with Titans. Same for Tron. Even though you would think, with 6 Field of Runes, you're okay, but apparently the Titan's one of your worst matchups. Tron's pretty tough too, so that's why he has 2 Shadow of that in the main, 2 in the sideboard.
Here comes a Draco. Is there a Shooter's Edict to get this off the battlefield? And yep, there is. Firing off straight away. Don't want the Draco staying around, because of course that gives everything all the different abilities that they would gain from being different colors, because all the permanents are now all 5 colors as well as the lands. So that's why you see these Field of Ruin effects not doing too much. But here comes Shieldred onto the battlefield. The big 4/5, which when we draw a card, we're going to gain 2 life. And when our opponent draws a card, they're going to lose 2 life. Not too shabby. I think that's the first one we've seen this weekend, and it's the expensive one.
Yeah, we saw Philip had a binding. He could have played it in his upkeep to not take the 2 damage, but he valued, looks like he was maybe gonna iteration first, try to iteration in the land, but he changed his mind, repping counterspell, maybe a little worried that if he doesn't hit a land of iteration, it can happen. You're only playing 20 or so lands, so he didn't want to go for that line, and he might mean he has counterspell in hand.
So this is like the sort of the turn that potentially a ring could come down, a Khan could come down, something big and impactful could happen this turn. So kind of if I can untap, counter whatever it is, untap, play an iteration, potentially find myself a threat with some more counter magic up, trying to go for the longer game, but I don't know if that's a good strategy against these mono black Coffers decks.
Yeah, my read would be if I was Philip that my opponent doesn't have Karn or doesn't have the One Ring, because I feel like Mattia would have gone for Karn or One Ring when Philip was tapped out last turn. The reason being is that Shieldred, it gets answered by binding. You basically gain no advantage. Whereas at least the Karn, these are the cards you want to play when your opponent's tapped out, because you get instant value. You get minus the Karn, you get a card, then they have to deal with the Karn. Same for the ring. You get it to draw at least 1 card and slightly get ahead on cards. So,
doing a basic land count, there is 1.
I believe 2
island,
and the 1 plane's in the sideboards.
Yeah, the 1 plane's. I wonder if that came in. I wonder if that was the big brain hedge there. We've got the planes. This deck plays Field of Ruin effects. If we did bring it in or not.
Interesting. He did bring in Teferi.
To be fair, that planes at the minute is all 5 colors anyway, so it's not going to do too much damage. It is more stone wreck effect. Land's going to go into exile, so we're going to play that for the turn. Didn't get a good look at the card added to hand, but the grip is growing. Still no threats on the battlefield though, which we'd want over on the undefeated player so far, Philip, on the left of your screen. Going for the longer game here. How much mana, by the way, is there? Three swamps, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana this turn now?
Yeah, I think Matthias probably flooding or has a lot of 1/1 removal.
I don't hate just going for the lands here. Like, I don't hate this. If I can just, like, take you off, you're going to search. I'm going to do it again. I'm hoping you don't have 2 more. And yeah, the planes didn't come in. Just straight up stone rains here. And we add more basics to our battlefields. That means that this Copper's next turn is going to produce even more mana. And we've got 2 mana left up in case a threat does come down. So something like a Fatal Push or Shooter's Edict can take out whatever the next threat that plays is. Okay.
Yeah.
This game completely different from game 1.
I wonder if it's calculated risk by Philip not bringing in planes, or just, maybe just foggy brain first round of the day, maybe not quite waking up, not thinking about all that stuff. Maybe he didn't see a Field of Ruin game 1, and hasn't played this matchup at all and kind of forgot there was that aspect of the deck. It's easy to just miss a thing or two when you're sideboarding.
Oh yeah, I mean, like it is what it is. The greedy bit about this is backbreaking.
Yeah, this is starting to look real bad. Philip really needs to counterspell here, or else it's running away with the game.
We don't see it too much, but is an Evoke Despair. I don't know if can we get that one up on the screen for people at home to have a little look at, because this is obviously was a standard All-Star a couple of sets ago.
Yeah, so good it got banned.
Yeah, one colors 4 black for a target opponent sacrifices a creature. If they can't, they lose 2 life. And then you draw a card, and then you repeat this for an enchantment and for a planeswalker. So it can be kind of like do 6 damage, draw some cards, or whatever, however it kind of makes out. But it is going to eat a counter spell, and then the follow-up play is going to be a Murktide. So quite a good sequence for Phil here, even though he doesn't have too many lands to work with. And 4 cards in hand, so does have quite a grip here. But when you can just answer it with a Shooter's Edict or something, it's not going to be ideal. Yeah, he's tapping the Flooded Strands because there's a Leyline of the Guild Pact currently on the battlefield, which means all lands can tap for all mana. On that side of the battlefield, Massad. And okay. It's another one. It's a different art one, sure.
Yeah, I was looking away for a second. What enchantment got sacked on the first Invoke Despair?
It got countered.
Oh, it got countered.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
This one not so much. So we're having to sacrifice our Leyline. Leyline of Binding, Leyline Binding, and keep the Leyline Guild Pact just to have good mana moving forward in this game. Now that's an interesting line. I'm not entirely sure. Like, obviously they're doing the math behind it.
I think they're asking like, you gained the life of Shield Red was Invoke Despair draw. I would guess yes, but I'm not sure. I'm really bad with your rules.
Yeah. It'd be like, how do we line this up?
But yeah, backbreaking. That's a 3/1. It's a 3/1 that's impacting the board. So
it's pretty brutal. Draw a card, gain some life. Yeah, that's a turn and a half. I think we're going to be going to a game 3 shortly, and this is what I mean when the Coffer's mana kind of there's a kind. We're going to scoop it up. We're going to go straight to a game 3, nice and easy. No point flogging a dead horse. Got to appreciate that. But we do now have a kind of an insight in how both players sideboarded. Potentially, this planes might be coming in now, but do we bring the planes in? Is it just you got me? Cool. It's how it works out for you. You managed to have lots of Field of Ruin effects. I didn't have any other way of going forward. I kind of got land on screwed a little bit. Or do we now go? Okay, I don't want that to ever happen again. Let's board this planes in. How do you think we go about that?
I would bring in the planes because the cost is really low, especially because you have Leyline in your deck, so that kind of fixes your mana and means that having that land that, the reason why you don't really want planes in a deck like that is you have Kavu in your deck that's red-green on turn 2 and you're playing a low land count, so if that's the one of the 2 lands you draw, you can't cast, a bunch of your spells. But you've got the Leyline that fixes that problem. The black deck's not very good at getting rid of Leyline. They only have Invoke Despair. I think it was just an oversight from Philip. It could be a calculated risk. It could be, him thinking, all right, if it gets to the point of the game where he's using multiple Field of Runes and it actually matters, the parlay of all that mattering is too low. I'm not going to bring in the planes. My guess, just an oversight. So he's going to bring it in. I think he died with a Teferi in hand. I'm not too sure why. I mean, it's decent against a Shield Red. It can bail you out in a card. It is, it is a great card. It's versatile. The floor is pretty high for Teferi in general.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you on that one. I'm looking at the list and I'm like thinking, what would I actually want to bounce, or what would it stop anything at instant speed that I'm kind of worried about?
Yeah.
There's not too much. There are things that they can do, but it's not particularly crazy. Let's have a little look at the coffers list. This is the 75 that we brought this weekend. So you do see the Evoke Despairs in the top right hand corner. Obviously, the color combination of black, famous for its enchantment removal.
Ooh, I just noticed the one deadly cover up. I love that card, the 5-mana sweeper that can exile all your titans. I'm not sure what else you can get, but that's a pretty cool addition. Not too many bad cards in the main deck that I'd be looking to board out. I think the Shadow of Doubts do get worse on the draw, and I think he still hasn't cast one in the match. So we saw Philip totally not play around it in game 2, where he played turn 1 fetch land, said go, let Mattia play his second land, and he could have gotten blown out on turn 1. So
we went about it a different way, the Mana Deny strategy.
I might honestly just submit my exact main deck and not bring in extra Shadow of Doubts here if I was Mattia.
When you're playing paper, obviously you play at a high level. Are you the sort that put all of your 15 cards in and then take 15 out?
No,
or
I'm not
do you
very
like
good about
do you
it.
put like 6 on the table and then put 6 out? Is that how you do? Do you always bluff it, or are you
I'll try to mix it. I'll try to mix it up a bit, but I'm definitely a little loose about that. I will kind of putting the cards, remove them, and kind of somewhat. If my opponent's paying attention, they might notice how many cards I'm actually bringing in. But they're also playing an open deck list. A lot of the time, my opponent kind of knows what I'm going to bring in, what I'm going to board out for the most part. If I have if I feel like I have a specific way or an odd way or a non-intuitive way of sideboarding, maybe I'll be a little more careful about it. But I try not to use too much of my mental energy on that kind of thing, I guess.
Cool. Now we know. Back to the players. We are off to the races. We're going to start again with a Ragavan turn number 1. We know how much damage this can do if it goes unchecked, but there are lots of ways to deal with this over in Matei's deck. We've got 3 fatal pushes. In the main, we also got marches, 4 of them, in fact, if we wanted to go that route and get it off. But do we worry about Ragavan this thing? I feel I would. Just it's more the tempo kind of element of it, generating the treasure token, not the actual flip or the damage that I tend to be worried about from when I play against Ragavans. We've got this mentality in Modern at the minute. We just can't let this monkey attack, otherwise all bad things happen to us.
Yeah, I obviously haven't played the Coffers deck much, but I'm pretty surprised to only see 3 Fatal Push in Mattia's list. I feel like turn 1 Ragavan, when you're on the draw and you're playing these decks, is still like one of the easiest ways to lose a game. And if anything, I would play, when I play blue-black or mono-black, I would play more Fatal Pushes. You also have the 6 Field of Runes that let you, push a creature that costs 3 or 4 mana. So a little surprised to see this, and we see he's paying the price here. He's playing 4 March 3 push, and he's already down a card just because.
As I say, heck of a card. Doing that on turn 1. Also, one slight little play there that he did it on Philip's upkeep. So potentially they've sat next to each other or close to each other in the top tables, and they understand that there's a chance of a forced negation could be on the other side of the battlefield. And obviously we can tell that it is in hand. And now, in fact, there was double Leyline in hand. And again, in the upkeep, we see the Shooter's Edicts get cast and sacrificed to Kavu.
Where's the Leyline? How did he cast Draco?
No, we can't cast Draco there. We're down 1 land.
What's going on?
We can't do that.
Judge?
Yeah, I'm on it.
Oh, there's Urborg. Oh, wow. The classic Urborg helping your opponent.
That's crazy.
Chat, as always, with the answers.
By the way, that's so sneaky. Oh yeah, cheers.
Listen, I'm just here for deep analysis. I don't bother with earthly things like board state and what's in actual play.
Hall of Famer chat. Hall of Famer.
Exactly.
It's all good. It's all good. Look, we're just testing your chat. It's early in the morning. We need to make sure that you're all awake, had your coffee, and ready for another full 9 rounds of Modern action today before we crown ourselves a champion. Just keeping you on your toes. Don't you worry, chat. We're all here. We're the casters now. Yeah, you're all the casters. We get the round off, right? Here comes one of the new Surveil lands. I'm still to learn all the actual names of these Surveil lands.
Yeah, I was wondering if there's a single deck in Modern that plays fetch lands that doesn't play at least 1 Surveil land. I don't think there is. I think they're just too good not to play. And in many cases, you play multiple. I think the Zoo list only has 1. because there is only so many tap lands you can play when you're trying to curve out.
What decks play fetch lands that don't play it? That's interesting. That's a good like trivia thing for today. I'm sure there's one out there, some that we haven't thought about.
Let's see if Teamer Prowess, Walter Wolfer, who's in 7th place at the beginning of the day. Okay, the Teamer Prowess deck actually doesn't play a single Surveil land.
Too slow. Don't need that. Don't need that. Burn as well. Yeah, that's probably another one. Tron doesn't play fetch lands, chat. Come on. This Draco's still getting in there. Leyland's buying got rid of the Shield Dread, but only a couple of cards left in hand now. 3 cards. I think one of them might be a March I can kind of make out.
Yeah, and that mono black deck kind of plays that in a way like a traditional control deck, blue-white deck. You know, you need to curve out with early removal. You need to not stumble on lands. You need to not flood too much. You need to draw a good mix of removal and a little card advantage. And
Coffers gain 5 mana. Give it -4/-4. Gain 4 life. We're going to force negation this. Stop that right now. Thank you very much. You're going to take 4 points of damage.
yeah, it's a good feeling when you just get to hard cast, force some negation, trade on mana, and you know, not have to pitch a card every time you cast it.
There's another force in hand as well as a subtlety. And potentially we're going to find that out with this Fortsies. Do we have, is it 4 blue cards in hand or just the 3? It is just the 3. Another one, there was another Draco plus a Leyline of the Guild Pact. Do you see a subtlety at the top of the hand there? Any thought on what you'd take in the situation?
I mean, I don't know. It depends on your hand, obviously. But I would feel like if Mattia had an Invoke Despair or Ring or something, he would have, you know, just take that for some negation. Would have made close. The fact that he's thinking about it, if I'm Philip, I'm happy that my opponent actually have to think about it because it might mean that they don't have a great follow-up. Or maybe Mattia just being meticulous and, you know, taking his time to make sure he's making the right decision. Does end up taking the force.
2 cards left in the hand. 4 mana floating still. Remember the coffers physically generate 5. 5 mana. Now this is the Invoke Despair.
He does have the Invoke Despair.
Ugh, this is disgusting. So we can get rid of Creature, we get rid of Enchantment, and the Shield Dread comes back. And we get to draw an extra card. Why not?
That's
huge.
brutal. If I'm Philip, I feel like I got a little slower out there. You know, I'm kind of getting my hopes up. He didn't like snap dig the force. It might also mean he also has something that gets hit by subtlety. So he's like, all right, which one do I want to resolve first? But yeah.
The 4th land drop. And we're going to just play this backup Draco into the face of a Shield Dread. We know how quickly she can close down the game. Is there any shenanigans here where we can get them to draw cards? Any Signing Bloods or anything like that? Nope, nothing along those lines. No way of cheesing out a win with this Shield Dread just yet. Orcish Bowmass is going to be added to the battlefield. That's going to be a point of damage going to the face as well. So now every card drawn is going to do 2. Every extra card is going to be doing 3. Not too bad in a deck that's got things like Preordain as well, so.
Yeah, Shield Red's winning the race right now. Mattia ahead on board, ahead on cards, ahead on mana. Philip needs a small miracle to come back in this game.
Let me just have a little look at the deck list. If there is a card called Miracle in here, I don't see. No, it's playing 0 copies of Miracle in this list. As a Khan is the follow-up. We go for the subtlety at the top.
I do see that actually. Just if Mattia was out of gas, the Leyline was going to start winning the race for Philip. So I was wrong about that. Mattia did have the car, and you know, Philip can't really let it resolve, or else the game basically ends. So unfortunately, he has to pitch the Leyline. So now he needs a top deck. He needs another subtlety, a Leyline, a force of negation.
One thing I want to like, maybe it's not.
Even that's not enough because Shieldred's just killing him. Yeah, that's just game.
That's going to be game, and we're going to see our undefeated player pick up their first loss in the tournament, losing to Mono Black Coffers. But we do have a backup feature match for you all. Looks like we've got Yawgmoth versus Rakdos Evoke. This is kind of a different build on the Rakdos Evoke. I was looking at this list yesterday. They came over and showed me their deck. It's basically mono black splashing a few powerful red cards like Ragavan, Inti, Lightning Bolt, and Molten Collapse. It does also have a crux, but they explain it to me. It's basically mono black Evoke that they were playing. And you see there is a Stalker in play. Remember, this one doesn't really see too much modern play, but does see a little bit of legacy play. And a big thing I'd say moving into this matchup is one person has a lot of mana, the other one has not so much mana. As they do rip the second land off the top, is that going to help them moving forward here? They are a game down.
Yeah, Jacopo basically decided NT's what I want to be doing. This card's really good. Forget about Fable of the Mirror Breakers. Forget about Seasoned Pyromancer. I think NT's better. I'm lowering my curve. There's no card that costs more than 2 mana in the entire deck, if you don't count, Flashback of or Escape of Kroxa, or the flip side of Aghanim's Awakening. So definitely a cool take. The Stalactite Stalker is a card. People were playing that build of red-black, kind of the Asmo red-black kind of beatdown version, because it was good pressure. You had NT in that deck as well that worked well with the cookbook, but that's just basically Rakdos Evoke and NT instead of Fable is the big difference, and then the Stalkers. So typically a bad matchup for the red-black side. We see it's 1-1 right now, and Misery Shatter is a nice one.
That's not too bad. That means when creatures die, they will be exiled from the from play. That is, of course, but still, going from one Shield Dread to another Shield Dread being on the battlefield with your opponent basically, completely tapped out now, low on mana, and could be super dead to just a straight up Yawgmoth, could be a Quarter Calling, and this Survey Land is going to help us quite a lot to get to one of those key cards. So we get to look at the top card. Do we want that or not? Do not want that extra copy of Blooming Marsh. Yeah,
the Misery Shadow is nice in this matchup. Stops undying creatures from coming back. Also hits fairly hard. You wanna close out the game fast against Yogg, get them low so they can't abuse Yogg. We see though, Jacopo just stuck on 2 lands, and that Shelly doing a lot of damage.
Oh, hello. Are we playing the Strangleroot Geists? Let's go. We are playing Strangleroot Geists. That's what we was drawing for the turn. This is a card that Yawgmoth's, has trimmed down to 0 copies to potentially 2 in some decks now. Means you don't get like that nice. They play Teferi, bounce your creature. You can have a nice follow-up play of a Strangleroot to deal with it. Is very good when you can do the beatdown plan that Yawgmoth tends to do before it can do the combo plan. And it is going to be the follow-up. Double green for the 2/1 haster with Undying. And okay, Gab. If you need a moment here, it's fine. I've got you. As a Dryad Arbor hits the battlefield and is pitting the creature zone, of course. That is where it belongs.
I sacrificed myself for the cause.
You are a man of the people, my friend, and we thank you for it.
It was funny because when it happened and I got upset, I did think, like, was I out of line? Was I, being kind of all, acting all, overreacting? But I guess the fact that it changed your role after that, kind of
that art
helped me feel a bit better.
Is ridiculous. The From the Vaults one, it is a forest. It's straight up a forest that just has a little bit of extra text on it. That in foil, it's a really dark foil as well. It's done what's done. You've changed it for the better, in my opinion, my friend.
All right, so Shield Red's gone, so now there's kind of a board stall. It's top deck core. It doesn't seem like David has too much going on.
I'd say probably potentially better top decks, though. Also, with things like Quarter Calling and Yawgmoth. Not so much Wall of Roots, though. Not the best top deck, but can block. 0/5, it's a pretty big blocker.
Better top decks, but also a lot of air, obviously a lot of mana dorks, more lands than the red-black players, so higher variance.
2 seconds here.
Higher variance on the...
There's something happening on the screen.
Yeah.
We're going to come back to the booth while they try and sort that out. I'm not entirely sure what that was there, but it is what it is. Obviously, they're still battling it out. But why don't we take this pause in the action? I'm going to tell you what's happening so far this weekend. What did you miss on yesterday? Well, welcome to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will. This is Gab, of course. And we brought you 9 rounds of modern action yesterday, where we had 54 players, all battling it out in there to try and get themselves into day number 2, where we invited 64 players back today. They're going to be battling out in 6 rounds of modern action and try and get themselves into that top 8 where they can play to win their share of $22,500, as well as, show it off, Gab, this lovely trophy here in front of us that nobody can see, so we need to hold it up. There you go. They get this trophy here, and more importantly, they get to come in the booth and have a nice little interview at the end of the day as well. So it'll be pretty cool moving forward there. I'm not totally sure what's happening in the production. Are we moving down to it? There we go. We're back down at the table. Don't worry about it. It's all good. No idea what happened there. But it looks like we have
Is that Glistening Deluge? I think it is.
I don't know, Chris. Is it what is Glistening Deluge?
So it's -1/-1 to all creatures and -3/-3 to white and green creatures. So basically one-sided sweeper, I think.
Yes, you are right. 2 of them in the sideboard. And really good when you've got a Mystery Shadow in play as well, because they all get exiled. So all those Undying effects, not so good. Now we get to turn things sideways. And this game just swung hugely into Jacopo's favor.
Yeah, they were in top deck mode, but I guess Jacobo only needed a land. He was probably holding the Deluge the whole time, and he was like, please, just get me a land. All I need is that per land before my opponent draws a Yogg, and he got there, and now the game is he's just so far behind. I mean, David surely needs runners at this point, and we see he just draws a land, and
yeah, you need like runner calling here or something crazy like that for just to even be in this, because this clock is going to narrow down. Bear in mind, one's got Menace, one's got Shadow, and the other one's got a pump effect, as well as all these extra cards in hand if we want to deploy. So it's kind of game of chicken. I'm looking at, what do you reckon that Piffy Needle is on? Do you reckon
Grist, I believe.
On Grist? Yeah, because that's good at reading upside down. Good eyes, good sir.
Like, yeah, I just saw a G. It looks like the first letter is a G and the last letter is a T. So
someone's a ninja at Wordle, I see. It's all good. And what else are we going to deploy? A Colligan's Command. 2 damage and make... Nope, 2 damage, and we're going to return this Grist to hand. So that's not going to get one of these Wall of Roots off the battlefield. Of course, that is going to be exiled, well remembered. And now, all our threats just do so much. And something else has happened. Look at the production again.
Jacobo correctly identifying that David's last card in hand is probably worthless, probably just a land, so doesn't even bother using Colligan's Command mode to get rid of the get rid of his last card in hand.
We're gonna come back to the. Okay. So this is live, ladies and gentlemen, and lots of things can happen. Technical issues can happen. Someone, I believe, has knocked a cable somewhere, and it's all going kind of Pete Tong in the back of the scenes, but it's fine. We're back. We're working on it. We're going to try our best to get you this coverage back as soon as we possibly can. Of course, it's round 1. It's Sunday. Everyone's a little sleepy. People are knocking things, but this is what happens. This is the beauty of live TV. When we're ready, we're going to go straight down to the game.
Yeah, or is what's left of it, honestly.
Oh,
poor David. I think he's we're going to see a handshake, I think, as we get back.
Well, no, because it'll be a game 3, right? That's game 2. That's
I thought it was
We've got another game to go.
Ooh, okay. All right, we get a game 3 of that. That's nice. So yeah, round 1, we lost our last undefeated player. In our first feature match, we saw the new version of the main zoo, the heavier on blue counterspell lose to Coffers. And I think Coffers did what the deck was supposed to do. I'm assuming Mattia is happy to play against these Sign of Draco decks. We saw both players have good draws all 3 games. Both players got to play Magic all 3 games, and the Coffers deck came out a little ahead. Maybe the blue version is a little better against Coffers. You've got these iterations, preordain. You've got the hard counters for the expensive cards. So maybe a slightly scary matchup for the Coffers deck than the traditional Domain Zoo that only has Stubborn Denial. But yeah, Coffers, player advanced to 9-1, and we have these 2 players who are battling to be 9-1. Not a few technical issues, but
Something's happening with the cameras at the minute. They're working on fixing it, and there we go. We are back. Just bear with us, ladies and gentlemen. As long as you can hear our beautiful voices, we will do our best to tell you exactly what is happening on the table and the event, which brings me nicely on to what you will see today. If you are just joining us, welcome. You are finding us in round number 10 of the tournament, but it is round number 1 for today. We are scheduled for 15 rounds of Modern in the Swiss before we cut to the top 8. That top 8, obviously, we're going to try and bring you in its entirety, as many games as we possibly can. And then we're going to be crowning ourselves a champion. Also, we're going to be live in next month in Bologna. Obviously, that is going to be over the Pro Tour weekend. So my man to my right will not be to my right in that night. He'll be probably top 8 in another Pro Tour, adding a little bit more to his legacy. And then the next time after that we go live will be at the Regional Championships of Europe in Naples, Italy, where that is going to be a standard regional championships. And I believe that one's the one that's going to qualify players for the Pro Tour in Amsterdam, which will be Modern, if I'm not mistaken.
I believe you're correct.
Going about it backwards there. When I qualified for my Pro Tour, I qualified for it playing Modern, and then they did the little change, and it was like, oh, now you're going to play a standard Pro Tour? I was so upset. I was like, come on. How are we going to go about this? That was Armenket, Pro Tour Armenket was in Nashville. It was really nice. It was back when I didn't know what was going on, Gab. I just turned up, and I was like, oh, this is fun.
I don't even remember that format.
It was the one where Energy... what's the artifact that got banned?
Right.
It was that one, but people used to cheat Emrakul's into play. Someone will tell us in the chat in a second. But we are off to the races. We're starting off with a Pendelhaven into a Young Wolf, which we're making all these secret layers. I'm a Young Wolf player. I just want a secret layer Young Wolf. Just give me something, an alternate art of this Young Wolf. Not that this art isn't great, but I feel like this card is a very powerful one-drop in Modern now. I just want to bling out my Young Wolf deck a little bit more, that's all. 8th Work Marvel. Thank you very much, chat. There we go.
And
hello, good sir.
Undying Wolf against Pithing Needle, turn 1. So Jacobo was his own take on Rakdos Scam. I mean, I haven't played a ton of Modern lately, so maybe this is not totally new, but he cut the expensive cards. He's playing 4 Stalactite Stalker. He's playing 4 copies of Inti Seneschal of the Sun. And he also has some interesting sideboard card choices. We saw in game 2, things work out perfectly. He had the Misery Shadow in play, drew the deferred land for the Glistening Deluge. It was basically a play going, one-sided Wrath of God. That also exiled all of David's creatures. The Shadow, nice against Undying effects. It's also makes the Cauldron way less effective. So the cards are there for Jacobo. The problem is, can he deploy them in a timely manner? The Yogg deck's just super consistent, super good at doing what it does, and at doing it fast, at putting you back to the wall really fast. It's the reason why sweepers are not that effective. By the it's not this matchup, but by the time you're casting a Verdict, a Damnation against that deck, it's a lot of the time it's too little too late. They've got the Undying creatures, they've got the Grist in play, they can rebuild, they can just sack all the creatures to Yogg, and they're not even down on cards. And there's going to be a bit of this in this matchup. No matter how cheap Jacobo's cards are, can he keep up? Can he set up maybe something a little like what he set up in game 2 as the Shadow and the Sweeper?
So we do see the trade there. Hapatra is going to go face first into the Shadow. The Shadow is going to exile it when your opponent's creatures die, so that's why we see it move to that extra zone. The Young Wolf is going to come across it for 1 point, as the follow-up play is going to be an Inti on the other side. Now, we've seen how good this card can be and how good it can be in this deck in particular by adding extra counters to something like a Stalker, or potentially even just an Orcish Bowmaster, a Mass Token, something like that, just getting these a little bit bigger with the attack effect. Plus, it's another way of turning and burning through our deck. We're going to end of turn cast an Endurance. No targets for that. No one's shuffling their graveyards back in. Do we have a good follow-up? Remember last game, in that game 2, the real big play was out the sideboard when they managed to cast that Glistering Deluge. Deluge, that's the one. Which gives all your creatures -3/-3 if they are green. Pendelhaven's going to be used here. Give it the ability of +1/+2, which means it can attack into this 2/2 NT on the other side. Follow-up play is the 2 Delighted Halflings. So we're kind of doing what you said. We're just kind of hitting these little dorks on the side. We're just looking for one of our bigger hitters now, either Yawgmoth or a Call to Calling, to be able to potentially go and find it.
Yeah, it's interesting. Did David not had the untapped forest land to either cast, potentially Chord of Calling for free for Gris, or just cast one of his 4-mana creatures, Yogg or Shieldred? Or is he just flooded again, like in game 1? I guess we're about to find out very soon. He decided not to try and block the Inti. You could have held back the Endurance in theory, but maybe he decided that it was too likely that Jacobo was going to have the removal, or that he was not going to be able to block effectively, and he decided to just try and race here.
I quite like just trying to race it. I mean, your opponent's struggling on the land drops. The way that my feed has gone is I don't have a big hitter, so all I've got is these little mana dorks, these little creatures, and potentially Endurance is a medium-sized creature. If I can just get this chip damage in when I need to, and then maybe later on, if I do top deck and more small creatures, I'm going to be able to just keep turning them sideways because we're going to have a vast number of them. Or I eventually end up drawing myself a Yawgmoth or a Call to Calling, and I can try and get the combo route that way, refill my hands, because we know how good that can be once you get a Yawgmoth on the battlefield. Even if you do have a Wrath spell, the good chance is that untapping with a grip for the cards anyway.
It's definitely a tough spot though. Like, how much is the free damage going to matter? The upside is huge. Like letting Inti attack and get that free extra card, especially when your opponent's stuck on 2 lands. It's not trivial to get rid of an Endurance. Bolt doesn't get rid of Endurance right away. Fatal Push, you need a way to trigger the Revolt. There's maybe Terminate, Molten Collapse. Once again, players don't have access to the deck lists, but it's tough. It could be a game-winning attack. It could be a game-losing attack, and I guess we're about to find out how it works out for both players.
So we're going to fetch up. Surveyor Land's going to put a Young Wolf into the graveyard. Not interested in that. Definitely trying to look for one of our big hitters. Remember, the Piffy Needle is on Grist, so that is now no longer one of our big hitters, unless we can find a Besage or something to deal with it. Looks like we found a nice 2-drop. Oh, Agatha's Soul Cauldron, I think. And that is, can be, that in itself can just run away with the game. But not too many creatures in graveyards yet. Turn everything sideways. This is 6 points of damage. They're into free open mana against a black-red deck, which are pretty well versatile for their removal spells. And Orcish Bowmaster is going to get cast. We're going to do a point to a Delighted Halfling, going to generate a 1/1 Orc Mass token. There it is. And then we're going to block, get that one off the battlefield. Are we just going to take the rest? We taking 5 damage here, halving our life total.
Yeah, a little surprised that if he does have Cauldron in hand, he didn't play it pre-combat. Does he have a better play? Was he worried about maybe Kolaghan's commands? I guess he must have.
I suppose we did see it in game 2, so yeah, maybe he could be scared of that. We're going to fetch up a basic swamp. So do we have a Fatal Push as well? We do, with Revolt triggered because of that fetch land, so that's going to be the Endurance.
Okay, never mind. We're still in combat.
So just 3 points of damage coming across. Little trade. And now the follow-up. Now there's a few creatures in the graveyard. This Agatha's Soul Cauldron is going to come down. What abilities can we give our creatures? We can give them the ability to tap for mana with the Delighted Halfling.
I believe there's a Misery Shadow, right? Pump ability. That's kind of sweet. That's another reason why
pretty cool.
I'm a little surprised he didn't play pre-combat. I mean, obviously he didn't want to give Jacobo the info, but he lost a creature in the process.
And
unless I'm missing something obvious. I guess he just valued the hidden info more than the effect in combat.
We do apologize for the camera flicking back and forth at the minute. Someone keeps kicking a cable. And we obviously can't fix it mid-round at the minute. So after this round, we'll get that fixed moving forward in the tournament. But right now, it's working a little bit. And we've still got a good 7 minutes in this match. Try and find himself a winner for one of these players to advance himself to a 9-1 record and give himself the best possible chance at getting to that top 8 later on this afternoon. kind of a repeated game too. Not a lot of land, but a lot of cards in hand. Other side, a lot of lands, but not a lot of cards in hand.
Yeah, pretty tense game. Jacobo on 6, David on 12. But the board, who's favored here? There's an NT popping up, but there's also the cauldron that needs to be answered.
Is it Martin Collapse? That's going to go after the lighted halfling.
Yeah, it goes after the creature that's not gonna come back when it dies, and pretty underwhelming. And
Dreadball effect, basically. But yeah, it's. I guess Inti's the card here I'm thinking that is going to be able to pull ahead in this game, in this match. But we're only at 6 life. One card in hand.
Potentially, the young wolf is lethal. And I wonder if Jacobo did that. Like, kind of, we could see the shadow earlier, and he kind of like, piled up his graveyard, which is fine. He's not,
There is a slight problem with this, though. 1, we can't use the Pendlehaven now. And 2, if we have a removal spell for this young wolf, it's not coming back because it's got the +1 curse and counter on it now.
Yeah, but I think you kind of have to go for it.
Oh, Shield Rates, Edict. While the young wolf has a counter on it, tap 1 for no reason. Am I missing something?
Yeah, if somehow you could have... You have to put the +1/+1 counter on, right? If you could somehow like give the ability, but not put a counter on, that would have been like ideal.
Oh, it's a Grist and a Besage in hand. Oh, we've got the Besage that can deal with the Piffy Needle. We've got the Grist as the follow-up play, but we are letting Jacopo untap here with 5 power on the battlefield, potentially 6, and the ability to turn and burn through their deck a little bit more. I don't think Yawgmoth's going to be wrong. This Grist is a good card, but I don't think it's good in the face of these 2 creatures when they can gain the ability to also gain trample.
Yeah, unfortunately for David, Grist does not reduce the casting cost of Besage. These channel lands only because their casting cost reduced by legendary creatures, and once Grist is in the battlefield, it's not a creature anymore. So he has to. He is 1 mana short to get rid of Needle and play the Grist.
I love everything about the card Grist. I love everything about it. The flavor text in it, how it is an insect in every zone except for the pet. I love the build of it. I love that I can search it. I real hats up. I don't know who in play design designed it, but
yeah,
hats off to that's a really cool mechanic.
It does feel like I like to call these cards like the perfect Magic cards. They're just they're like perfect. They're just great cards. Not I don't think they're too powerful. Just it's a perfect fit for the Yogg deck though. I've tried playing Grist even in company decks where you have a bunch of creatures. But if you don't have these cheap undying creatures, everything it's not that great for modern. It's not quite modern power level. There's a reason you don't see people play Grist in Domain Zoo or even like traditional Junts, just not good enough. But in this deck, it really shines. You can court for it. It's just great.
So here comes the Besage. That's going to get rid of the Piffy Needle, which means the what's the mechanic that they actually use on this? It is called Descended. Is it on the Stalker? As in basically something has left the battlefield, and we're going to go find ourselves a Blood Crypt. Then we can end of turn eat something with our Cauldron. Not going to put any counters on anything, but more importantly, just getting another ability under there. So it's going to be the Delighted Halfling. So now our future creatures with +1 counters can not only have a pumpable effect, but they can also tap for colorless mana and mana of any color for legendary creatures.
Yeah, I do feel like it's going to be really hard for David to live through the turn here. I do feel like he maybe needs
fatal push. No, it's water.
I was going to say he needs exactly at least a 1 mana creature to go with the Grist. He found arguably better Wall of Roots, potentially the best card he could have drawn in his deck there.
Watch this, flip Yawgmoth or flip another Grist.
Oh my god!
You get another trigger. You get to flip again. You get a second insect. So that's going to be 2 insects hit the battlefield. Plus, you've got the activation of exile the Grist from the graveyard onto one of your 1/1 creatures that you've got now. They now gain the ability of a Grist again. Okay. You're telling me there's a chance. You're telling me there's a chance.
You can't believe what fell. Oh my god. If I'm Jacobo and I end up losing that game, I'm not going to be happy. That is... Wall of Roots into Grist, into Flavor Grist. Oh my god.
We had to sacrifice our Stalker there to get that insect token off the battlefield because we didn't want that being able to use its ability of a second grist. But do have to note there is 6 power currently on the battlefield. David is at 6, but there are now 2 blockers. 2 cards in hand.
I believe the grist should be on 5, and I'm not sure if we can pass it on to the players. I think the dice just says 4 still.
Yeah, I think it says 4. Because you get to reuse the ability.
So is that somehow not enough? The Wall of Roots top deck into the grist flip, is that does Jacobo still have a decent attack here?
So we can, I think we can. It just depends on. We basically don't block the one that gives it trample. We do die to something like Lightning Bolt, which, looking at the deck list, there is only 1 copy of. There is a Crux. I don't know if that one would be staying in this matchup. Potentially could be Bone Crusher Giants in the sideboard, as well as a Culligan's Command, which we knew did come in. Grist has now been picked up.
I think he's just trying to decide if he should attack David or if he should attack Grist. I think that's what's going on right now, because he does still have good attacks, right? He has a free NT, a free Bowmaster. There's an 0/4 wall, a 1/1 token. So NT does give trample to the creature it pumps.
You gotta remember that Grist being at 5 now, lethal. The ultimate's lethal. There's gonna be enough creatures in the graveyard to just straight up win the game with that. So I think we've just gone from basically leading the perfects to hitting the perfects.
The problem is that if you attack Grist, there's just Cauldron that's going to get you, that's going to pop off next turn and flood the board. So it's...
Would the Colligan's Command change this at all?
Kind of damn if you do, damn if you don't. He's maybe going through like all the possible top decks he can hit of NT and trying to figure out what his best path to victory is.
I think Colligan's Command can shore this up, right? So with Colligan's Command, we can go Shatter Effect plus Shoot Effect.
Yeah, keep in mind, just keeping a blocker might be relevant here too.
But yeah, like we're going.
There's a lot to consider. I do not envy Jacobo here.
I think we're splitting the attack here. I think we're going face of 1. But then literally the one that doesn't have trample, we're probably blocking. So is it even worth attacking with both here?
I'm not sure. You know, it means that if you top deck a Bowmaster, it finishes up the wall. So that's a little something.
Yeah, I would not like to be in a Jackpo's spot right now. Felt like we were in a really controlling position and just in one turn. A little bit of luck. Flipping the perfects. Well, I suppose perfects would have been another grist on top of the grist. That would have been pretty sweet. And yeah, we're in the tank, so we're going to attack. Do we want to be discarding any of these cards in our hand, going 1 card deeper in our deck? I think the trigger's on the stack. Which one are we going to target? That's it. Looks like NT to face and Bowmaster to grist. Discard this Not Dead After All. Flip a Stalker.
Stalker's not bad at all. That's at least 2 damage to whatever Jacobo wants, I believe.
We're going to trade the wall and block the non-trampling creature. So no damage is going to happen to the Grist. Grist is going to ultimate, and then that is going to be game. And from the clutch of death, David manages to pull that one out. No way. That is so cool.
Yeah,
I'm so happy the camera didn't die halfway through that game there at that end. That would have been absolutely brutal to see. But welcome back to the booth, ladies and gentlemen. Will Hall, Gabriel Nassif, and that is going to be the end of round number 10. That was pretty cool to be able to see that at the end there. I like that a lot.
Yeah, that Stalker, not enough. It actually doesn't deal damage. You can stack it to -X to a creature, so that's not a good enough. And yeah, I mean, it's tough. I mean, tough loss. He was so far ahead on the last turn, and
you basically need to, on that turn, they made sure that the life total doesn't drop below 3 or less, so they don't die to Lightning Bolt, and that if we can keep the Grist around, the Grist ultimate is just going to win me the game next turn. And they identified that. Blocks went perfect. The top card wasn't, it could have been flipped into anything, a removal spell for the Grist might have been able to do it, but nope, wasn't to be. But unfortunately, that is going to be us because the production team are looking at me like they will need the extra time to go sort the cameras out. So that's round number 10. We're going to be back with 2 more casters after this break, so make sure you stick around. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in the Grand Open Qualifier, Day 2 in Prague. Heading to round 11 already, second round of Day 2. Today we are going to have 6 rounds and then a cut to top 8. And we have a lot of exciting matches. But before that, let's take a look here at our meta breakdown for Day 2. And Martin, compared to Day 1, I noticed that 5-color creativity rising to number 2 here on the list.
Oh, we have Day 2 breakdown already. That's cool. I didn't see this yet. This is my first time looking at this. So yeah, let's try to see what we have here. Domain Zoo first place. So that was also the most played deck yesterday. 11 out of 64 players. I think that's a pretty good conversion. So Domain Zoo did really well. Like you mentioned, creativity number 2. That certainly moved up because that wasn't really in the top 5, I don't think. So creativity did fairly well yesterday as well. And then it's a little bit of everything. That kind of happens every time. A little bit of Amulet, a little bit of Yavmot, some hardened scales. I see 4 Murktide players on the bottom. 5-color Tempo that you see on the bottom of the screen on the left side. I think that's also Domain Zoo because there's an option to label that in Melee as 5-color Tempo, I think. So I think those players are also playing Domain. So if you're looking at Modern, wondering, hey, what should I be playing, at my next tournament, it looks like that putting Leyline of the Guild Pact and Scion of the Draco is a very good idea. It's just a very good combination of cards, and these decks tend to do very well. The only thing I would mention is that right now we are not distinguishing between the actual Domain Zoo that you know from the past with Tribal Flames, with Stubborn Denial, and Wild Nakatl, and the new version, which is a hybrid of Zoo and Murktide. The new version plays blue cards like Counterspell, Expressive, there is a Preordain, Force of Negation, so it's a more interactive deck, which I think is a very good idea right now because the format is more about combo decks. Basically, if you look at the top 8 of these archetypes, creativity, that's a combo deck. You want to have interaction, you want the counter spells. Amulet Titan, you really want to have the Force of Negation for the Amulet or the counter spell for the Titan. Golgari Yavmot, another combo. Scales, another combo. Tron, another combo. Blink, another combo. I mean, Tron's not really a combo deck, but you are trying to get 3 Tron lands and then get ahead on mana. So a lot of combo decks in Modern right now. So make sure you are prepared for that, whether that's Spell Pierce, Force of Negation, Counterspell, Thoughtseize, you want to be playing the interactive cards.
Yeah, and I guess that's a reason why we see so many different decks here. And Mono Black Coffers as well, doing pretty well with 4 copies here on Day 2 with cards, like you said, Thoughtseize, and so much more. So let's take a look here at our players ready to go into round 11 of the tournament. And it's Philip. We have been seeing Philip a lot here in coverage. He's been doing amazing. Yesterday, he was the only undefeated player with 9-0. Today, lost the first round against Coffers. And I was actually looking at the match, and he was commentating, oh, I dodged Coffers all day yesterday, but I couldn't do it no more. So he really didn't want to go against Coffers. He feels like the matchup is unfavored, so he did lose against Coffers in the previous round, playing against Glorious Blink.
Yeah, Lucas, great run, Philip, great run yesterday. Like you mentioned, 9-0. This deck has just been performing really well. On the other side of the table, we have Lucas Blahan, one of the best Czech players, one of the best players maybe ever. I don't think he gets enough recognition, but he is a very methodical player. Like, he never really makes mistakes. He practices a lot. He's always well prepared, and I mean, he won a Pro Tour. It's hard to undersell someone who won a Pro Tour, but Lucas is a really good player. So glad to see him doing well as well. And he is on the Glorious Blink deck, but he has a slightly different version. I don't know if he's playing. Let me actually check that real quick. I don't think he's playing all the card draw spells you typically have in the list. No, he is playing Titan Indulgence and Fateful Mending. So his list is similar in that regard. 2 copies of Grizzlebrand, 4 Atraxa. So the same 6 big creatures you want to reanimate with Glorious Vengeance. Ephemerate, obviously, Grief, Solitude, a little bit of the Scam plan, and yeah, a pretty typical looking list.
And here we see Philip already with Leyline of the Guild Pack on the battlefield. So he added in the opening end, and Lucas here with Tainted Indulgence.
Yeah, and Lucas started with the Thoughtseize. Philip looks like he wants to play a very friendly game. Says, you know what, I'll just leave the cards on the table that you saw with the Thoughtseize, so you don't have to write it down. We don't have to waste time. Very nice things from him. Has the pretty good opening draw with the Leyline and Scion, but the timely Thoughtseize is able to take the Scion away. So Lucas not under any pressure just yet.
So we have the Grief here.
Wow, and that Grief leaves Philip with just 4 lands in hand. He does have the perfect mana, thanks to the Leyline.
Oh, and that's a good top deck to have. Dashing, Ragavan, starting to get some treasures.
Yeah, and this is why the sort of blue zoo version is, in my opinion, better, because not only do you have interactive cards, but you also have that expressive iteration that helps you get card advantage, helps you, look for the cards that you need, whether that's an interactive card, or in this case, Philip would love to draw another creature. So, imagine him sitting here with the Tribal Flames in hand. That's a card that's great when you're ahead, but perhaps not as good if you need to get on board. So I have to agree with the blue version looking a little bit better at the moment.
And Lucas played Priest of Fell Rights. Ragavan connects again.
Yeah, I'm not sure if Lucas has a big creature in the graveyard yet, but the Priest is certainly a great start to get one into play, so he will not want to trade that for the Ragavan.
That Tainted Indulgence will be a way to try to find that big creature to put in the graveyard. I only see Solitude as one of the creatures in Lucas' hand. I'm not sure what the other cards are. But it doesn't seem like he has access to Atraxa.
So the Priest can only be activated as a sorcery. One option Lucas has available to him would be ditch a Solitude in the graveyard and then bring it back, but you really want to do it when your opponent has a creature. So that Tainted Indulgence not finding one of the big creatures is a problem for Lucas. But yeah, that's sometimes that's a thing that happens with this deck. It is not as consistent as I would like it to be. When I was trying the deck, you have a lot of draws where you have a lot of useless cards in hand because, yeah, it's great if you have Grief to have Ephemerate, but sometimes you just have Ephemerate, but you don't have the Scampies, and you just have a lot of cards in hand that are extremely situational, and there's nothing you can do with them if you don't have the other piece. So right now, that Glorious Vengeance in Lucas's hand doesn't do anything. And yeah, if he doesn't draw the big creature in the next few turns, he's in bad shape.
So Ragavan there exiling Solitude, and looks like Philip is going to use those
Wow.
treasures to just cast it and take care of that Priest of Fell Rights.
Yeah, that's a big problem for Lucas. Dealing with a way to bring the creature back. We do know that there is a Glorious Vengeance in Lucas's hand, though. So if he draws another hard draw spell, perhaps, and hits an Atraxa or Grizzlebrand, he might still get back in this.
And another Tainted Indulgence. I mean, this deck certainly goes to get cards to try to find those big spells.
Yeah, and Philip was saying, hang on. I might do something. My deck is playing Force of Negation, so let me think about that. Decides to let it resolve, and Lucas still doesn't find a big creature. There's a Grief in the graveyard, and yeah, just
land go.
I think that's Land, Solitude, and a Gorios in his hand, so no great plays available, it seems, for Lucas.
And Lucas down to 10 life. Philip can dash the Ragavan again. Attack with Solitude as well. But it looks like Philip also maybe flooding out a bit.
That's a beautiful island.
You
Both
will
players,
prove
yeah,
the choice.
both players have great basic land game. I wish they brought these lands back. These are the Euro and APAC lands that I don't even know how you could get them back in the days, but those are some of the nicest lands in the game. Yeah, I see that people in the chat are discussing, like, should you have blocked Ragavan with the Priest? I think it's certainly a decision that can go either way, but I know Lucas tested a lot for the event, so I'm just gonna trust whatever decision he makes, that it's the correct one. It does seem appealing to block, like having the Gorios in hand, because you already have a way to bring something back, and the Ragavan is kind of scary. But I mean, I'm sure Lucas has been in this situation before and weighs in all the pros and cons of the decision. That's another Gorios. Yeah, I think Lucas is
Down to 4 life. I mean, there's Solitude in hand, which at this point he can just cast for the full cost. Oh, and that Draco.
Oh wow! Yeah, so
Now-
that gives all the creatures flying, trample, all the good abilities. And Lucas says, "Yep. I mean, I did signal that I have a Solitude. Otherwise, why would you play a 5th land untapped for 2 life? And that's not going to help me here." So Philip takes the first game despite basically losing all his cards to Thoughtseize and Grief in the first couple of turns. But this is the power of the Zoo deck. The creatures are really strong, and as long as you have at least one, they hit really hard. And even Ragavan that only hits for 2 creates extra value by giving you the treasures and sometimes hitting a good card on the top of your opponent's deck. So here we see the Domain Zoo. I don't know if we should call it Blue Zoo or Murktide Zoo, or what is the right name. There is actually still 2 Murktides in the deck left over from the original list. Other than that, it's basically half Murktide, half Zoo. So you have the Counterspell, Force of Negation, Expressive, Preordain, Murktide, and Subtlety. Those are the cards you typically find in Blue-Red Murktide. And you have the Zoo pieces of Lightning Bolt, Ragavan, Kavu, Scion, both ley lines, and a mana base that can also just hardcast Leyline of the Guildpact. So that's the power of the modern mana bases right now. Having Leyline Binding as an excellent answer to everything that basically fits into any deck that plays fetch lands. Plus, obviously, Leyline of the Guildpact fixes your mana base as well. I think if I was playing the tournament, this is a deck that I would be registering as well.
And let us know, Twitch chat, what do you call this deck that is mixed between Domain Zoo and Murktide? I want to see your answers, and I'm curious to know how we should label this deck. And on the other side, we have the Glorious Blink by Lucas, as you said, great player here from the Czech Republic. And what do you think of these decks?
Yeah, it's also a pretty typical list with the 2 big creatures being Grizzlebrand and Atraxa. The way this deck works is you want to put them in the graveyard. Ideally, if you get really lucky, you play a Survey Land on turn 1, see Atraxa on top, immediately put it in the graveyard, next turn play Glorious Vengeance, and start drawing a bunch of cards. Normally with Vengeance, the creature would get exiled at the end of the turn, but that's why you use Ephemerate, which also is great in combination with Grief and Solitude. So this deck is also kind of a hybrid between the Glorious Vengeance Atraxa deck, but also the sort of a scam deck where you have the black-white elementals and Ephemerate, which also helps keep the Atraxa or Grizzlebrand around for longer.
And for everyone asking, this is a closed deck list tournament, but the list will be published in the end of the tournament. I think after top 8, they can be released. So if you're curious about any of the lists, you can know there. Just the players that are on the feature match, they did agree to show the deck lists on stream for us to see, to help with coverage. But that should be released in the end of the day. As well as we are going to start releasing more stats, like the conversion from day 1 to day 2. As a reminder, yesterday we started with 554 players. There were 9 rounds of Swiss, and 64 players made it to day 2, which is today. Today we have 6 rounds of sweeps and a cut to top 8, so a total of 15 rounds plus a cut to top 8, and this is currently round 11. So we are getting closer to the finish line. We have over $22,000 in cash prize. One person is going to bring the trophy home, and the top 32 qualifies for the regional championship in Naples. And these players playing Modern are qualifying for a tournament that is going to be standard. So it's going to be a fun learning curve for them to learn a new format.
I like the current standard. I think the current standard is nice. There's a lot of different archetypes you can play, whether you are a control player, a mid-range player, a combo player, even the sort of lands decks with Nissa and Analyst have been putting up great results lately. Aggro, maybe not as great. The one drops could be a little bit better, but pretty much something for everybody right now. So standard seems to be in a pretty decent place.
I also agree with you. I really enjoy playing standard, so I'm really, really excited for this regional championship.
I see that people are talking about closed deck list or open deck list in the chat. This is a closed deck list tournament, but if you play in a feature match, you get asked if you are okay with coverage showing your list. If you don't want to, you can decline. But most players are usually happy to, I'm gonna be on the stream. Sure, I'm happy to show the world my build. I'm doing well. Maybe that gets me a little bit of more recognition, maybe, and maybe get my word out there. So this is the reason why we are able to show you the lists on the stream, because the players agree to that.
Very kindly so, helping here with coverage to show more magic and also for us to be able to analyze the sideboard options. Here, Philip did not start with the leyline of the guild pack, but does have Ragavan in the opening end, which was the star, or one of the stars of the previous game.
Yeah, there's the Ragavan. Is that the best one drop ever printed? It has to be, right?
Especially now, because I feel like there's not as much Orcish Bowmasters as we have seen in the past. So the decrease in popularity of Bowmasters does make the Ragavan better.
Lucas with a great answer to the Ragavan, playing the Archaeologist on turn 2, getting at the Fairy in the process. And this is a matchup where if I'm Philip, I'm thinking, yeah, Lightning Bolt, that doesn't seem very hot in the matchup. I don't really have a lot of great targets. I want to stop you from resolving Gorius and bringing back Atraxa. So Lightning Bolt is a card that I would most likely expect Philip to board out in favor of some more counter magic. So there is a very good chance the Ragavan is going to get basically stonewalled by the Archaeologist for a really long time.
And how good is Teferi in this matchup? Because we see there Teferi on Lucas' side.
I love the card choices on Philip's side. The old borders, a 4th edition foreign counter spell. I like the old version of cards. I know that some people like secret lair stuff, maybe foils, but this is exactly my style as well. What do you like? Are you a secret lair type of person?
I'm not the right person to ask that. I just grab lands from the
land station,
and I
okay.
mismatch them. I don't care. So I know that's a very unpopular opinion. Yeah. I'm sorry. But yeah, I just like to play Magic,
That's fair.
But I appreciate when they do have that extra effort.
I appreciate that there are choices for everyone. Whether you like unglued lands, whether you like the old border, Euro and APAC lands, there are nice options for everybody. So there is a leyline binding that deals with the Archaeologist. However, that is a great answer for Atraxa, so that's the reason why it stays in the deck. Deals with the Archaeologist, and let's Philip connect with the Ragavan.
Yeah, and Philip here choosing to go with Ragavan face and not to Teferi, so Teferi is still on the board.
Yeah, Philip valuing that extra treasure from the Ragavan, which lets him play the Kavu at the same turn, overkilling the Teferi and potentially representing a force of negation. Basically, Philip says, you know what, I'm going to give you one turn. If you have it, you have it. But I would rather get on board with more creatures and maybe kill the Teferi next turn, and then start holding my counterspell when I have big board presence. If I just only have Ragavan in play and I keep passing with a counterspell up without casting any more spells, then the clock is going to be considerably smaller than if I just add more creatures to the board first, and then I sit on the counter and maybe give you that 1 turn window. But if you don't have it, then I'll be able to have like maybe a 2-turn clock with a counter spell up.
And it looks like another archaeologist enters the battlefield.
The truck's in the graveyard. That's perfect. You're never happy if you don't hit a spell you can put it into your hand, but you're certainly happy if there's an Atraxa that gets put into the graveyard.
Philip does have access. Okay, so going to Teferi now with the Kavu.
Yeah, and the ability of the Kavu says, you know what? That's a very nice looking Atraxa. It would be a shame if it got exiled from the graveyard. So an excellent trigger from the Kavu here, letting Philip basically set Lucas back quite a bit, because I don't think there is another legendary card. Lucas really wants to bring back a Grizzlebrand or a Atraxa. I think the attack is to Teferi, so right now it looks like Lucas is considering, should I chump? Do I let my Teferi die? In a position like this, you should always just think about your game plan for the next couple of turns. It shouldn't be like, oh yeah, I mean, you're attacking my Planeswalker, I guess I want to protect it. It should be, what's my plan for the next turn and the turn after that? Do I want to keep Teferi around because maybe I'm going to try to go off next turn? I want to have the Teferi protection from your counter spells. What should I be doing? Like, you should always think about, it's like chess, basically. You don't think 30 turns ahead, but you should still have a game plan in mind to help you make your decisions.
And that archaeologist being a very good blocker for Ragavan, so Ragavan cannot attack, but the Kavu keeps attacking. And it looks like the archaeologist is now blocking it, but there's an ephemerate, counter spell.
Wow, and a quick counter from Philip. He doesn't take too long to decide to counter that ephemerate. He doesn't want to give Lucas more cards.
Ooh, but there's a touch of the spirit realm there, using the effect to blink the archaeologist again. So that one does resolve. And it's another Kavu.
Yeah, Philip presenting a very real clock, not to mention the Kavu being able to exile cards in the graveyard. Lucas does find a prismatic ending, so that would be able to deal with one of the Kavus. This Zoo deck is really strong. The creatures are just so powerful. Not only do you get to run Ragavan, if you want to, you can play Wild Nacatl as well, although I'm not sure how the mana base works with that, but it shouldn't be an issue. So if you want more 1-drops, you can certainly have them. But if you are running Force of Negation, you should also make sure that the count of the amount of your blue cards is high enough so that you have something to pitch most of the time, which is the reason why there is a preordain over a card like Tribal Flames or Wild Nacatl.
And somebody's asking, the card that it was used to blink first was Ephemerate, but that got countered, and then it was the channel ability of Touch the Spirit Realm.
And Lucas just played a card which I'm not exactly sure what card it is. Is that another Archaeologist?
I don't think there's a version like
Oh no, that was either Tainted Indulgence or no, that was the other card. That was Fateful Mending.
Faithful Mending.
Okay. Lots of versions of all the cards. Sometimes it's hard to tell exactly what it is.
Yeah, especially the ones that have the grayscale, they are really
Yeah.
difficult to tell. Even sometimes the lens, the basic lens, they look
Mm.
like another color. The oil ones.
Philip gets in, smartly exiles the Fateful Mending, so no flashback for Lucas, who decides to block the Ragavan. No more value, no more free value for Philip. Yeah, and this is the power of Expressive. Yeah, I'm going to look at 3 cards, make another land drop. I think Philip was able to put a Force of Negation in his hand, so His position is really strong right now. Relatively fast clock. He has a subtlety and sits on a force of negation in case Lucas finds a way to try to bring back a Truxa. Yeah, I think there was a fetch for the black-blue surveillance. So Lucas takes a look at the top card, finds a priest.
And if surveillance are good in some decks, in this deck, they are just amazing. We saw yesterday a surveillance putting a Truxa in the graveyard, which is just perfect.
Do we see an unearth of the priest? Yeah, there it is. So Lucas brings the priest back.
Loses 3 life to sacrifice it and bring back Solitude.
Okay, great turn. So Solitude's back. That exiles the Kavu, gains some life to Philip. Doesn't really matter all that much. Philip's life total is not that relevant. But more importantly, buys Lucas a lot more time, as Force of Negation is currently unable to deal with that. Yeah, as we mentioned before, this is a Domain / Murktide hybrid. So I think we're going to be able to label that differently, moving forward. But for now, most of the players just select the Domain Zoo because that's kind of how the deck was built before. But there are a lot of blue cards over the cards like Tribal Flames or Wild Nakatl. There's just more interaction. Modern is just a format right now where you really want to protect yourself from all the shenanigans, whether that's by a card like Thoughtseize or counter spells. You really want to be able to interact with the opponent.
And Lucas with some options, taking care of that Ragavan and attacking with Solitude. That's going to start gaining some life back to Lucas and gaining time until he can find that Glorious Vengeance or at least find an Atraxa in the graveyard. There is subtlety on Philip's side.
Yeah, I think Philip just decides, like, you're low on life. I think I want to trade the creatures. It doesn't make sense for me to try to race you because you're gaining 3 life every turn. So if we're attacking, I'm basically losing 3. You're staying at the same life total. My deck is not playing cards like Tribal Flames. I don't really want to get into a racing situation anyway. So I'm just going to block here, keep you at a reasonable life total. It's not like the subtlety is going to be super useful.
And let's see what Philip does top deck. It's a Draco.
Yeah, that is flying. That's a great draw from Philip. Presents a 3-turn clock again. Yeah, and remember, he still has that Force of Negation in hand.
And just go. There's a Teferi.
Okay. Is that a Supreme Verdict? Yeah, so Lucas has a lot of options. He can either sweep the board, he can play Teferi, try to bounce a Scion, which looks very appealing because your opponent only has 1 creature, so if you're able to bounce it, draw a card, keep your Teferi around, maybe sweep the board next turn. Decides to run the Teferi out. Philip uses the Force of Negation because you kind of have to. If the Teferi is in play, you're never going to be able to do that again. And I think now we're going to see Lucas play the Supreme Verdict and protect his life total. There we have it. Lucas just wants to buy himself as much time as possible.
Attacking here for 3 with the subtlety. And I think Philip only has lands now. So
Yeah,
it's a bit of a top deck game.
Flooding out a bit. Is that a prismatic ending?
Yeah, so we have an answer for that subtlety.
Yeah, Lucas is sitting on a Gorios. There is an Atraxa in hand as well, so he just needs to draw one of the card draw spells. I wonder if there are actually 5 different mana costs in the graveyard that Indulgence wouldn't do it. Ooh, there's a Grizzlebrand. Yep, we might be seeing a Glorious Vengeance right now. Now Lucas has a decision. Do I want to bring back Grizzlebrand? That gets me ahead on cards. Do I want to wait for a Atraxa? I mean, my opponent looks to be flooded. It's probably just best to put the Grizzlebrand in play right away, attack for 9, attack for 7, gain a bunch of life, then draw 7 cards, and that should easily lock up the game.
And it looks like we're going to have a game 3 here. We have a look here at our domain Zoo by Philip, which we thought before it's this Merc type shell. Anything that you think it might change now with Philip on the play?
Not really, but I do want to talk about the deck again. I mean, we have been talking about it for a while, but people keep asking in the chat. I think it makes sense to play the interactive cards. If you just play Zoo, Modern is a fast format. You know, Wild Nakatla is a great card. Tribal Flames, it's great when you're ahead, when you need that last 5 points of damage. But I think you also should think about the times when you are not ahead. You know, you are the player on the draw in some matchup. In some games, your opponent has that fast draw. You are the one, on the defense. You want to have the interactive cards. So I think this is currently, I would say, the best deck in Modern. Obviously, there's 40 different archetypes you can play. You can play so many different decks and still have a chance at winning the tournament. But I do think this is rightfully the #1 deck right now, the most played deck as well.
And let's take a look here at our other deck list by Lucas, the Glorious Blink, now able to take the win on game 2. A bit more tricky on the draw.
Yeah, on the draw, you are more likely to be under pressure. You're going to have less time to set up. But Lucas is pretty much just looking for the same cards. He did show us that he brought in the Supreme Verdict. And Supreme Verdict is just a good card in general right now because there's a lot of these Zoo decks that typically have a Scion, maybe a Ragavan in play, the Kavu. They don't really flood the board with creatures. They typically have 1 or 2 big ones. And Supreme Verdict is just really good at clearing their board, making sure they have no interaction, because it's not that easy for them to rebuild. Their deck is not full of creatures. So Supreme Verdict, really good. Just in the metagame right now, this is also the reason why we have been seeing mono black decks do well. Just Liliana is just very well positioned against the Zoo deck. They typically just have 1 creature in play, so Liliana gets you free value, then you keep it around. Damnation has also been doing pretty well lately. So yeah, Modern is a format of basically infinite possibilities, and it kind of has a way of sort of self-correcting itself. Although I'm not sure if there are that many great answers to the Leyline Scion deck, because it's just a well-rounded deck. It doesn't have any big weaknesses. And I also know that I've been talking to Lucas, and he was saying that, like, yeah, this new list with more blue cards, it's a lot harder to play against, because normally, I play a Grief early on, take something from their hand, maybe play an Ephemerate or play Thoughtseize, and typically I leave them with like a Tribal Flames or, a card that is not very threatening at the moment. But now I discard 1 or 2 of their cards and I have to leave them with Expressive, or I have to leave them with a Counterspell. And that makes life a lot more difficult for me to try to do my thing. So that's why the blue version is so much better now.
And let's take a look at the game. I also was hearing Philip in the previous round, and he lost against mono black coffers, and he said that he felt like that is a difficult matchup. And a way to answer Leyline that I discovered in this matchup is Invoke Despair.
Oh, that does let you. Yeah, but like turn 5 might be a little too late, but yeah, I mean it is interesting that this card is seeing Modern play right now.
Yeah, and actually completely destroyed Philip on the previous round. That card was really powerful. Because you either have to sacrifice Leyline Binding or the other Leyline, or you have to also sacrifice your Draco or whatever creature you have.
Yeah, it's strong, and you typically don't have a lot of good targets for your Leyline Binding against mono black, so they're not very often in play.
And no Leyline of the Guild pack here in the opening end for Philip.
But still, Philip with essentially Tron on turn 2, all 5 colors of mana, thanks to the Triumph and the red-white Shockland, plays a Scion for 2 mana. Exactly what he wants to do. He would love to have a Ragavan on turn 1. But if he doesn't, at least he has a card for turn 2, either a Kavu or the Scion, that can start pressure Lucas. Looks like Philip took a bunch of mulligans. He only has 3 cards left.
One of them is preordain. We'll be able to look for something. There's an island and I think a subtlety.
That looks like a multi 5 for Philip. So not a great start for him in terms of cards in hand, but he does have a fine opening. All right, Lucas bricks on the Archaeologist. Doesn't find a legendary creature either, so not a great turn for him.
Preordain, 2 lands, both go to the bottom, and a drawing here, I think maybe a Murktide, I'm not sure. Just passing.
That's a Gorius, so we're 1 draw spell discarding an Atraxa or Grizzlebrand away from potentially seeing that in play. I do think there is an Atraxa. I think the third card, there's a Grizzlebrand as well. Okay, so Lucas has most of the tools necessary. Does he have a card draw spell? And did Philip find a way to interact? See a subtlety. I think there's another land. Just get in there for one. I'm not gonna block, so might as well attack. Although there's certainly some merit to keeping it around for a dash Ragavan, but Lucas figures out I'm gonna play Ephemerate anyway, so might as well hit you for 1.
And I think that card might be a Stern Scolding on Philip's hand.
Survey land is one way to potentially get the Truxa in the graveyard, so let's see what Lucas hits on the top of his deck.
You never know. No, it's a land.
Ephemerate Rebound.
That's another way to Indulgence to try to get a big creature on the graveyard.
Yeah, now Lucas is an interesting decision. Do I play the Fairy? What if you have a counter? If that gets countered, I'm gonna be at 4. Yeah, having Grief first that's perfect. You want to take a look at their hand.
But there is the Stern Scolding.
There's a Stern Scolding, but if I'm Lucas, I'm thinking, okay, well, now you don't have double blue, so Counterspell is not a card. You're down to 3 cards in hand, so if you have a Force of Negation, you're going to be left with just 1 card. So I'm definitely going to play the Teferi here and hope it resolves. There is the subtlety, though.
There is a subtlety, and once again, Leyline of the Guild Pack. If not in the opening end, great to pitch cards like the subtlety.
Yeah, and that's a 1-turn clock. Lucas is saying, yeah, there's a Teferi. I have to play it. Do you have another counter? Am I dead?
And there's Kavu in hand. But now Lucas knows that the coast is clear while that Teferi is around.
I think Lucas still needs a 4th land, though. He can play the Indulgence, but I don't think he has a 4th land yet. He needs to play Indulgence or Fateful Mending, put in a Trux in the graveyard and bring it back. And they're checking for mana values in the graveyard right now to make sure Lucas can even discard a card with the Indulgence. There is a 1-mana card, 0. Grief is 4. Archaeologist is 2. And Solitude is 5. Yeah, I think that Indulgence was not able to put a card in the graveyard.
So that is a Fateful Mending that does gain some life. putting Lucas at 6, which is enough to be out of target from that Draco next turn.
I think Lucas is still wondering what to discard.
We know there's an Atraxa there.
Yeah, for this was the turn where Lucas needed to bring the creature back with the fairy protection. Next turn, Philip is going to have a very interesting decision. Do I want to, keep this a 2-turn clock and just attack you twice, or do I go for the Teferi? I assume depends on what he draws. That's gonna help
That's
him
a
make that
leyline
decision.
binding, so that means that maybe he does not need to make that decision, or
I mean, it's still a very interesting decision. Do I go for
Yeah.
Teferi, keep the leyline binding to try to exile Atraxa or Grizzlebrand,
so
but that is presumably going to give you some value. Do I use it on Teferi? Try to go for a 1-turn clock. Doesn't matter though. Lucas has the Solitude, so keeps himself alive.
and here Philip choosing to go with Kavu instead of leyline binding.
Yeah, now Lucas can finally breathe a sigh of relief, saying, "Okay, well now I have Teferi. I'm at 6. I'm not dying next turn. I can finally untap and hopefully figure out a way how to bring the Atraxa back, because it's been a while."
And Lucas now in a very good spot with a lot of cards in hand, while that Teferi is in the board, as you said, can breed and playing another Teferi, bouncing the Kavu, drawing an additional card. It's a land. And taking a look at the graveyard.
One thing that happens with the Glorious deck is you're milling yourself so much that you should pay very close attention to which lands are actually left in your deck, so that you don't just crack a fetch land expecting to find something only to realize, oh wow, wait, I already milled all the targets, so I essentially strip mined myself. Certainly something to keep in mind when you play this deck, because you do end up milling yourself quite a bit.
And right now, I'm sure Philip would love to be running the version that has Tribal Flames, but that's not the case. So taking care of that Teferi with Leyline Binding and playing Kavu again.
And this is where knowing the format comes into play. Lucas, having played a lot, realizes as soon as Philip plays a card like Counterspell or Preordain, realizes, okay, this is the blue version. I don't have to fear Tribal Flames. I don't have to make decisions thinking that I might be dead if you find it. So knowing the format, very good idea to help you make decisions in tight situations.
Preordain here. There's an expressive iteration and land, and Philip making a decision. Looks like that iteration goes on top, gets drawn, and played right away. Tainted Indulgence, drawing 2 cards. No discard because there's 5 different mana values or more in the graveyard. With no Teferi, that force is online though.
Is there a blue card though?
Nope, there's
yeah,
the Draco.
he has a Scolding in hand. Okay, so that is an active force.
Oh, 9 minutes left.
Yeah, friendly reminder, make sure you play first. There's a lot of shuffling going on in Modern, a lot of fetching. Cards are complicated. Make sure you give yourself enough time to actually finish 3 games.
Making sure there of what's in the graveyard.
Philip desperately wants to find a creature, although one that can actually get through the archaeologist. So Ragavan would not be a great draw. He wants to find a Scion. He wants to find another Kavu.
And good morning to everyone watching. Let us know where you are watching from. I'm always curious to see that Draco enters the battlefield. So again, Philip making some pressure that Draco is not a one-turn kill, but two.
Looks like Lucas found an Atraxa, so rebuys or flashes back the Faithful Mending. I think we're going to see a Glorious Vengeance, but we do know that Philip is finally ready with the Force of Negation. So the one turn when Lucas finally found the way to bring it back. Yeah, now Philip is ready. There is a Force, and he also presented a quick clock, so still an extremely close game.
I'm on the edge of my seat.
Oh, well, that's assuming he took the Force. Yeah, we didn't quite catch. I think the chat is saying that he didn't actually take the Force of Negation. So, yeah, I mean, we'll see what Philip has done. I was operating under the assumption that there was a Force, but yeah, it looks like he had a choice of either present a clock or take the Force. And I think I agree that the Scion just makes more sense because my opponent already had 5 or 6 cards in hand for a while, so clearly that looks like they don't have it. If I take one Force, I just give them a lot more time. Maybe if I play the Scion, I'm gonna have a 2-turn clock. If they just draw 2 lands in a row, I should be in a good position. So Philip goes for the play with the clock rather than playing. He goes for the play that's allowing him to win rather than to not lose, which I agree with.
And that Faithful Mending proving to be MVP, gaining life several times to Lucas, making sure you didn't die early enough. So yeah, this is going to be game. And Glorious Blink takes the win versus the Domain Zoo. Lucas here playing very beautifully. I mean, both players playing very well.
Both players played really well, and Philip goes for the fake Force of Negation play just to give Lucas a heart attack at the end, but then says no, it's a stern scolding. You got it. So congratulations to Lucas for moving to 10-1.
I really love when we start getting to this stage of the game where we see players with very good records. So they are playing usually very well, and it's really, really nice to see their decisions. And here we have Raul and Adam, both players also doing very well, 8-1-1, and it's Titan versus 5 color creativity, and it looks like we are arriving to a very tricky board state.
Yeah, this is what we have been seeing from the creativity decks. In the main deck, you usually have Archon of Cruelty, which is your go-to card in the first game. Archon really strong against most situations, most decks. But sometimes you play against a combo deck where if you tap out on turn 4 and you bring an Archon into play, it's not going to be enough to slow the opponent down or really ruin their game plan. This is why we have cards like Terastodon, which you can use to destroy cards like Amulet of Vigor or the Bounce lands, and they typically come in for the combo matchups. Looks like Adam was maybe trying to go for a faster clock, using the trigger also on himself to add some more creatures into play, some more beasts. But it looks like the board is a little stalled right now with Raul with an Elish Norn in play, which I think we saw one yesterday played against I don't know if that was the Mirror or what deck.
It was not the Mirror, but I'm also not sure.
It just completely shut down the opponent because it shuts down cards like Leyline Binding or Primeval Titan. It just sometimes you're thinking, wow, this is a 5-mana card from Standard. How does my modern deck completely stop working against this 5-mana card?
I think it was against the Zoo Marketite deck. So Leyline Binding, as you said, does not work. And here, just to note that if the screen is correct, Raul is up a game, so wanna know. And there's 12 minutes left, so if somehow Adam manages to win, this is going to be tricky to play the third game.
Well, that was a I don't know what exactly happened as I was looking through the list, but Raul played his 6th land thanks to the Dryad. He had 6 mountains, so there was a double Valakut trigger, and don't know if that was enough. Oh, you have election. Okay, so there was 4. All right, so there was 4 triggers. I was looking through the list. Looks like with the Elishnorn, your permanents trigger twice, or your triggers trigger twice. So that was 12 damage coming through thanks to the Dryad. And that that actually wins Raul the game. So
Hold 2-0 here.
yeah, congratulations to Raul for moving to 9-1-1. Also in a very good position to make the top 8.
And now it's the time that they start making some math, like what do I need to win to get into that top 8? It's getting close. It's been a lot of rounds of Magic. 554 players yesterday. They played 9 rounds of Swiss. The top 64 made it into day 2. So that was the 7 and 2s, and I think a couple of 6 and 3s might have made it. There's a cut to top 8 after 6 rounds today, and right now this is round 11. So after round 15, we'll have the cut to top 8. There's $22,500 in cash prizes. There's 1 trophy, this one right here, for the winner of the tournament today. And top 32 qualifies for the regional championship in Naples, which is going to be standard format.
Yeah, I know everybody's curious which decks are doing best. Obviously, we showed some of them on the feature match, but if I look at the top 10 without giving away who's playing what, I'm gonna kind of shuffle the decks around. I see a Titan deck, a Zoo deck, Scam, Creativity, Gorios, Coffers, Yavmaw. So we have at least 8 different archetypes in the top 10. So yeah, you could say, sure, there's a lot of Zoo. The deck is doing really well, but right now in the top 8, in the top 10, 8 different archetypes, a little bit of everything. It's just Modern in a nutshell. Sure, there are some decks that are slightly better than others, but it's not like they have an 85% win rate or something ridiculous. It's a format where if you know your deck very well, it's just better to focus on your own thing. Make sure you know every matchup, how to sideboard, how to approach every situation. Make sure you play around the right cards, and if you're a very good Titan player or a very good Yavmod player or a very good Zoo player, you just have a very good chance at doing well, no matter what the deck is.
And I think we still have some time, so can we see the preview cards for Modern Horizons 3? I know that we have a slide with those prepared, because I'm curious to hear your opinion on the cards that were already previewed. Not a lot of them, but we have here Emra, Cool the World, and New.
We were talking about the fact that in Modern Horizons 2, we got free cards, right? Cards like Force of Will are extremely good in Legacy because you get to protect yourself for free. Cards like Solitude, cards like Grief, they're extremely powerful in Modern right now, but where do we go from there? Like, what's the next step, right? There's a lot of power creep in Magic. Obviously, you want to keep printing better cards, but how do you go? Where do you go from free spells? What's in Modern Horizons 3? So I'm curious to see what's in the set. Emrakul, 12 mana, 12/12. Whenever you cast this spell, gain control of all creatures target player control. So that's a trigger that goes in the stack regardless of this card resolving or not. So even if your opponent has a counter spell, you will still gain all their creatures. And it has flying, protection from spells, and from permanents. So the way I understand it, protection from spells, it's only when this card is in play.
Yeah.
So on the stack, it's not like it cannot get countered. If it's in play, yeah, you're not going to be able to play some kind of removal spell that says destroy.
But only if it was cast its turn.
And from permanents that were cast this turn, okay? When Emrakul leaves the battlefield, sacrifices all creatures you control. Okay, and this is Madness 6. So my first thought is, how do I put this in Tron? Do I have ways to discard cards in Tron? Because if you can pay 6 mana to put a 12/12 flying into play that steals all my opponent's creatures, that's a pretty good deal. Obviously, Modern is a powerful format, but even for Modern, that's pretty good. So how can I discard this in Tron? I guess I have to grab something with Karn. Is this if I'm casting this for 12 mana, I'm not sure if that's powerful enough. Because currently we have cards like Ulamog and Kozilek, which might be slightly better because they're cheaper. For 12 mana, I would rather cast the card for 6. So yeah, it's hard to say what deck this is gonna go into, but it's certainly gonna be a card that you want to brew around.
Yeah, some people talking here about the Underworld Cookbook as an option to get to discard the Emerald Cool. But there's more preview cards. Can we take a look at more of the preview cards that we already saw? Not a lot. We have a frog here. It's a 2-mana, 1/2. Whenever deals combat damage to a player or planeswalker, draw a card. And you can discard a card to put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. Exile 3 cards from your graveyard, and these gains flying until the end of the turn.
I love the card. I love the flavor. It's basically a Psychotog, but it's 1 mana cheaper. It effectively has flying, because if you play it in Modern, obviously they're fetch lands. It's easy to get cards in your graveyard. And then it kind of combines Ophidian and a Psychotog. So yeah, a very cool looking card. I'm not sure if it's good enough for Modern. It's a deck like we just highlighted. It's a format with extremely powerful decks that are doing crazy things. A lot of combo decks. So creature decks right now maybe not at their best. But I'm sure that Frog is a card that's gonna find its way in some decks. Yeah, and as the chat points out, it does discard Emrakul. The only problem is if you are playing a deck with blue and black sources, maybe getting 6 colorless mana is not going to be that easy.
And let's take a look here at more cards from our previews from Modern Horizons 3. This one is a very interesting one. Elia, 3 mana 2/2 ace. Whenever attacks, exile the top card of your library. You may play that card this turn. And whenever one or more cards are put into exile from your library and or your graveyard, you put a +1/+1.
It's one of my favorite cards in Cube. Like whenever I draft Mono Red, this is a card that I always pick very highly. So I'm used to playing with it in Cube. It's a very good card. I wonder if in Modern we have some ways to abuse the trigger. Like for example, when you're cascading, I think that's exiling cards from the top of your deck. I know that in Timeless, there is a lot of decks on Arena with Necropotence, which also exiles cards. So I think there is a lot of interesting ways how you can combo this card with some other cards to grow it really quickly. So a little slow. 3 mana is a lot for Modern. 3 mana, 2/2 creature. It's a format where, on turn 3, your opponent is very likely to have Tron or, do something crazy. But it is certainly going to go into some decks. I'm not sure if they're going to be tier 1, but there are going to be some nice ways to combo this off with something else.
And I have the information because Will Hall was like, time. That means that the next round is already having pairings. We are trying to diminish the time between rounds and bringing you content like these previews, talking about the metagame. So I hope you enjoyed that, to try to have less downtime. But that's it for me and Martin and round 11. Round 12 will be brought to you by Will Hall and Gabriel Nassif, and we will see you then.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall Exp. This man to my left, that is Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif, and we're going to be bringing you around number 12 here of Modern Action. If you just tune in, you've missed a bunch of it, but don't worry, we've still got lots more to come today before we get to that top 8. And there's still some spicy decks doing pretty well right now. Obviously, the metagame has been posted. You can go find that on the socials. Go follow Legacy on Twitter. You'll be able to see the complete breakdown of all 64 players that got an invite back to day number 2. That is going to be all their decks. We've managed to get a nice pairing together, but first, let's talk about some future events. If you're really liking what you see this weekend, well, next time we go live, it is going to be in Bologna over the Pro Tour weekend. So, you know, if you're not good enough, not good enough, that's the wrong word to use, isn't it? If you're not fortunate enough to get to the Pro Tour, well, you can give yourself a good shot of playing Magic and getting some more modern action in you to qualify for Naples, which will get you to the Pro Tour. There you go. There's a path there. Logic in my madness. And that is going to be over April 26th to 28th. So if you fancy having a little trip to Italy, playing a little bit of modern, that is the next event that you'll be able to do that. And also, this is the next time that this channel will be going live after today. So make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't. And then the final one, the RC, this is the big one. This is going to be standard. That is going to be the one where we send not only 24 players to the Pro Tour, but 2 players to the World Championships. And Gab, you played in a few of them. How prestigious are these huge events?
The World Championship. I mean, I'd love to win one. I've won Player of the Year. I've won a Pro Tour. I've won a Team Pro Tour. I've never won the World Championship. You get to get your own card.
Yeah. Ooh, that's a good. What card would you want? What sort of card would you want? Something that has counter on it, I imagine.
I submitted a few back in the day for the Invitationals. I submitted one that was a white-green. It was a kind of a fauna shaman. It was a 2/2 for a white and a green. And you could tap it, discard a card, and search for your library a card of the same type. So kind of a survival for any, or fauna shaman, but for any card type and for free. So
I don't hear it. Plus, you get your likeness on it. That's the real bit. You don't care what the card does. As long as you get your likeness embedded in Magic history. But let's be honest, you've already done that. You don't need a card for that to happen. But down to the match, which we have got 2 players at 9 and 2, trying to obviously lock themselves into the top 8. Simic Merfolk versus Hardened Scales. And in a room full of all these 5-color, 4-color decks. Not going on here, kind of playing the fair game still. Who do you think's got the advantage in game 1 here?
I would guess Hardened Scale does. The Merfolk deck doesn't have a ton of interaction. There's a few Spell Pierce, some subtleties, but I would guess the synergies of the Hardened Scales deck are too hard for Merfolk to stop. Maybe if Merfolk is on the play, has a great Ether Vial draw, the subtlety, the Spell Pierce to slow down the Scales draw if the Scales deck stumble, but I'd assume Scales is a pretty big favorite in game 1, or pre-board, and probably overall in the match. I guess we'll find out when we see the sideboards after game 1. But at least Albert, he got the die roll. That's a good start. 1-drop, 2-drop. That's another card, right? Vodalion.
Yeah.
Curse Catcher, I believe it's called. The new Lord. You can sack Merfolk to counter spells, non-creature spells, and that's one of your best cards against Cascade matchups, against a lot of matchups, and basically does nothing in that matchup. Besides die to like half of a Walking Ballista, just you can see why the cards don't line up so well for Merfolk early in this game 1.
We're going to see. Obviously, we started off with the name card of the deck, Hardened Scales. That's going to mean extra counters to everything that's coming in with it, and there's a lot of them in these Hardened Scales lists. Walking Ballista is going to be the follow-up. Obviously, that's going to have 2 counters, but we're going to use one of them and get that catcher straight off the battlefield while we can. Don't want it growing larger by either future copies of that or a lot more lords. Kind of the synergy of these Merfolk decks is to get a lot of these 2-drop lords on effect, kind of turn the 2/2s into 4/4s into 5/5s, and keep pushing tempo and value that way. Is there any Aether Vials in this list? You do see them. Yep, the full 4 copies in this list. One of the few decks that still actually play it, and Merfolk's kind of one of those card creature types that always kind of gain something. There's always little Merfolks popping up here and there, and the latest one, of course, is Tashisha's Tidebinder.
Yeah, 4 copies in Albert's deck. It's okay in this matchup. It does a little thing here and there, but I think it's not enough. It's going to be too little, too late. No copies of Dismember in the main deck for Albert, so literally no way to remove a creature, I think, once it's in play. I mean, I guess you can turn off its power if you get it at the right spot with Sidebinder, but it's going to be way too hard, I think. All right, at least Spell Pierce hits a Shadow Sphere, which, you'd much rather have that turn one Heart of Scales. You could even
Yeah.
wonder, like, if he had it in his opening hand, was he not supposed to just say go turn one and hope to get one of the one mana spells? It seems like a tough matchup.
Like, I feel like you're kind of happy to hit the Shadow Spear there, but I say it's not 100 scales that you hit the thing. So this is going to be a race at the end of the day. Both decks do want to make their opponent's life total 2-0 as quick as possible. Both have two different strategies of doing it, and having a Shadow Spear, which gives one of your big creatures that you can make huge in these high scales decks, lifelink could really be the big swing that you need to get that extra turn. But just doing this that we see here, making a walking ballista huge, getting the extra damage in, and now having 4 counters on it, we can basically mow down pretty much anything that's played on the other side here by Albert.
Yeah, and I wonder, I haven't played in these kind of closed deck list tournament in a while now. I wonder how often do the players know what their opponent's playing this late in the tournament? What do you think? Do you think these two guys knew what they're up against going into this round? They've been, not super active scouting, but maybe you're walking around, or maybe some people are like just walking around taking notes. And
well, that's one of the reasons why we have open decklist tournaments now at super high level events, right? Is to try and stop this like team, advantage that you can get from having a group of players all kind of go around scouting the top decks. But in this tournament, maybe not. I know all the Hun Scales players have got like a Discord. They all talking. I literally spoke to one this morning. They went, "Yep, there's 4 of us." I was like, "Do you know each other?" Like, no, we just through the Discord. We know there's 4 of us. 4 of us made it into day 2. Like, okay, cool. Again, that metagame breakdown is on the socials now. You can see which 64 decks managed to make it into day number 2 here in Prague. And now we've got the 4th mana we need if we did want to start putting extra counters on to the Walking Ballista. Which remember, 2 counters would be added every time. First, we're going to turn it sideways, and this is where it gets scary, right? Like, okay, I'll take the 3, but then you can also shoot for 3, so it's technically 6 damage this turn if it was to happen. Could be 10 damage if you want to put extra counters on it. And I think that's what we're doing. We're just going to add 2 counters to it. Is there any response? Are we going to bounce it or something? A catcher, sure.
Yeah, you can see there's no real comeback mechanism for Merfolk. There's no explosive lines of play that Albert can come up with at this point. Merfolk is very much a snowbally deck, or praise in some specific matchups. Like, I mean, Living End is gone, but that used to be one of a good matchup. You have the counters, you have the Hex Catcher that's just almost unbeatable for Living End. Just a 2-mana creature that almost solo wins the game, and then after sideboard you could have Chalice and Relics and whatnot. So that matchup's gone, but Albert obviously still doing good.
Right now, Mark is this Walking Ballista is doing so much work. Every single thing Albert plays is just getting mowed down. Yeah, it's a little bit of chip damage. It's not like a huge swing with this Walking Ballista, but that Walking Ballista basically attacked the double Doom Blade and still got damage in.
Yeah. One thing that's interesting is I don't think there's a single way in Albert's deck to give your opponent an island, but I guess you don't need that, right? When everyone just starts with Leyline in play anyways. Your opponent's pretty much always gonna have an island, and pretty much every deck in Modern, not every deck, but most decks in Modern just have islands naturally. So
you've got Tide Shaper, right? Tide Shaper has got the ETB, that kicker, or the kicker 1 that you can turn something into an island. That's the only way we've got.
Oh yeah, correct. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it's still a few. That one's pretty nice.
A little bit in there. You can still try and win out of nowhere. But as you said, with all these ley lines floating around at the minute, people playing so many 5-color decks, the odds are there's going to be a lot of islands that all your creatures will just be unblockable, and that is going to be enough. We're going to scoop it up, and we're going to go to a game number 2. That was super quick. There, Mark taking down game number 1. We're going to look at our production. Do we have the deck list to put on the screen?
Yeah, that wasn't much of a game. It almost felt like that game ended on turn 2, honestly, with Heart and Skills into Ballista draw, and it was all downhill from there.
Here's the 75. Remember, this is a closed deck list tournament, but the players are nice enough to let us show them on the screen for you all at home. Just shout out to all the players that we get in the future matches
obviously
here.
Not the actual Merfolk sideboard. So couple Pick Your Poisons. That card's almost definitely bringing in. We said blue-green, so the only green card in the main deck is CNET Scout. And after sideboard, Albert has access to some really powerful cards. Pick Your Poison, super versatile, gonna come in. Couple Dismembers. It's fine. It might save him. Probably gonna bring that one in as well. 2 Stern Scolding, great card in the matchup. 2 Cursed Totem, that one's definitely coming in. And probably the 1 Boseiju. So think Albert's going to be looking at 7 cards, maybe some force subnegations. Maybe those will just come in on the draw. Don't want to dilute your deck too much. So, yes, 7 cards. Probably going to trim here and there. We said how low impact Hexcatcher was. That's a card that could come out. And
well, let's have a look at the other one while we fix this sideboard, because we don't know, chat, but you don't know there's not LS Noins in this list. It is a closed deck in this tournament. Nobody actually knows. We could be right, but the heads is it is going to not be having LS Noins in it. But going across over to the hardened scale side, this is the sideboard. What do you like bringing in here in this matchup versus a creature sort of synergy deck?
So you could bring in the Dismembers. Pick your poison only hits Ether Vial. What else? Haywire Might. If you feel like Ether Vial is how you lose the game, and that's the only way they can really beat you by having these explosive draws, maybe you want to bring in a card or two that deals with that, but not much to board in. You could even not board in the Dismembers if you.
I was going to ask you on the Dismembers, because it does cost 4 life to cast in this deck. Against a deck that's literally trying to reduce your life total as quick as it possibly can. And a lot of the cards do tend to do the same thing, be Lord effects. Is it worth bringing the Dismembers in? Is it worth the life?
I believe it is. It kind of depends what you replace it with. But I see these Welding Jars not especially good against Merfolk. But maybe I'm not a Scales player. Maybe you just value the 0 mana artifacts to pump up your synergies, pump up your other creatures, and maybe trade favorably in combat more than a Dismember. I would assume Dismember for Crypt or for Welding Jar would be a thing. Also, 2 copies of the One Ring. That's not.
We'll just go back. We'll go back down to the game if see how they're getting on this one. So the interesting there, I think we cut. But one thing I've seen in this list that I haven't seen in Scales for a long time is 2 of the One Ring. Like playing that in this like aggro deck, which makes sense. They don't have a great way of drawing cards in the deck and coming. Surviving a sweeper, so to speak. So having the One Ring, that really can enable them to get back in this game. Plus, it also is an artifact. So it's going to be going forward. But if we go anything like game number 1, Albert is definitely going to have his work cut out for him. As a lot of his creatures do start off with 1 or 2 toughness. And in the face of a hardened Scales Walking Ballista, they just don't last long. And that's what we saw there. So hopefully trying to hedge up now moving forward. Remember, we have access to the deck lists. So we can kind of just run over that. You said about the Stern Scalding?
Yeah.
Like, you think that one's going to be coming in?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
The Beseiju. Do you think... I guess pick your poisons is pretty good impact. This is Simic, remember. Sometimes you see lots of different builds of Merfolk lists. Sometimes it's just mono blue. Sometimes they don't even play islands. They play all these like the creature lands. This one designed that the green cyber cards are just good enough with a small Sinnoh Scout in the main. 4 copies of that. Remember that one can come in and has Explore as a nice little 1-drop to get on the board early. Let's have a little look at how they're going to get their opening hands. And if you are just tuning in, welcome. We're around 12 of 15 today. And then we're going to cut to our top 8, where we're going to have the 8 last players are battling out to see who's going to get their fair share of $22,500 cash prize. That's what is going to be split between all the players making it into the top portion of our tournament this weekend. Not bad for playing a weekend of Magic, walking away with a bunch of prizes, bunch of money in your pocket, and some qualification slots to the RC. You take that?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that's what they're here for, right?
Yeah. Well, some people are just here to play Magic. I love it. Love me playing a bit of Magic. If you were going to play this weekend, what deck would you be in after we've seen a few of them floating around now? We've seen quite a lot of Magic as we're into week 12. Any decks caught your fancy?
Yeah, probably Gora's Vengeance. That was one of the couple decks I was playing online. Omnath and Gora's Vengeance, and looks like Gora's Vengeance having a solid showing. We'll have to wait, I think, the end of the turn to kind of have the win rates, but lots of people doing well. Lucas Blahn at the top of the standings with Gora's Vengeance. So
Pro Tour champion, isn't he? Yeah. It makes sense that someone you can take down a Pro Tour. You're pretty good at Magic occasionally. I heard that's a thing.
So yeah, Albert's gonna have meaningful interaction this game. We're gonna see if it matters. He's on the play. He's got more ways to deal with Mark's permanents. Not sure it's going to be enough. We're about to find out. And yeah, the One Ring is cool in the Hardened Scales deck, right? You take no damage from your land, so you're going to be at a pretty high life total. You're usually the aggressive deck, so gives you that different angle, especially when your opponent doesn't expect it. They might be, okay, all I need to do is try and kind of deal with the creatures, not take too much damage, and trade 1 for 1, keep them low on resources, and then all of a sudden the One Ring, you can also cast it on turn 3, I believe, because if you have an early Saga draw, the Saga can get Drum, and you flow the mana from the Saga, you get the extra mana from the Drum, so technically you can even cast that One Ring on turn 3 with the Scales deck.
I feel like Albert had one too many lands in that hand. I think it was like a 5-land hand. Don't need that, especially in these aggressive matchups moving forward. And obviously, being on the play, I'd say it's quite huge being able to get on the battlefield early. But then, do you prioritize your 1-drops, or do you prioritize some sort of early interaction like a Spell Pierce in case a Hardened Scales comes down? What would you say the perfect opening is for Albert here to try and pull away in this game?
I would guess it's something like 3 lands, 2 cheap interactive spells, and a Villain to just snowball the 3/4 Merfolk that draws you a bunch of cards. Kind of trade 1 for 1, try and slow down the Scales player, and then try to draw more cards. Kind of wild to me, but that's the case in, I think, most Merfolk decks these days. They don't even play Silver Jail Adept anymore, which I always thought it was the best card in the deck, especially because I play, grindy decks, so that 2/1 that cantrips, and that card's just gone. I guess too bad against Bowmaster is one of the reasons.
Yeah, that is a card that is played in the format of Modern. Now we're going to see if we can get some better owners. I think we might also have had a mulligan over on Mark's side, so both players dropping down to 6 cards for this game at number 2. Remember, it is best of 3, closed deck list until we get to that top 8, and then they will start being made available to the players. And fingers crossed, all you at home as well, because we know that's what you're after. It'll also be getting posted on the socials, so make sure you keep an eye on that. Both players now drawing the opening 7, having a look what we've got going on. I can see a couple of land and a 1 ring, I think that is, over on Mark's side. I haven't got a good look at the rest of them over on the other side.
See some lands and an Aether Vial.
Yeah. That's good enough. You take that.
Yeah. It's usually these decks are kind of night and day, whether or not you have Aether Vial on one or not.
I know which one out of these two I'd rather have on turn 1. Hardened Scales coming down here. One thing I haven't asked you yet, Gab, and as both players play basics there, what basics do you play in paper? Are you just a draft box, whatever's in there, or do you have like a set, I only play X basics?
I used to be pretty much draft box. I have a few beta lands I play sometimes when I have very few basics in my decks. I don't pay too much attention to it, but I feel like the more it goes, the more I might start paying a little more attention. It is nice to have, pretty lands, pretty cards.
Yeah. There's so many of them now as well, to be fair. There's so many nice ones. So this is going to be the Patchwork Automaton coming down on the other side, and then we're going to use the Vial. Wrong. The Patchwork tried to come down at the Scolding, and then we untapped and got our first Merfolk Lord onto the battlefield. Pass back over to Marcus. He's going to just cash in this Walking Ballista straight away while he can, as it's a 2/2, because there is the Hardened Scales on the battlefield. Does not want multiple Lords coming down, growing them out of range of the Walking Ballista. But how can we start to refill our board now? Cursed Home is going to be a real good card here in this matchup. This is going to stop all activated abilities of, I believe is it creatures or permanents?
Creatures.
Yes, thank you. It's going to be a good one when your opponent's got things like Walking Ballistas and, well, I'm pretty sure much all of them have some sort of activated ability, right? Arcbound Ravager, Hangerback Walkers. And it also gets around the Soul Cauldron, exiling something to give things the ability. So yeah, it's gonna be really good in this matchup. That is on the screen for you all here. We're going to tap this down, end of turn. Can we start adding some Lords? Can we start applying some pressure?
Yeah, we could see kind of a repeat of our game yesterday where we had humans against Tron, and the humans player had all the hate cards but no pressure, and the Tron player was able to just sack an Oblivion Stone. Could see kind of a similar game where sure there's Cursed Totem, but Mark still gets to play a bunch of creatures and attack. It does seem like Albert has nice.
We're going to turn
follow-up
that red source into an island. Love that they made their own token for that as well. Appreciate it. Now, do we have a way of giving things lifelink? No, but we can bounce the Walking Ballista along the hanger. Not the Hangman Walk, it's literally the other one. The Arcbound Ravager back to hand.
Yeah, 2 Bosejus in Mark's list to get rid of a Curse Totem. Wouldn't work if you brought that in. So
Soul Cauldron, and the follow-up is the Glimmer Wasp. Sabaz. We're going to exile. We're going to put some extra counters on it. It's going to make it a 4/4. So at least we now have got a blocker, because still no Island Walk yet, no Lords, but there is that Mutavault as well. So this could be a lot of damage getting turned sideways. It's a Lord. The clock's going to dramatically get quicker, but here comes a Dismember.
yeah, Mark might just be in big trouble here. Just great draw for Albert. Just the Ether Vial into the 2 lands, and then after that, all gas, all spells. Just exactly what you want. And Mark just has very few answers to a Curse Totem. I think one of the reasons is that Urza's Saga is pretty good against the Curse Totem draw. You just make a bunch of giant creatures. You have a couple of Bosejus to get rid of it, but if Albert can just have a Curse Totem and answers to Urza's Saga, then Mark's deck is way less scary.
So make this a 2/2. Make the Walking Blister a 2/2. Walking Blister can be a 4/4, or the Arcbound Ravager can be a 4/4 with the activation of the Agatha's Soul Cauldron.
Yeah, is there a Island Walk Lord in play?
No. There's no Lords in play. That's when
Yeah.
at the minute we can still block.
Okay.
Any Lord changes this. Aether Vial on 2. Mutavault can also be activated. Remember, that is every creature type. Okay, we can turn another land into an island. I imagine it's going to probably be the Pendlehaven here. Yep, that looks like it's going to be the target. Just adding to the battlefield another 2/2. No great attacks here. But while we've got this Cursed Totem on the battlefield, we can sit back and chill out for a little bit. At some point we will draw a Lord. But will we draw a Lord before there's an answer drawn for this this totem on the other side, which, as you mentioned, is 2 copies of Boseiju.
Yeah, or would we draw Lord before these artifact tokens become too
Boseiju at
big?
the top.
Oh wow, that's probably just game, honestly.
Let's hope. So being able to give, oh yeah, that's rough. That's a huge draw there.
Yeah, but
Could be a catcher in hand. Oh no, 'cause we can't even deal with the abilities. The ability's not a cast. Yeah, this is huge.
machine gun ballista.
Hey, you can go get yourself an island. I'm going to have a 4/4 Walking Blister that can get into a 6/6 that can get into a 70, 9, 10. I don't. Math's hard. That's why I don't play hand scale that much. I do play it, but I don't play it that much because it hurts my brain. So currently underneath the cauldron, we have got a Walking Blister and a Shabazz, as well as the Hardened Scales. It isn't under the cauldron, but it is in play. There you go. They've separated it a little bit for us. Ugh. This is what I'd be doing. I'm like, ugh, that's a
Yeah,
gut
I'm
wrenching
not gonna
blow.
bother preemptively doing the math for Mark. I'm sure he's gonna figure it out, but I have a feeling it's gonna be very, very ugly. Ether Vial on 2, so no Tidebinder plays. Not even sure Tidebinder would do much. I mean, he would have used it on Boseju's channel ability if he had it.
No, that's the 6. There you go. So 6 counters on it. And do we have any cheap artifacts to add to the battlefield as well that we could sacrifice this Arcbound Ravager if needs be?
Yeah, it might just be lethal for 2. I mean, does Mark have to worry a tiny bit about one of the 2-mana Merfolks, maybe? Or is that just
well,
like...
we know it's not a Lord. Or at least not an Island Walk Lord, should I say. Probably even had lethal or close to it if it was a Lord that didn't give Island Walk. So I imagine it could just be a dud. Let's have a little look at this. What could be stuck in their hand? What are they not casting? It could be Spell Pierce. Could be a Subtlety. Could be a Tidebinder. We're just going to take it. So 6 damage coming across.
Yeah, so didn't go for like shoot everything lethal, which...
I was about to say, if there's no blocks there, is that not lethal? We sacrificed the Arcbound Ravager.
Is Trickster maybe a way for Mark to lose the game? I think it like removes an ability until end of effort.
Enters the battlefield, tap target opponent controls, it loses all abilities until end of turn.
Yeah, so maybe that's the card that Mark was worried about.
But if we had that, did we not have a good attack last turn instead? But I think we realized that we need to turn everything sideways here, hope for the best. Walking Blister looks like it's getting ticks down at the minute. We're going to start shooting so that there are 2-2s because you have 2 islands. Shoot one. I think the Pendelhaven one is the one that we're shooting first. There is no needle in play.
And there's a Shadow Spear. This is the fun part for Mark. Boom, bing, ping, ping, ping. Nice creatures you've got there. Would be a shame if anything happened to them. Chat seems to believe that Mark had like super lethal last turn. Maybe he just...
I feel like he also had super lethal.
Yeah.
Not just normal lethal, super lethal. I feel like the scales goes crazy. With hiding scales on the battlefield and the Ravager, it's normally lethal.
It's possible he's just not familiar with every possible Merfolk Albert could have. Reminder that there's no open deck list, so he's like, I can't really remember what does what. Maybe he's not too sure about some of the rules interaction, and he's like, you know what? I don't think much can happen. I'm just gonna...
Well, if the Trickster comes down, they can, on response to the Arcbound Ravager sack ability, they can Trickster the Walking Ballista. The counters get added. Still a big chunk of damage comes across. Then in your upkeep, you just sacrifice all the tokens. So yeah, maybe even you could play around a Trickster there.
There's the Lords.
There's the Lord with Island Walk.
Yeah.
Did we do that before block? I suppose, yeah, because the Walking Ballista can machine down the 2 creatures that are giving him Island Walk, and you can get a crazy block. Because this, remember, it also has the Walking Ballista ability because of Soul Cauldron exiling a Walking Ballista later on in the game. It's so disgusting.
Yeah, it really is.
I love Agatha Soul Cauldron. It's literally one of my favorite decks. Cards to play in any deck, hence why I play Yawgmoth. I play a bit of Scale. So you can play a bit of a Heliod combo because it plays really nice in that as well. So yeah, I'll take a chunk of damage. I think we're working out that.
All right, apparently the card Mark was respecting is Harbinger of the Tides, which Albert doesn't play, but he has no way to know it, which is, I believe it bounces a tapped creature back to its owner's hand.
Yeah, there's one copy in the list.
Oh, there is one copy.
We did see it, though. It's on the battlefield. So, obviously, we know there's only one copy, but he does not know that there's one copy, so...
There you go. For all the
fish fam out there.
Yeah,
familiar with
the people who claim who claim lethal. Oh, he missed lethal. He missed lethal. No, he didn't. He was just, making sure he didn't get blown out.
Just do it. You don't need to do it. If you think you got it over 2 turns, you're good. And I think that's what it is. As we see the handshake.
Yeah.
And Mark is going to take this down hard in the scales, going to advance to a 10-2 record here in round number 12. Let's have a little look at our production team. Is there any more backup matches? See if we can move across if we do. Yeah. And like magic, it looks like they finished. So that's
done. That was a quick round. That was quick 2-0 for Lucas. Goryo's Blink against Coffers. So I believe Lucas is going to be our only player left in the field on only 1 loss.
It's pretty good. If you're a Pro Tour champion, you tend to be pretty good at Magic. I said this to you earlier on, and with only the 1 loss, we saw him in the feature match multiple times now, and it's put on a performance every single time. So real good run at the minute to do that. There's still a lot of games playing in the round chat. So we're going to play everybody's favorite game, which is called Ask Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif if a card is safe to be printed into Modern or not.
Oh, okay.
So feel free to get them in the chat. I'll fire them across to Gab.
Or any other questions, really.
Well, it's a
Trade in Rider. I've lost to that card.
I don't even know what that is. What does it do?
Possibly more than any other card in the history of Magic. It's a 1/4 flying for 4 mana, and you can tap it and 2 other creatures to bounce a permanent to your owner's hand. And the reason that card beat me more times than I can count is I used to play mono blue, and my ways to get rid of creatures was Disc. Disc comes into play tap. So once they have Trade Wind Rider active in their survival deck, my one way to win the game or to clear the board is gone. I play this tab, they bounce it. I can never get rid of all the creatures. So, but I will say I think it's probably pretty safe for modern these days.
Okay, next up is Price of Progress.
Price of Progress. No idea. Probably a little too good, but that'd be kind of the nuclear option.
I'm gonna skip the ones like
I see
Black Lotus and
Jar's
Days.
Verdict. I would love Jar's Verdict back. It's one of my favorite cards. I played it in an extended PT.
Crackers?
What's
Say-
Caracas?
The white land that bounces a legendary.
Oh, Caracas. Caracas. Nah, that card's way too good.
Way too good. Okay. Okay. What if I said Wasteland, but we had to ban Ren and 6?
Wasteland, but you had to ban Ren and 6. Wasteland would probably be a little too good.
I feel like it'd be a bit too good as well. It'd put a punish on these 5 color decks.
Might be
floating
good
around.
in Titan too. You just get 4 Wasteland. You're playing a million lands anyways. You're ramping. You're like, oh, by the way, I'll like time walk you, set you back a turn.
Chain Lightning.
Chain Lightning's probably fine.
I feel like that one's probably fine
Burns
as well,
like
to be fair.
such a bad deck. You know, it could use the help.
Rishton Port.
Rishton Port. It's probably fine, right?
I can't feel it. I'm sure there's a way to abuse it, but I
It
can't
might
think
be
of
that
one.
kind of card that's like better in Legacy than it would be in Modern because you have way more ways to abuse it in Legacy than you do in Modern. Where it's like maybe people are like, oh, it's really good in Legacy, so it'd be too good for Modern, but no ways to really exploit it. But once again, it might be good in Titan.
I'm not saying Trinity
You
Nemesis.
have to be pretty careful when you print lands into Modern these days.
I'm not saying Force of Will. Splinter Twin.
Sure.
Look, Gab said it, chat, not me. You know what I mean? Like you go crazy with that. No, not doing Days. Pox for Modern.
Stifle. Some people really hate fun.
I think
Sand
Stifle would be
Stifle.
horrendous in this format, but I would love Stifle to be like that's the sort of card I would play quite a lot of moving forward. Back to basics. God, I'm excited there, chat. I got excited.
Yeah. Give Mono Blue a chance.
Why
not?
Maxus, the big goblin 6-drop thing.
Is Seething Song legal in Modern? It's still not,
I
right?
don't think so. But I like the goblins decks. I don't think they're great right now. Obviously, creature decks, but I don't hate it. I feel like if you're
Goblin's very good, but when
if
you
you're
say
playing a
decks like
6-drop goblin,
yeah, you have a deck like Yogg that's an old creature deck that can win the game on turn 4 pretty easily. So
I
maybe
don't hate
Maxis
it.
is fine.
Do you know one what I want, chat, and tell me if you agree that I would love the Legolas's reflexes. That's it's one of the ones printed in Lord of the Rings set, but like obviously it's played in like Infect and Legacy. I feel like that would still not make Infect playable really in Modern, but it'd probably be able to be abused in other decks. I think that's the main thing. Keep going down the list quickly because we've still got a lot of matches to play.
Mobile's as GT is an interesting one. I wonder if that card would be too good. It's
Which one?
banned,
Sorry,
right?
GT?
GT. It's already
Yeah,
in or
so
is it not in?
I did no. It's definitely banned. It's I did a tournament, like a little like mini series on Card Market many years ago, back when they were starting the channel, and we did decks with GT versus decks without. And bear in mind, Humans was one of the best decks at that point as well. So it just ran away with the games in that. But yeah, obviously the format has changed quite a lot since then. Deathbite Shaman.
Different challenge, probably way too good.
That card is extremely good. I would agree with you on that one. Mox Diamonds. No, I don't think we can have that one in.
I mean, people saying GT is broken. You've got Codron in Modern right now. That's just, I mean, obviously it's not the same decks you would play it in, but Codron is arguably a better 2-mana artifact than GT. No,
Cabal Therapy.
Ooh, that's such a cool card.
I like that card as well.
I think it's all too good. I mean,
It would be pretty good having
Undying
like
Wolves.
yeah that and you get all these extra tokens from Goblin Orcish Bowmasters and stuff now.
Some of the graveyard decks too. Millet was Philology Archaeologist, Flat Sackma Archaeologist, Splash and Bag, that kind of stuff. Grief, or I don't know. That sounds a little too good.
Well, it is modern after all. Goblin Lackey.
You'll just, you guys can just go and play Legacy, right? If
This is fun though. They get to ask you this. Oh, Invigorate. Sign me up. Sign me up for Invigorate. Goblin Lackey.
What's worse, taking a Lackey hit or taking a Ravine hit? Which one feels worse?
Probably the Lackey, right? It's got to be the Lackey. because something bad can happen. Something bad normally happens when that is. Currently, right now, though, with what's in modern, probably not too bad. But if we unbanned the Maxus as well, then that's probably where it would get really bad, I imagine. I'm having a quick look. I'm trying to find a couple more before we move on to another subject.
I'll give you lucky if I can have Dark Ritual Engineered Plague on turn 1.
Dark Ritual? No chance. That's no.
Really?
No, we can't have 1 mana produce 3 on turn 1.
Alright,
That's way
him,
too powerful.
Him? Nah, him would be like.
Would
obscene.
it?
Yeah, it's so good.
Okay.
But what?
Okay. Sure. Yeah,
But
we'll go with that. It'd be good for the decks that I play. That's one thing I'm like.
I'm not
I'd
greedy.
put
I
it
just want Gerard's verdict.
No, I don't think Reanimate could be in modern either. I also definitely don't think Days could be in here. So, probably saying Luris. I feel like the ban of Luris and a couple of the other companions it's the companion mechanic I don't like. I feel like I would like to play Luris in my main deck, just as like, a 3 mana lifelink that can bring things back from the graveyard. It's legendary. I'd much rather they banned the fact that I can use it as a companion but still play it in the format. It obviously that's a lot of backdoor things in me just wishing, but that's how I would like it. You've got chat going off about this ritual stuff now. Entomb now. Entomb's probably too good as well because we've got 2 mana reanimate with
Gora's
yeah.
Vengeance.
Well, Goy's Vengeance and the Unmask. Is it Unmask? No, what's the
Persist.
Persist? Thank you. So Persist is the other one. No, not like.
I like how
Patience.
people are like complaining about Gora's Vengeance all weekend. They're like, "Oh, this deck's broken," and then someone's like, "Ooh, and
Let's get him reanimated in two.
Yeah.
Let's go. It's fine. It's cool.
the duality of Twitch chats."
Twitch chat, look, never change Twitch chat. Let me do a refresh on my screen. Right, let's open it. Let's get away from what can be put into modern type things. From at least what from legacy can be put into modern. Let's move across. Obviously, we've got this modern event. We've got another modern event. We've also in between. We've got a Pro Tour, and then we've got the modern Pro Tour. So the RC format for Europe and well for the whole world, but the next one is going to be in Naples. Is going to be standard. You've obviously been playing a lot of standard recently. Kind of, even though the format isn't there yet, we've still got another set to come. So you're just kind of getting your head around the cards and what they do, I imagine. But what's your thoughts on standard currently moving forward? What sort of decks do you think are like the more powerful decks? I know it's Mingo I was talking to yesterday. He's like, I love this the main deck through and through. And then we were talking together, weren't he? He was like, I'm just basically going to play whatever Gab plays. So hence why this question is to you.
Yeah, I haven't played many of the tier 1 decks recently. I haven't played Esper mid-range. I haven't played Domain, Blue-Black. I've been trying kind of the new things, the Nissa decks. Those decks were pretty impressive.
I've seen them.
Yeah, it's like Nissa, Analyst, Aftermath. There's a Teamer version. There's a Sultai version. The problem is that on Arena, the loops can take a while, especially for the Sultai version. You have to loop Jace. It's a little convoluted, and you can rope out. The Teamer version is a little more straightforward. You've got the new Fireball that is
the green red one.
in this deck. It's funny that card's like bad and limited somehow, despite Fireball was, but it shines in this deck. That deck was cool. I tried a bit of blue-black controlled. I was a little disappointed. I thought it would be good, and it was kind of Invoke looks strong.
Yeah, that's my deck in standard is the Invoke deck. It plays so close to the Pioneer version, and normally if you can take a deck from another format and play it in a smaller format, it's probably going to be really, really good. And I think I had that breakout weekend where it just won everything.
It was funny. I almost felt like it was better than in Pioneer just because of I kept getting blown out by the white case. You play a creature, they white case, kill it, get a Crusade. The Loxodon's not even the best part of that deck. The Knight is like infinitely better.
Knight is so much better in that one.
Yeah, no, that deck is super, super solid for sure.
One thing we can do is we've got the meta game, right? The day 2 conversion. So we can get that up on the screen. We can see what 64 decks actually made it across. Maybe you haven't made it to the socials yet and found out what it was. But, I haven't looked at it yet. So I'll be interested to see what actually did make it in. Obviously, I know there's at least a Hardened Scales player and a Goya's list. But other than that, I'm not too sure. So the team are going to work about try and get that up on the screen first, all at home. But while they're doing that, I will remind you all that we have got 6 rounds today of Swiss. And then we will be coming to that top 8. We're in round number 12. And for everybody quick at math, that means there is 3 more rounds of Swiss to go. Looks like it's ready to go. Let's get it up on the screen. Let's have a look. So, Gab, first thoughts on this take. Domain Zoo, 11 copies into day 2. Kind of
Yeah.
makes sense.
Yeah, it was 10-12% of the field on day one, and what is it, 11 out of 64, so it's a sixth of the field. So it improved a decent bit, right?
Creativity jumping up into second place there, 6 copies. I think that it was like what, the third, fourth most played there?
Maybe fourth after Tron. Yeah, I was surprised to see that many creativity players, but I guess it did well. Titan was up there, did well. Same for GOQ. Scales looks like Scales overperformed, and Goryo's Blink's hard to say because there's Goryo's Blink, there's S for Reanimator. The labeling's not like perfect on MTG Melee, even though it's much better than it used to be. And a few one-ups, the Mirror Mail, this guy's Stoneblade, kind of the only somewhat original deck, but to be fair, in the original field yesterday wasn't a ton of like crazy Bruise Eater. You'll notice none of the Living End players made it, so I guess that was my prediction was somewhat correct, that Living End's probably dead was the Outburst ban.
I'm surprised that a Hammers players managed to make it in. Obviously, Hammer are not in a great spot right now, especially with the pick your poisons floating around, and everyone always tends to just have some sort of hate towards enchantment artifacts anyway, and that really does hurt this deck. But managed to get into day number 2.
Yeah.
Not so sure how well they are in the standings, but managed to make it in, and that's what matters.
They were pretty high. They were like in the top 20 after day 1. Hammer is pretty high variance deck. You get a lot of these spots where 80% of your draws are brig, but 20% win you the game on the spot, and it is a deck that is hard to play and hard to play against. There's it's very intense games, right? The game can be over on like turn 2, turn 3. So, and there's a lot of combinations your opponent has to play around. A lot to be scared of. You can't be too scared,
It's
but
the
you have to be
infect.
cautious too.
It's basically infect of 2024.
Yeah.
Well, 2023, 22, I guess, however long it's been around for. It is the upgraded version now, but obviously infect is not your go-to way to win. But it is also the Hammer kind of getting popularity, and sort of Ragavan Modern Horizons 2 really killed off that Heliod deck, which was very popular, could gain a lot of life really instantly. Just collect a company and bam, they could just win the game on the spot. But now because of Hammer being able to do infect damage, it kind of fell off. Then also we had Ragavan, which you don't scoop instantly because there's a chance that you can also hit their combo off the top of their deck and stuff. And after that, don't get me wrong, we're clutching at straws here, but since Ragavan got printed, it really did fall off the radar, and Hammer was one of the causes of that. Used to be one of the most played decks in Modern, and as I say, it's kind of fell off the radar recently, which it's nice to see one copy coming in. The Teemo Prowess deck. I say Teemo because it does have a small splash of green for the Druid, but realistically, it's a blue-red Prowess deck, which we saw. We did take down the feature match we saw yesterday.
Yeah,
didn't we?
we saw.
It was impressive message.
Walter, I think his name is. We saw him in a feature match a couple times.
That nice lava dart off the ball.
Ooh, yeah, that was that crazy game where the not second food. Yeah, we saw him win that match. We also saw him lose to the Zoo player in another round, just to a giant Murktide backed up by Force of Negation.
Yeah, I suppose that deck does fold. It's got like a lot of the 1/2s with Prowess, but you're gonna have to cast multiple spells to get through. Even just a 5/5 Cavu these days, especially if it's going to have lifelink and first strike and trample and all the other stuff that we see around. How many Draco decks do you reckon managed to make it into day 2 out of 64 players? Let's have a look. I'm going to assume and do a quick one. I'm going to say 11.
The 2 Domain Rhinos, that's 13. 5 color
13.
Tempo, 15. And
5
5
color
color
aggro.
aggro, 16. A quarter of the field.
Okay.
It was probably close to a quarter of the field going in. But yeah, I mean, deck Domain Zoo just super solid. We praised the deck all weekend, and it's just showing up, doing well.
I kind of like after watching a couple of the top tables, I feel like the blue version is kind of where I would want to be in Modern right now. I feel like, ditch the green creatures, have more of the counter spell build, kind of go for the tempo, turn 1 Ragavan into either turn 2 Draco or holding up counter magic, something like that. It looks really, really cool. It kind of played a lot like Murkside, just splashing Draco and Leyline, really.
I'm a little surprised that people just playing all these Force of Negations and no copies of Stubborn Denial or Spell Pierce. I like Force. I understand it's good to get rid of your extra Leylines, or if you draw them, that's nice synergy. You can hard cast it too pretty easily. But it seems to me counterintuitive that people are just all playing all Forces Negations and no Spell Pierce. I would at least expect a split. But maybe it's the fact that you want to just protect your Ragavan, protect your Cavu, and just run away with the game.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not too sure. I'm guessing that's the logic, and just wondering if in practice it's sometimes it's just a case of like the first player who does well with the deck is playing the deck that way, and then people don't really question it, and they tweak some numbers, but they don't change anything else.
Well, that's the good thing about metas, right? It's like it's always evolving. We've
Yeah.
had this format for a couple of years, and we're still finding new decks. And you know, obviously we just had the ban recently, so now everybody's kind of playing a few more different cards around. It's shaking up the format a little bit here. Still seeing the Draco Leyline kind of moving to the front foot. Leyline, when it was originally spoiled, everybody was going, "Oh, that's going into Mono Green Devotion in Pioneer." No one really thought it was going to have a home in Modern, but what did we know? Now apparently you can jam it in any deck.
Yeah.
I think Young Dingo's trying to get it in, see how many 5-0s he can get with those two cards in any deck. He did it with Yargroth the other day, did it with something else earlier on that day. And I'd be impressed to see how many more decks he can jam that in to move it forward. So
I think I saw a screenshot of a Tron land. Like it was like natural Tron, Leyline, Draco, and 2 other cards. That was kind of funny. But yeah, even that that Murktide variation of the domain zoo, we saw people show up with Murktide. We saw Mengu and Pivo decide that Murktide was actually not that good. I think they cut them from the list. So there's even like these small variations, even though the list's only been out for like a week. So
yeah, that's it. It's like the flavor of the month at the minute, right? Like it's nothing new that there's an enchantment and a creature that are really good together. You've got to adapt your deck to try and beat that. Pick your poison is a great answer to that, which I'd go out on a limb without actually looking at the stats. I imagine that's probably one of the most played cards in the sideboard this weekend is Pick Your Poison.
I mean, most played card in the format overall.
Yeah, it makes sense. We can see. I wonder if we can get that stat. We're going to be off the next round, so maybe I'll run over to the stats people and ask them. Be like, hey, can you find this stat out for me? And then when we come back in round number 14, I'll be able to give you that stat. It looks like the round is coming to a close. I'm just going to refresh, see how many more tables are out there, because we don't want to leave you with the starting soon build up, etc. I'm a viewer. I watch a lot of content. We don't want to see that. You want to see someone on the screen, someone talking. Ideally Magic, but we don't have any more of that for you. But we do have a Hall of Famer. So let's just throw a load of questions at you. Let's get into that mind of yours, that noggin, that one that we all wish we had the same mind as you and could achieve what you had. At least I do anyway. Me, I'm an O2 drop at F&Ms half the time, so I need to get better moving forward. It looks like there's still a couple of games left, so that's fine. Oh yeah, I could just message Frank. Frank's a good person to ask if I want some stats.
Yeah,
Frank will be able to get me them.
Yeah, for a most played card, intuitively you'll just think of like Lightning Bolt, Fatal Push, these main deck cards, maybe a fetch land. But I think a lot of time it's like Chalice of the Void, these sideboard, like universal sideboard cards that go into a ton of decks. So it might just be Pick Your Poison. I mean, the main zoo has it in a sideboard, Titan has it in a sideboard. I guess Goryo doesn't, but we saw our Simic player basically splashing green for a creature in the main and Pick Your Poison on the sideboard. The Scales player is open and had it in his sideboard, so...
Of course, when we say Pick Your Poison, we mean the new one that was printed in Call of Mana, not the test card that comes up on if you've ever registered a deck on Millie and stuff, or you look at one of some of the other sites, it registers the one from the test cards, not the actual one from Call of Mana. It's been, the judges have been having a field day all weekend with trying to chase that up and get it, but I'm sure everyone's working on it behind the scenes. It's a nice little interaction. Cheers Wizards for naming this, giving us 2 cards in Magic with exactly the same name. Makes it pretty hard. Who is the Jeskai Stonebade player? That's a good question. Gab's got that up in front of him. Who is the hero that brings this?
Does it work if I search for Jeskai in Melee? Fabio Kaiser. No.
Nope.
Sebastian Shoringa.
Sebastian. What's the record now? I wonder if we can get them in the feature match area. Can you hover over that little I next to their name?
Did they win their last round 12? Unfortunately, they got 2-0 by Yogg.
Yeah. So what are they 7-3-1 now?
They are 7-3-1.
Yeah. Probably not good enough to get on a feature match, unfortunately. But maybe they will.
Yeah, featuring the new card, Cryptic Code, the new.
Yeah, we saw that a little bit yesterday, didn't we? We saw one of them. It didn't do great effect yesterday when we saw it, but that is a nice tutable equipment that you can go and find off Stoneforge moving forward. Remember, that can kind of resurge, keep making cloaked creatures off the top of your deck that you can flip, getting a little bit more information. That's pretty cool. People want to know how Mill's doing. Nobody wants to know how Mill's doing, chat.
Yeah,
Come on.
Mill was towards the bottom of the top 64 this morning, as they had a good day today.
Nobody wants to know how Mill's
They
doing.
just lost 6-1. Terrible.
Ah,
Dead last.
We don't want Mill. It's nothing against
Sorry,
Mill players
Bruno.
out there, but come on, you're ruining everybody's fun. You've got to keep the format in check. I understand that, but
I've got kind of a Mill rule. When I play on Magic Online, if I get paired against Mill and lose, I have to add an Emrakul to my sideboards.
for how long? For what time period?
I don't know, give it a few matches, and then if the coast is clear, then it's
Okay. So I told you I play a lot of endurances in my Yawgmoth list, so it's kind of it helps a lot in those matchups.
yeah, Mill, burn. I don't get it. It's like
You don't like
literally
these are like
40 for. It's not even like the Murktide that's like 49% for life. It's literally like 40% win rate for life. Like
but they're keeping the format in check, right? If you don't give
Are
them
they?
respect, they're gonna get you.
no.
Yeah, same with Burn. If you don't come here with ways to deal with Burn, Burn's going to get you. Same with Mill. You got to have some way to represent that 1% of the field that's going to get you. If not, you're going to have a bad beat story. Have you got? Oh, you must have some bad beat stories. You've got some amazing top deck stories and stuff. Obviously, I spoke about yesterday the super highlight moment with the was it Dragonstorm? Was that the card?
Dragonstorm, yeah.
Yeah,
Night memories, yeah.
Oh my word, man! I wish we could get that on the screen now and just watch that over. It'd be better than me talking. But that was such a cool moment to see, and I literally watched that back so many times. If you haven't watched it, chat, if you're quite new to Magic and you want to see some absolutely spectacular, what would you call it, like statistics? Like what's the odds that sequence of rolls happened?
Way less than you think. It actually way less unlikely. When it happened, I was like, man, I must have been like 1 or 2%, and then it was
probably
like
less than that, right?
No, it was like 10% actually to survive. No, I know. I was like,
Really?
oh wow, yeah. It looks super impressive. It looks like it's 1 in 1,000, but it's actually like not.
What was going through your head when that? Obviously, you were like, "No way, this is happening." But when you got to that last dice roll, you got a 1 in 3 chance of basically untapping and winning the game.
I don't know. I was just enjoying it. It was just.
I would at that point at the start I'd have been like, "Oh, okay," but then at the end, I was like, "Yeah, the smile. It was so sick. It's generally one of the best moments in Magic history. It's up there with the Lightning Helix sort of like line. It's that sort of level play we're talking about there, chat. So if you haven't seen it, make sure you go and watch that on the YouTube. It's going to be on like every highlight reel you'll ever see to do with Magic the Gathering. Let's have a little refresh. How many games left in the room?
Someone's asking what are your thoughts that there isn't a single control deck in the metagame? I'm a little surprised. The control deck, actually the blue-white list has had one of the highest win rates. If you look at the data, problem is it's always really small sample. It's always like 1 or 2% of the field. But the blue-white list championed by Jendrek and Ignotus, these kind of famous for playing control on Magic Online. Jendrek had a decent day yesterday. He went 6-3. I think it's just like a really small percentage of the field, and it's not trivial to make day 2.
Is it a knock-on effect though that it had a good Rhinos matchup, and then now Rhinos is kind of gone, that it's kind of is tailing off now?
Yeah, that's one of the reasons. I'm not sure how it was against Livingen. I think it was probably like slightly version dependent, depending how many chalice you brought, or if you had Rest in Peace in your sideboard. But yeah, you don't have Rhinos to prey on anymore. Maybe it was not the best meta for blue white.
Well,
but I think it was also just that there was not that many players in the first place. It's always a little daunting to play Merfolk or Merfolk control in the time rounds, 50-minute rounds. Draws are basically a loss, so that's a little scary.
I was looking for the Martyr players. I was playing a bit of Martyr in my last Modern tournament. I really like that deck, and I did get 2 draws, but don't worry about that. You know what I mean? I was looking in the room to see if that's where all the time on the rounds was going to be happening, but it wasn't. It was fine. Let's have a little look. Filipa is sat in front of me while she's also messaging in the chat, so that's good.
And working. Look at her just collecting data for us.
Do you reckon you could go and find out how many Pick Your Poisons made it were played over the weekend? I'm sure. In fact, I might be able to do that.
Take on Grixis Wizards. I think Grixis Wizards just not efficient enough, and you're playing a 3-color mana base. It's just too much for Modern. You're playing a little too fair. Sure, Flame of Anor and Wizards is like powerful and cool, but at the end of the day, you're adding a 3rd color. The gain is not there, and you're playing somewhat of a fair strategy, which is not good enough.
I worked out. You were literally right. The most played card in this tournament is Pick Your Poison, 779 copies.
Right. Wow.
Beating out Lightning Bolt, which is at 739 copies. You, sir, are pretty good at this game that we call Magic the Gathering. That is good insight. I love it. Most played creature is Ragavan. Most played enchantment is Leyland's Binding. Most played artifact is the One Ring. Most played basic is Basic Forest. And you're welcome, chat. Tune in next week for more Will Hall stats. Let's go back to my list. How many matches are left in the round? I'm messing it all up. I'm getting all flustered. Say something smart, Gab.
Yeah. Now pick your poison. I wonder how popular that card would be if Leyline Sign of Draco is not a thing, because Jose in chat was giving me a little teasing of it, because I was not convinced that card was going to be good in Modern, but in my defense, that was before Leyline Draco was a thing, and it'd be interesting to see if that card would still be as popular as it is. If that wasn't the case, it's a reason people play that card over Force of Vigor. Some decks don't have enough green cards, but also Force of Vigor is not that effective. If they have Leyline and Draco, you can only get rid of the Leyline, and it's pick your poison is just way better, way more efficient, and
it can deal with like
splash too.
Random One Rings that kind of pop up. It can deal with Merc Tides. It can deal with even Dragon Race channels when they get the turn into the 3/3 of flying. So it's got targets. That having that many copies in this deck today, that is crazy in my opinion. I would not have called that. That's a cool little statistic to see. So heads up to you, my friend, for being able to catch that. Which 2 matches are left playing? Let me find out who's still playing. It's Amulet Titan Mirror. That's going on that right now. How does an Amulet Titan Mirror on table 2 as well? So it's going to be one of the top tables. 2 Titan players. I have never played the Mirror. I've also rarely played the match because I'm not very good at Titan. I wish I was. I wish I could pick it up and master that deck because I feel like my win percentage would go up through the roof. But have you ever picked it up, or is this you just leave that to Canister to do?
I've played a tiny bit of it recently. I got a match where I had like back-to-back turn 3 kills. That was cool. But I think we're about to be done.
Martin came and give us the shake that the game actually finished. So that's nice. That's it. It's all reported, which means we can close down this game because we're going to be moving straight back over to the next set of casters. So on that one, that is going to be the end of round number 12. We'll be back round number 14. Stick around for round number 13, though, for the other casters. We'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to round 13 here at the Legacy European Tour Grand Open Qualifier in Prague. It's already coming to the end. There's only 15 rounds plus a cut to top 8. So things are getting very interesting. Players really trying to lock that top 8. So we are going to show you players that are very close. Let's take a look here at our meta breakdown for the day. And we see there mono black coffers with 4 lists, which is a pretty reasonable number. And one of the players that we are going to watch is actually playing this deck.
Yeah, we have 2 mono black coffers decks at the first 5 tables. So we keep saying how this deck kind of looks like very fair compared to what the rest of the format is doing. There's a lot of combo. If you look at the top 5 or 10 tables, you have Creativity, that's a combo deck. You have Amulet Titan, that's a combo deck. You have Golgari Yavmot, another combo. Hardened Scales, essentially a combo deck as well. Tron, you could also make a point that it's kind of a combo deck, trying to put 3 Tron pieces together and kind of cheat on mana that way. Gorya's Blink, another combo deck. So right now in Modern, there's a lot of combo, and it does pay off to be interactive, to have the interactive cards, to have counter magic, cards like Thoughtseize. This is why we're seeing the Domain Zoo at the top of the standings, but also at the top of the metagame, where most of the Zoo players switched from an aggressive version to the Murktide / Zoo hybrid with the blue card. So they run Counterspell, they run Force of Negation, and Leyline Binding, just more ways to be able to interact with the opponent and stop them from doing the unfair things.
And only one player brought or made day 2 with blue-eyed control, Kahira, and we are seeing that player right here at 10-2, which is a pretty good score, doing pretty well with control. And Mattia here starting with a Thoughtseize.
Yeah, 10-2, pretty good record so far. I mean, this is table number 2, so both players in a very good position to make the top 8. I think we're looking at roughly the X&3 record. But we'll see how that shakes out depending on maybe draws and tiebreakers. I think right now we don't have any more undefeated players. I think Lucas Blohan is at the top of the standings at 11 and 1. And then we have one more player with 1 loss and a draw. But everybody else has 2 losses. So if your favorite player, your friends, if they are currently X&2 or X&3, they still have a very good chance to make it into the top 8.
And it looks like there's 2 preordains, there's 2 solitudes, and 1 supreme verdict, and that Thoughtseize goes and discards one of those solitudes.
And these are probably the most fair decks that you will find in the format. Good old honest blue-white control. Obviously, you still play the best card. You still have the One Ring. You're still playing some of the free cards. Solitude and Subtlety are typically in these lists. Force of Negation as well. So despite playing a fair deck, you still have some unfair stuff that you can do for free. You also have the nice combo of Narset plus Days Undoing. And Supreme Verdict is a card that has been pretty good lately, because the Zoo deck typically just presents 1 or 2 big threats. And if they have the Leyline and they have the Scion, they're usually untargetable because of Hexproof, but you can use Damnation or Supreme Verdict or a different kind of sweeper to clear the board. Even cards like Liliana Liliana of the Veil has been pretty good lately, because they typically just have 1 big creature in play. So sweepers, certainly the stock is going up. But it's most of the free cards right now that define Modern.
And here, closed deck list really does benefit blue-eyed control, because they can have so many things. We saw there the counter spell on the Bowmasters. Then we saw Mattia play that Cling to Dust to exile the counter spell and draw a card.
Yeah, main deck Cling to Dust is interesting. Mattia probably expecting a lot of these Gorya's decks. They're trying to abuse the graveyard synergies with all these new Surveillance, for example, putting a Troxa into the graveyard, using Gorya's Vengeance to bring it back. So interesting choice by Mattia to have that Cling in the main deck. The mono black deck certainly does look like the most fair deck probably of the entire field, but it does get to play 2 of the, I would say, top 5 cards in the format. Bowmasters and the One Ring are pretty much my number 1 and 3-ish, something along those lines. So despite playing a lot of fair cards, typically you see cards like Sign in Blood or Knight's Whispers, and you're thinking, wait, this is Modern. People do crazy things on turn 2 or 3, and you're playing 2 mana, I lose 2 life, draw 2 cards. but then you see the rest of the deck and it kind of just works out. The deck is also really good at most of the decks with the greedy mana bases, because you can typically just use Karn to get a Sundering Titan out of the sideboard, and Sundering Titan is a card that you can play ahead of schedule thanks to Urborg and Couple of Coffers. And these 5-color decks like Omnath, they typically don't have a lot of ways to counter that, because Force of Negation doesn't stop the Titan. So
And let's have a ring count. This was the first 20 year played by Hob. Both these decks play the one ring, and they do rely quite a bit on it. Here, Mattia not able to do anything. Bowmaster in response to that one ring activation. Still keeping 2 mana up. A lot of cards that Mattia have are probably not great against the blue-white control. Probably a lot of removal that cannot be used.
yeah, this is typically the appeal of playing a control deck. Your opponent's removal spells, like Fatal Push, are not going to be very useful. Shieldred's Edict typically doesn't have a lot of great targets either. So you are kind of hoping that your opponent gets stuck with a lot of cards that they can't use in the matchup. Although lately most of these removal spells have been able to at least target a Planeswalker. So even though Shieldred's Edict sounds like a sacrifice a creature kind of card, it still makes your opponent sacrifice it to Fairy or a Narset, although they have already usually gone up a card. So it's still not great value for you. March of Wretched Sorrow, I believe, targets a Planeswalker as well. So yeah, despite a lot of the cards not being great in the matchup, at least you can still use them to point them at the Planeswalkers.
Speaking of Planeswalkers, I know there's a Narset, and that is pretty good against Mattia, because that card will prevent him to draw extra cards if he does find the one ring. And there is the Shieldred's Edict, as you said, that can deal with Planeswalkers, but Rob still has some mana up.
Yeah, he has the Narset, and I think there's an Days Undoing. So if that resolves with the Narset on the table, that would not be good news for Mattia.
Each player shuffles their end and graveyard into their library, then draws 7 cards.
Yeah, and you know what Narset says? You cannot draw more than 1 card every turn. So Mattia needs to have a removal spell here in response for that Narset. He does have the March exiling 2 Fatal Pushes. Those are actually pretty much death cards in the matchup. So using that March effectively to deal with the Narset. But I think that puts Mattia to 1 card left in hand.
And that Days Undoing does resolve, but now
All right.
Mattia is able to get the cards.
Yeah, you have to be careful with cards like Days Undoing, because you both draw 7 cards, and what if your opponent plays a Bowmasters in response? All of a sudden, that turns into a very dangerous spell to resolve. So Rob has to be aware of a lot of the cards Mattia can do at instant speed in response. Luckily for him, there's no Bowmasters. Narset dies to the March, so both players are going to draw 7, and it's just going to be a fair way to resolve the Days Undoing.
So it could have been way worse for Mattia. That March really, really coming handy there to deal with that Narset.
Oh, you are right. You are right. Actually, that does stop the trigger. It is a time stop kind of thing. So Bowmasters would not actually deal too much damage there or create any value. The Narset did die to the March of Wretched Sorrow in response to the Days Undoing.
Yeah, exiling 2 Fatal Pushes for the extra damage.
So a fresh start for both players. But Rob has the one ring in play, and that's not an easy card to remove for Mattia. He does have, I think he usually, these decks play Karn the Great Creator. Let me take a quick look at the deck list. Yes, Mattia does run 4 Karn, so it's a pretty typical looking mono black list, and Karn is able to stop the opponent from activating their One Ring. So that's a card that he would certainly like to have in the upcoming turns. Other than that, looking at this deck list, Bowmaster Shieldred, the One Ring, Thoughtseize. One interesting card that Mattia is running is Invoke Despair, which that is a way to deal with a ley line of the Guild Pact. So something to keep in mind if you're playing Modern and if you're playing Black. It's not a card I would think of when I'm thinking Modern. Modern is the format where you do a lot of unfair things. Invoke Despair. First thing that comes to my mind is Standard. Expensive card, value card. Turns out that it's a fine card to have in the mono black deck in Modern as well.
It is banned in Standard, so it was pretty strong there. And that Plains. I mean, now Rob has so much card draw with that One Ring, now being able to draw 4 more cards if needed. So that the Fairy, in response, Cling to Dust to draw a card. I think finding maybe Shieldred's Edict, but that has to be done in Mattia's turn because of the Fairy. Rob does manage to find a new ring. But he can also just bounce the One Ring that he has with the Fairy if that comes to a point where it's necessary.
That's a nice interaction that the Azorius control deck has access to. If the ring has too many counters and maybe you're at the risk of just losing too much life to it, you can just use the Fairy to rebuy the ring, play it again, get an extra turn. Basically get a time walk that way with the protection, start drawing cards again, find another Teferi, and just do it all over again. Now, how do these blue-white decks typically win? Because we keep saying that, make sure you can finish 3 games in time. There is a lot of shuffling in Modern. Things take time. These new cards are very complicated, so there's a lot of weird interactions going on. If you are playing blue-white control, you should make sure that you actually play fast and you have some win conditions that can finish the games. Looking at Rob's list, he does have Solitude and Subtlety.
There's Kahira as well as a companion.
There is a Kahira as a companion. That's correct. And looking at the mana base, I see 1 Hall of Storm Giants. But other than that, not a lot of other stuff. So the games take quite a long time, so we might be here for a while.
Rob also did not have any draw yet, so it means that somehow he's been able to manage so far in the previous 12 rounds to not draw with this deck. I do feel like this particular matchup is more grindy though.
Is there an Urborg in play? I don't think I see one.
There's a Takanuma,
That's
Coffers.
a very awkward draw for the mono black Coffers player here. This is also something that that just sometimes happens with the deck. You play a lot of colorless lands, and sometimes the lands don't really come together.
And you were speaking of all of the Storm Giants as a win con, and it looks like Rob just played it tapped. So that can start attacking soon for 7, and it does have Ward. And while Teferi is on play, there's no way Mattia can also interact with it in instant speed.
Super awkward draw for Mattia.
That is correct. Field of Ruin is a way to deal with that. All of the Storm Giants. Activating the ring there. Drawing a card.
Yeah, Shieldred is not the kind of threat you want to be presenting here. Rob's probably going to have ways to deal with that, as I think he just discarded something like 7 cards at the end of the turn. So I would expect him to have something like a Solitude, maybe even another Subtlety. That didn't happen, so the Shieldred does hit play, but I don't think that's going to be a big problem for Rob to solve, although it is a card that's incredibly powerful against the One Ring.
There's Leyline Binding as an answer.
Yeah, I think the cards Mattia wants is Karn to stop my opponent's ring, my own ring, or maybe just even get an Urborg and try to get some mana.
Shieldred's Edict to take care of that Teferi, but there's a Force of Negation. And just pass here. Taking damage from the ring, and before draw, still on the upkeep, Solitude the Shieldred.
Yeah, you don't want to start trying a lot of cards and then realize, oh wait, there's a Shieldred on the table. I'm gonna lose a bunch of life. So Rob does that in response, has a play. Shieldred hits the Exile Zone, and yeah, now Rob's the beatdown.
Drawing 2 cards here. There's another ring in case there's need for a replacement there. Attacking for 3 with Subtlety. That Solitude was played on the upkeep, so it cannot attack yet. That will be nice, though, to gain some life.
I'm somewhat surprised that Rob's running only 1 copy of Force of Negation in his main deck. I suppose this deck doesn't tap out all that often. I mean, you do have the 3-mana Planeswalkers you want to play on turn 3, but a lot of the time you're going to be passing with a Counterspell up or Subtlety, Solitude. I guess you're tapping out for the One Ring as well, but yeah, I would expect to see more copies of Force of Negation in this field, especially if you're making cards back, you know, from multiple activations of Narset or from Teferi, from the One Ring. You don't really mind 2-for-1ing yourself all that much.
And I think the judge is there just to make sure of something. I think something related with the mana paid for that Solitude. Okay, looks like that's corrected. And we are now on Mattia turn.
There it is. Okay, this changes everything. Urborg in play with multiple copies of Cabal Coffers. Now Mattia goes from reasonable mana to something like 20 plus.
But now what do you do with that mana? That's the question. Let's see what Mattia has in store.
Yeah, this is typically where they want to play a card like Karn, grab something out of the sideboard. Cityscape Leveler is one of the big cards. You have Sundering Titan against the 5-color mana bases. I'm sure there would be something appealing if Karn was to resolve, but not sure we're there quite yet.
Yeah, I can imagine with that many cards drawn by Rob, he must have an answer. But Mattia still has to play for is out. I mean, this first game alone has been taking 20 minutes almost, so...
Yeah, and nothing really happened, right? Like, there were some cards played. There was a Narset with Days Undoing, but the Narset died in response, so a lot of cards were drawn, but mostly not many things happened, and yeah, we're 20 minutes deep into the round.
So, that the Teferi is gone thanks to the March.
There's some mana floating still, I think.
There's Karn that you talked about. I think here Mattia really testing for that counter, starting with that invoke, following with that invoke despair. So I think really testing up the counter magic on Rob's side.
Mattia wants to bait out the counters. Rob is like, "What is this? Is this really invoke despair? Isn't this a standard card? What is happening?" It does make sense. I mean, it is a good way to deal with ley lines.
And also to draw cards. And left Rob at 5, by the way.
Yeah, that ring damage really adds up. Damnation, okay.
That heart is really cool. I was struggling to realize what that card was.
I think that's the player rewards card. Like back in the days, the more you played, the more kind of rewards they were mailing straight to you. And Damnation was one of the cards. I think Cryptic Command was one of the other cool looking ones.
Subtlety. Rob down to 3 life now.
Yeah, he really wanted that Solitude to stick around to gain some life back. And now there are 3 counters on the 1 ring. So Rob, perhaps at the risk of losing to the trigger next turn, he needs to find another copy of the 1 ring or a card like the Fairy to be able to rebuy that.
I think there's another 1 ring in hand.
Oh, wow, Minamo at the water's edge.
Untapping that 1 ring and drawing 4 more cards. So whatever Rob is looking for is definitely digging deep enough. I see Steferi, I see another 1 ring, so a lot of options here. Preordain.
Yeah, you're making fun of the 1 ring. I was walking around the top tables in the previous round, and I think it was table 2. We had a Amulet Titan Mirror, and for about 30 minutes, the gameplay went the 1 ring. I'll get an extra turn. I'm gonna do a bunch of things for 5 minutes. Go. The other player goes, all right. I'm gonna play my ring. I'm gonna draw a bunch of cards, do a bunch of things, take a bunch of lands out of my deck. I'll pass. Then they just keep playing the 1 rings for the next 6 turns. I think they might still be at the table playing now. So yeah, the 1 ring certainly creates interesting situations.
Especially because it's not just 1 ring, it's several the 1 rings,
Yep.
as we see here, replacing. So now Rob as protection. The Fairy.
Wow, plays at the Fairy, so no untapped mana left over. But that's a great play. Rob uses the Fairy to bounce that Subtlety back into his hand. So that gives him another answer for the Karn, even though he's tapped out. This is the power of the free spells. Like using Solitude, Subtlety, Force of Negation, even though you tapped out to defend yourself is just an incredibly strong play.
And we know what is the card in hand of Mattia. I'm not sure. Oh, it's a land.
Yeah, depending on how many subtleties and how many Teferis Rob has, we might be seeing this Karn going to the top of the deck for a very long time, for multiple turns in a row.
But that does leave enough cards now for maybe Mattia being able to escape that Cling to Dust.
Yeah.
What is the escape cost? Let me just check.
I think it's 4 or 5.
I think it's 5, but let's check.
Yeah, you have to exile 5 additional cards to be able to play the Cling, and now with the
Yeah, now there's 5 additional cards.
Yeah, now with the Field of Ruin, I think he might be able to do that. So we'll see how much mana he's able to generate.
So that land, really helpful there. So escaping that Cling to Dust.
And That is something to keep in mind. Exiling that Force of Negation. I think that's the only copy that Rob has in his main deck. So obviously Mattia doesn't know that. This is a tournament with closed deck lists, but we know that was the last one in the main deck.
There is a counterspell on Rob's hand as well, subtlety. So a lot of answers.
Double blue and another one. That smells like an Narset. Yeah, there it is. Gonna start drawing more cards, looking for that Days Undoing.
I mean, if the other games take as long as this one is taking, I don't know if the players will be able to finish, because it's been already 23 minutes in the round.
Yeah, and Rob's using that Days Undoing in Mattia's turn, thanks to Teferi, letting you play a sorcery card on your opponent's turn. So Rob says, all right, well, let's shuffle it back up. We're going to draw 7, and actually, you're not going to draw 7. You're not going to draw anything, because I have Narset in play. And the turn's going to end very conveniently, and Rob's going to be able to continue with a stacked hand and 2 Planeswalkers and a ring in play.
Yeah, and at what point do you just concede? So it looks like here it was the breaking point.
Yeah, this is a good decision by Mattia, saying, okay, well, I guess I can keep playing for 10 more minutes before you actually find some creatures to attack with, but that doesn't really make much sense because, I mean, you have a full hand, you have a great board. This is just going through the motions. I know that I am pretty much a 0% to win the game, so I'm just gonna save time. We're gonna go to game 2, and I'm gonna give myself the best chance to win the next 2 games.
And I'm not sure if we can take a look at our players' deck lists here just to see what they are running.
Yeah, and as the chat is pointing out, he was actually locked out of the game because of the Gyre Reach Sanitarium, which is a land that you can activate to make each player draw a card and then discard a card. So with Narset out, you have your opponent draw their first card for the turn, and then before they can get to their main phase, you activate the Sanitarium. They cannot draw any more cards because they've already drawn one, and you have Narset in play. So they're forced to just discard the card they just drew. So unless they draw something at instant speed, they're just not going to be able to play anything for the rest of the game.
Yeah, players here taking sideboards. This is a closed deck list tournament, so they don't know what the opponent is running or not, but we do because the players did consent to show the deck list here on the stream. So let's take a look first at these mono black coffers by Mattia. I really like the inclusion of that deadly cover-up, which works very well to just, if you collect evidence, exile a specific card, since we've talked about a lot of the decks are kind of combo-ish and really rely on one specific card.
Yeah. Most of the sideboard cards in the mono black deck are the colorless cards you can grab with Karn. So I don't think we're gonna see Mattia sideboard too much. I mean, he certainly wants to board out the cards like Fatal Push. So we might see the Voidwalkers make an appearance simply to have something that is more proactive and more useful.
And let's take a look here at our Azorius control player, Rob, and see what he is bringing in the main and sideboard as well. We have here the Days Ending. That was a very interesting card with Narset. Obviously, one slot of the sideboard is for Kahira, the companion. Some force in the sideboard, more subtlety, and we saw subtlety being a key card in this matchup. Do you think Rob is going to bring 2 more from the sideboard for game 2?
Yeah, for sure. I think Rob has a lot of ways to get ahead on cards. So even if he has to use the subtlety by pitching another card, he can make up for it by activating the One Ring multiple times. And subtlety is a great way to stop Karn from resolving. So you're trading 4 mana for their 4 mana. That's perfectly fine. We're definitely going to see the Force of Negations come in as well. I'm thinking of Spell Snare. Are there really any 2 mana cards in the mono black deck that you really care about other than Bowmasters? There's just Edict, Voidwalker. Yeah, not that many 2 mana cards. So depends on what are the worst cards in Rob's deck that he wants to board out. Like if he's looking for more stuff to bring in.
It looks like players are already starting here. There was already a Thoughtseize getting rid of that counterspell, and now Orcish Bowmasters.
Yeah, it's nice to see that you can still play, decks that are just doing relatively fair things in the format, just playing good old honest Magic, blue-white, counter spells, some sweepers. But yeah, obviously, they're planeswalkers. They're cards. They're ways to do unfair things, mainly Narset and Days Undoing. But this is as close as it gets to just the old Magic we were used to playing before all these free cards came out.
And it looks like that Demolition Field is going to start targeting those triumphs. But before that happens, using the Leyline Binding, and now going to get a basic. I already see that Rob has Preordain as well as a One Ring in hand. Three mana available now, and it looks like we might see a Teferi here. Mattia does have a couple of ways to deal with Teferi. Bouncing that token and drawing a card.
Yeah, Rob decides to cash it in right away, draw the card, doesn't want the token to start attacking Teferi. Also, there's no real reason to keep ticking Teferi up, as Mattia doesn't really have any expensive creatures that Rob would want to keep the counters on the Teferi for. So he just cashes it in right away, keeps the Teferi on the table.
So now Mattia can choose between Shieldred's Edict or something like a ring.
All right, well, that's a way to at least pressure the opponent in some way. Certainly better than having a Fatal Push in hand. So we'll see if Rob has a way to deal with that Voidwalker, or if it might get rid of the Teferi next turn.
Yeah, and again, not enough mana to cast the One Ring yet because of that Cabal Coffers. Again, that mana situation where Mattia does need that Urborg.
Yeah, this deck is great when you have Urborg in play and you're activating multiple Cabal Coffers and getting ahead on mana. But sometimes you have that awkward draw of like too many colorless lands without Urborg, and you have a lot of lands in play, but they can't actually cast half of your cards. So that is something you just have to accept when playing this deck.
And 3 mana open and go. With that, the Teferi still on the board. And I feel like there's no land drop for Mattia here. Might start by trying to use that Shieldred's Edict.
All right.
Saying Planeswalker. And now I feel like you always have to beg against blue-white control. Like, does it resolve?
Yeah. It's not fun trying to resolve spells, hoping they don't have the counters. Here.
Guess what's at the Teferi now?
Okay. So the Teferi leaving the battlefield gets a counter from the Voidwalker, and Mattia uses that to put Teferi into play himself. So no more counter spells from Rob now, but I don't think this is going to be that big of a deal for Rob.
Rob needs something like another Leyline Binding.
Yeah, or just play his own One Ring, start drawing cards. Like, as long as you're not pressuring me, it's sure I would rather have counter spells up or a subtlety, but the mono black deck is not a deck that just like in one turn they do something crazy. It's not like Mattia can untap and play Glorious Vengeance, bring a Troxa into play, draw 7 cards, do something extremely powerful. At worst, there's going to be the One Ring in play or Karn that Rob certainly usually has a lot of answers for.
And for people asking, there are 2 more rounds of Swiss after this one, and then a cut to top 8, and that's going to all be streamed today. So still a lot of magic for the day. And we have the One Ring here. Go.
Yeah, and Rob saying, no reason for me to use the ring right away. I already made my land drop. You're playing a deck with Thoughtseizes. So why would I put an extra card in my hand for you to possibly see with a Thoughtseize? I'm just going to do that at the end of the turn.
And the land situation being really rough both games for Mattia.
Yeah, that's the risk you're taking when you're playing this deck. Oh yeah, the ring was played. Never mind. Yeah, with the protection. The point I'm trying to make is, if you are playing against a Thoughtseize deck and you have ways to draw cards, it is typically better to do that after your opponent ends their turn, so you don't risk the Thoughtseize or grief effects or whatever that is. Obviously, with the One Ring protection, that's a little bit of a twist in the situation, but if you're tapped out, you're not going to be able to play the card anyway. Might as well do it at the end of the turn. Yeah, but that does also open you to the risk of them having Bowmasters. So yeah, that's a lot of stuff you have to take into account. There's some situations where you want to bait your opponent into playing the Bowmasters. Maybe you want to play a sweeper. Lots of stuff for Rob to think about. This is why Modern is so complicated. There's so many options. It's both players are playing at a perfectly reasonable pace. I wouldn't say that anyone's taking too much time. This is just how Modern is right now. There's a lot of shuffling. There's a lot of decisions. Cards have so many different abilities. There's so many interactions, and sometimes both players play at a very reasonable pace, and they still can't finish the games.
Leyline Binding. Link to Dust response. And a question, if you find a way to get rid of your own binding with another Teferi, for example, or with something, does the Teferi go to you or to your opponent? In this case.
If a card is exiled with a card like Leyline Binding, and then the Leyline Binding leaves, typically the card should go to the owner of the card.
Okay, so both players now have the One Ring. The Fairy now.
Yeah, we might see a lot of rings being played in the upcoming turns. Yeah, there's a Spell Snare. So Rob had a lot of cards to take out as well. Looks like Spell Snare made it into the deck, despite there only being maybe 10 cards in Mattia's deck. The 3 Bowmasters and some of the less impactful cards like Sheoldred's Edict. But still good enough. I mean, Bowmaster is one of the scariest cards the opponent has access to, because you are drawing cards with the One Ring, with the Fairy. So better make sure it doesn't resolve.
And it looks like Rob managed to minus the Fairy, get the Leyline back, then get the other Teferi back, because he was the owner of it, so... And if that Narset enters the battlefield and Mattia does not have an answer, that One Ring becomes not as great.
I don't know what exactly is in Rob's hand. I don't get to see all the cards, but Narset would have been very tempting for me to play here. Like you mentioned, it kind of stops to One Ring. Looks like Rob wants to keep up some open mana instead. I think there's another Narset in his hand that he might have ready for next turn.
There is the Invoke Despair that we talked about before.
Yeah, but if you're just casting 4 and 5 mana cards against a control deck that's playing counterspells and they basically trade a 2 mana counterspell for your entire turn, then that's not a winning proposition if you're the mono black player. It's not like you can really change your deck off your sideboard because most of your sideboard is cards for Karn. It's just not a great matchup for you if you're up against a deck that has a lot of counter magic and a lot of ways to draw cards.
Karn gets Subtlety. Pitching the Narset. Still some mana left on Mattia's side and trying to deal that damage onto Fairy and get rid of it, and that does resolve. Mattia gains some life because of the march.
So I think Rob got rid of 2 Narsets in that last turn. One got pitched into Subtlety. I think one was discarded. I would think he very likely has another one in hand because that is one of the better cards he can play. Yeah, there is another one. I think there was a counterspell drawn off the top. So now Rob just needs to make sure Mattia stays locked under Narset, protected at all costs to make sure the ring doesn't do anything.
And Narset really good here.
Ooh, you hate to see it.
I mean, you love to see it if you're Rob, but you hate to see it if you're Mattia. That is a day's undoing.
Yeah, now depending on Rob's hand, he might not even want to play it because Mattia is not really doing something too crazy right now. The ring doesn't do a whole lot against the Narset, so maybe if Rob has a bunch of counter spells in hand, he might prefer to just sit on the counters and just resolve another big card next turn before playing the Day's Undoing. Are we going to see a counter spell yet? This is pretty much Mattia playing standard against Rob playing modern at the moment. This is just what modern is. There is a lot of powerful cards, whether that's the One Ring or whether that's starting the game with Leyline of the Guildpact and playing Cyan, or turn 3 having 3 Tron lands. This is just modern. A lot of powerful strategies, and whatever deck you're watching, there's going to be something where most people are going to go, wow, this is too powerful. Yeah, that's just how it is. Players are playing a lot of free cards. There's a lot of busted cards in the format. And yeah, I'm really curious what we're going to see in Modern Horizons 3, how that shakes up the format.
And here Rob has so many options. I mean, that Narset really locking out the game for Mattia. Now not being able to draw extra cards with the One Ring. I mean, you can draw 1 card in Rob's turn, but that's it, no more. Just say go. There's 9 minutes left. Can Rob finish the game in time? I mean, it doesn't matter really, right? Because he's already up a game.
Yeah, Rob basically just needs to make sure he doesn't lose. He is at 8 life, so he does need to make sure that he doesn't just randomly lose to his own ring. He does have double Solitude in hand, so I think what he wants to do is just play the Solitudes in the next 2 turns, start gaining some life, putting a clock on Mattia, and maybe then using the Day's Undoing to find some counter magic.
And let us know, Twitch chat, where are you watching from? I know that at this time, some people over America start waking up and joining the stream.
I wonder, would you prefer playing Modern before Modern Horizons, or do you prefer playing Modern now? There's certainly more interaction, thanks to the free cards. You can at least defend yourself. Like 5 years ago, or however many years ago before those sets came out, it was a turn 3 Tron, and most people were like, okay, well, turn 3 Tron, what can I do? There's no protection from that. Maybe I have a Thoughtseize, but that's it. Now you at least have Force of Negation. You have cards like Subtlety. Obviously, the threats are better as well, but it is kind of pick your poison.
Which is the most played card of the tournament, do
Yeah?
you know? I don't know, I think Will was saying that, but chat can confirm. I was just listening from there, but I think Will and Gab were commenting on how there were so many copies. Maybe the most sideboard card
Yeah,
played.
I think it's for sure the most played sideboard card. I think the most played card in the tournament's probably going to be something like a Misty Rainforest, or maybe a Lightning Bolt. It used to be Chalice of the Void and Engineered Explosives, but now that Rhinos is not really a thing anymore, I don't think these cards are going to be showing up as much. So there's the end of the ring subtlety. End of the ring. End of the, end of the ring. Ring everywhere.
Ringception.
End of the turn subtlety. I'm seeing rings everywhere now.
Narsets everywhere. I honestly, imagine playing this exactly matchup, Coffers versus Azorius Control, for 15 rounds of a tournament.
Yeah, if you think playing 15 rounds, that's going to make you tired very quickly, try doing that with playing Blue-White Control, where you have so many decisions. You basically have no free time between rounds, because most of the rounds take a long time. This is also why I like playing aggro decks. You have a lot of time between the rounds. You either win quickly or lose quickly, and at least you have some time to, get some fresh air, eat something, drink something.
Yeah, burn players get to snack in between rounds. To eat something, go for a walk, buy some cards.
Yeah, Mattia has to pass the turn again. Just nothing he can do against that Narset. Bird players get the entire day to see the city as well. Shots fired.
Is there any burn deck in day 2? I don't think so.
I think we had a mill deck.
Yay!
I think there was one mill. There's always a player with mill somehow going deep into a tournament.
And another day's undoing.
Out of the most interesting decks in day 2, we have a Teamer Prowess deck. We have some creativities that maybe, the Boros sort of core is not something most people expected. We have an Asmo Reanimator. There's one Is It Breach. A lot of Zoo, some Coffers, some you have Mod. Yeah, a little bit of everything. One Demir Mill. 6-5-1, so not exactly in a position to make the top 8, but hey, still in day 2. See a Domain Rhinos.
I mean, at this point, I'm not sure what Mattia can find to get out of the situation. With 4 minutes left on the clock, not only Mattia needs to not lose this game, he also needs to win, because if he does not win, if the game doesn't end, Rob is up a game, so he will take the win on this round. So I don't know how Mattia can win here. when Rob has access to so many cards and counter magic.
Yeah, this is just what the type of the matchup that Rob wants to see. My opponent has a lot of expensive cards. They have a lot of death cards in game one. Cards like Invoke, Despair, cards like Fatal Push, like those are not the most threatening card against Rob's deck. So Rob kind of just enjoying getting to use all the Planeswalkers, getting to use the One Ring, getting to trade his counter spells up on mana, getting advantages everywhere, and eventually lock up the game with Days Undoing and Narset.
Is this blue-white control player paradise? It certainly feels like that. Bowmasters, but that gets subtlety.
It is the type of matchup where if you see both players' hands on turn 7, you can typically say, sure, this game is pretty much over. The players will have to go through the motions for the next 20 minutes. But given the cards in hands and given the matchup, Rob is very, very, very favored. So it did take quite a while. Looks like Mattia finally conceded, not really being able to do anything. And congratulations to Rob for moving to 11-2 with good old blue-white control.
And without any draw. We've seen no draws yet, so able to manage pretty well these games here. And that was quite the round. I mean, it felt pretty one-sided there for the blue-white control player with access to a lot of tools, and that Narset just MVP.
Yeah, the Narset, and just Rob enjoying having a good matchup, not being pressured at all. The opponent not really playing any threatening cards. The One Ring and Karn, they cost 4 mana. It's pretty easy to deal with that with your counter spells or find them in time with Narset. So, yeah, congratulations to Rob. 11-2. That is what 2 more rounds after this, and I think we were looking roughly at XN3. So Rob in a very good position to make it. We were saying before, Lucas Blahan was the only XN1 player left in the field. There was one more X11 player, and everybody else had 2 losses. So 2 more rounds, and we'll be able to tell you who the top 8 is.
And we had 554 players yesterday that played 9 rounds of Swiss. I mean, top 64 advanced into day 2. That was some 7-2s, or all the 7-2s or better, and I think a couple 6 win players. And we are going to have 6 rounds today and a cut to top 8. So as you said, only 2 more rounds of Swiss, and then we'll have the cut for top 8. Can we take a look at our prize here? What are our players competing for? I mean, there's over $22,000 in cash prizes, and the winner will get this trophy right here. So that's a pretty good achievement, and we see here a lot of prizes for the top competitors. Everyone that made day 2, the top 64, they already got some prizes, some money, some ticks as well that they can redeem in the prize wall. But they really want to lock that top 32 in order to qualify for the next regional championship. The regional championship is going to be in May in Naples, and the format is going to be standard. I really love the regional championships. They are very high stake. The top qualifies for the Pro Tour. First and second place qualifies for the World Championship as well. And we had the news that after Naples, because so far Europe had, or the EMEA region had 24 invites, but they will be upgraded to 36.
Yeah, I think it's 32 for Europe and 64 for the US.
36. They already
36? Okay.
confirm is 36. Yeah.
Yeah, and I quite like that decision. We already talked about that yesterday, but these European and whatever regional championships were getting quite large. 1,000 players competing for a handful of slots, whatever that number was, 16 or 24, whatever the number was before, improving that to 32, 64, whatever that number is now, just offering more slots for the players to compete at the Pro Tour. I like that. I don't think there is a great reason to try to keep the Pro Tour super small. Like, why keep it 200 players or 250 players? We used to have Pro Tours with 500 players for 10 years. It's fine to go back to that, and just give more players the chance to compete at the Pro Tour. For most players, this is the ultimate goal they have. I want to qualify to the Pro Tour, see, if I can play in the big league. How do I play against the top players? Maybe meet the top players. See what it's like to compete at the highest level. And I think it's a great thing to do, to just give more players the chance to do that.
Do you still remember your first Pro Tour?
Yes, I was a very bad player. I thought we did a lot of preparation. It was my first Pro Tour was New Orleans in 2003, and that was an extended Pro Tour, what Modern used to be. And yeah, we showed up with decks with my friends that I played a Psychotalk deck with Isucker and Scepter, turned to imprinting accumulated knowledge to get some card advantage, maybe a Diabolic Edict. And then my opponents would draw 30 cards with a stroke of genius because people were playing decks like Tinker, or I remember, I think it was round one or one of the first couple rounds. I played against a Japanese opponent who's playing a combo deck, Goblins, but with Food Chain. And I think that was my first time seeing the card Food Chain. And by the time I finished reading it, my opponent just combos off it, and I'm dead. So I thought we did a lot of preparation, but we showed up, but we got completely destroyed by all the crazy powerful decks in the format. And yeah, I also clearly, didn't play too well. So I think for most players, that's the experience. The first Pro Tour is like, you expect like, oh yeah, I'm prepared, no problem. Especially these days with the internet, nobody really shows up with a bad deck. You have all these deck guides, you have, all this content streaming. So it's a lot easier to show up with a deck that's a reasonable deck for the field. But back in the days, sometimes you would show up and you just would get completely destroyed.
Yeah, back in the time, you had to read like in the magazines, what's up, what's the deck
Yeah.
list. I can't imagine the throwback, but I know that Frank Castern does some very cool articles and also some videos showcasing how the times were back then. And I'm always so curious and fascinated to see. I just saw that he posted on Twitter that before to enter the first Pro Tour in '96, you had to call a magazine and hope to be one of the first players to
Yes.
get your spot in the Pro
You
Tour.
literally had to call. I'm gonna blow your mind, by the way. CGB, Covered Go Blue, makes arena videos. Sometimes he streams, big content creator. He looks like he's 20 years old. I was recently talking to him. He played the first Pro Tour. He played Pro Tour 1. I thought of him as the arena kid. He's like the new Magic player playing with arena. He played Pro Tour 1. That just blows my mind.
I didn't know that as well, and I follow Covered Go Blue, so
Yeah.
just goes to show, and we are here 30 years after almost from that first Pro Tour, and things changed quite a lot. But I have Will saying it's enough, because we are getting ready for round 14. That is going to be brought to you by Will and Gabriel Nassif, and we will see you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour, where we are bringing you some stellar modern action. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall Exp, and I'm joined by none other than Hall of Fame Yellow Hat himself, Gabriel Nassif. And this is round number 14 of 15 that we're going to bring you today before we get to that coveted top 8. But I'm going to stop talking. So we've got some players in the feature match sat down, ready to go. We're going to go straight down to it. We're going to see Yargmoth versus the deck of the tournament, Domain Zoo. How do you think this one goes, Gab?
Ooh, good question. I actually have no idea.
Okay, good. Well, we're going to find out together. So that's one plus.
I'm going to guess straight up 50-50.
Well, so the way I see it, I played a lot of Yargmoth. Yargmoth, I need a life total. Like, I'm not going to win the chip damage sort of race here. Like, they've got too much reach with things like Tribal Flames, etc. So I'm going to kind of rely on my combo. But my combo relies on me having a healthy life total. 9 out of 10 times, so you can dig through your deck with Yargmoth, etc. So it's going to be interesting to see if we can apply enough pressure. I feel like being on the play draw is going to be pretty huge in this. Same with, is there going to be a turn 2 Draco off a ley line? That also, I think, could impact this quite a lot with the race going back and forth. Big key cards in this matchup, I guess, are Grist and Yargmoth, which, let's be honest, is probably the 2 main cards in every matchup for Yargmoth moving forward. But having a way of getting big 5/5 creatures on the other side of the battlefield off Grist is really the only clean way of doing that. Yargmoth is going to use a lot of resources to do it, but we know how powerful Yargmoth can be. We know, just having a lot of little dorks on the battlefield can happen. But if we do have that Leyline Draco turn and everything gets trampled, I think that's where we're going to be in real trouble.
Yeah, that quick pressure, attacking the life total, maybe 1 or 2 interaction spells.
We got the deck that's ready to go. Okay, well, that's see what I mean? That's the pick your poison. See, it's the test card that comes up when you go across. So that is the pick your poison that you all have loved and seen, and the most played card this weekend at this tournament, with close to 800 copies across all 554 players that turned up this weekend. So is there anything standing out? The things that stand out to me is the Strangergeist. Sometimes it's kind of it's fell out of favor a little bit. And 4 copies of Orcish Bowmaster. I've seen recently a lot of people trimming down to 3. It's a great card. It's really good in Yargmoth, but they have there's other sort of toolbox effects that they can put in at another slot. So they've been trimming down on them. But the rest of it looks pretty stock to me. Is that 3 Soul Cauldrons? Yeah, 3 Soul Cauldrons.
Yeah, nothing too fancy. Maybe that Walking Ballista. That's a card that's...
Oh yes, it's like a hit or miss. Some people don't like it. Some people do like it. I think it had a really good showing on the MTGO Masters, that lovely online modern tournament that is held on every Wednesday. There was a couple of Yargmoth decks brought, and that one of them didn't bring Yargmoth. I think Reed didn't bring the Walking Ballista, but Emma did, and Emma basically every game looked amazing with Walking Ballista. It enables so many different combos for you to be able to go off with it. Things with with Soul Cauldron and the Young Wolf plus Wall of Roots. That's like a little combo that you can go off, and there's so many crazy little things that you can do. So I think that's why we're seeing kind of a bit of a resurgence here. And over on the other side of the Domain Zoo, this is kind of stock. This is what we've come to see is the green version playing the green creatures. We've seen a lot of it where they've cut the green creatures for more counter magic heavy. This is a straight up what we're used to. Zoo, burn spells, stubborn denials for a little bit of interaction to stop your opponent going off. Do you have 1 copy of Enti though? I like that.
Yeah, that card's really good. I get the feel that matchup might be a little bit like Rhino would go against Yogg, so maybe favored for the domain deck. It does a bit of the same thing. It's pretty good at applying early pressure and has a lot of interactive spells, removal spells to buy you some time. And it got the leyline draws too, which the Yogg deck doesn't interact very well after sideboard.
Oh no, it's horrendous.
Or before sideboard, I mean.
It's going to be interesting when we do get to the sideboard and how that's going to act. But let's see if we can get down to the match to see if we've got a dice roll happening potentially to find out who is going to be on the play. But it looks like we're looking at some opening hands. I can see a couple of lands. Oh, we got the leyline. Turn 0 leyline and on the play, but no like Ragavan on turn 1 to really do the max punish of Ragavan into a Draco. That's a pretty cool, nice line that can happen. It's going to be a Blooming Marsh into a Young Wolf that arguably is better than a Ragavan if they're both on the table at the same time.
Yeah, not exactly what you're looking for Ragavan in this matchup, especially if they have Undying Wolf. So let's see if there's the Draco come down. Even Brawler's just really, really good. Or Cavalry.
Yeah, a big 5/5 that's now got Trample, First Strike, Haste, Vigilance. No, not haste. What's the other ones? Lifelink.
Doesn't have anything yet. He needs Draco in play. Leyline's not that good.
Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. But watch, ready? Off the top.
Yeah, I mean that sequencing would make sense. There's no removal on the Yogg side, so you would lead with Kavu if you had both.
I don't think that was. I think that was another Tribal Flames off the top. Remember, 1-for-1 removal not great against Young Wolf. Does have the keyword Undying, which enables the part of the combo with a Yawgmoth. We'll talk about that if it comes to it. Currently holding up Orcish Bowmaster Mana. Might use that as a bit of a chump blocker, keep our life total higher. But this one of NT is going to mean that chump block is going to be no good because the counter, remember, also gives it trample to end of turn. So turn this sideways, put a counter on it, make it a 6/6 trampler now.
Yeah, that is massive. NT just shining here. Almost better than a Draco.
Yeah, almost. I recently just picked up 4 copies of this card as well off work. Yeah, it's pretty nice. I like it. I think I've seen it in the Luna Love was playing it in the Loam deck that she played the other week, and I thought that's pretty cool. I'm gonna pick up a couple of those cards. So we're having a bit of a question, a bit of a talk now. Like,
yeah, I wonder what's going on here.
Can I do anything in response to the trigger? Maybe. So yeah, we're gonna shoot this for 1. Instead of going face. Interesting.
Yeah, there's a Kavu trigger that might be on the stack, right? It's going to draw a card of Kavu.
Ah, yes. That would make a lot of sense here, especially if we stack the well, it's about how we stack triggers. They're both going to resolve. But yeah, we were able to get the NT off the battlefield. That's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah,
Can
potentially.
you decline the draw?
No, if you do draw a card.
Discard a card if you do draw a card.
Yeah. Potentially a misstep from Marcel Pascal, which is weird. You think you'd play around Bowmaster there, but
You can get carried away. You know, what I mean, it happens. Did discard, so we'll draw.
I mean, it is really tempting with NT, right? You get 2 triggers, right? You get the trigger from the Kavu and then the trigger from the NT itself. So
What if we stack the triggers the other way around? What if we went the NT trigger first? No, because we can't put a counter on itself then, can we? So we can't play around Bowmaster that way.
I'm not sure it matters. Yeah, the counter of NT just goes on the creature that's attacking, so there's no choice there.
Yeah, I think we're just going to almost got if that makes sense. So NT down, NT trigger is now going to happen. Tribal Flames is the card revealed. No mana up to play that one. Do we not discuss, does the counter not? Yeah, the counter doesn't happen. It's turn 2 and there's so many triggers happening on the battlefield.
Yeah, because there's a Kavu trigger, the NT trigger. NT is gone though. Maybe he stacked improperly, so NT goes before the actual NT trigger resolves. Let's see. Whenever you attack, you may discard a card. When you do, put a +1/+1 counter. You would think he used that ability just for the trample at least, and there's extra damage.
Okay,
so that's still going to happen. But what's not going to happen is the second exile. Whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile the top card. So because the NT is already gone. Oh wait, the second exile also happened?
Okay, judges.
No, that might be.
Play it.
Maybe he did stack them properly.
I'd imagine so. There is literally a judge sat next to them as they do play in our feature match area. So that has happened. We're going to pass a turn back. I see a swamp. I see a wood of foothills. I see a forest and 2 unknown. So a little bit of flooding happening here for David on the left of your screen. First, he's going to turn everything sideways. That's going to be 3 points of damage coming across. Not really going to win the race against a big 6/6 Karu on the side. But as I said, one of the key cards in this matchup is going to be a Grist coming down. I imagine that's going to tick down, sacrifice the Young Wolf, Undying Effect. It's going to come back as a 2/2, and the Karu is going to be off the battlefield. So nice big swing there for David. But how can we rebuild here on Marcella?
Feels like it's the Draco, right? To get a Grist, and depends on David's hand. If David has more action, it does seem like the Yogg deck doesn't run out of gas that easily. You have a lot of redundancy.
So we're in our main phase fetching.
Maybe upkeep.
Upkeep for Surveil?
That's the one white red surveil land.
Yeah. Again, still learning the names of these. Let's have a little look what it's
I
called.
think it's Elegant Parlor, something like that.
I must have clicked on the wrong zoo deck here. Yes, I have. That's why I can't find it in this list. Give me a second while I get this going. Dun, dun, dun.
All right, so Leyline got bin, it looks like. Untapped Breeding Pool. 2 cards left. Is that just Giganta in hand? That would be not great. Tribal Flames the Chris, get rid of that. And 1 mana up, so either repping Leyline Binding or Stubborn Denial. Lightning Bolt is also an option for 1 mana. Reminder that he has Leyline in place, so the planes does step for any color of mana.
That's one of the key picks about having a Leyline in play, right? It just means you need 1 land and you can just cast something like a Leyline's Binding, which has obviously got the super powerful effect. Here comes the Blood Iced in the battlefield. I believe that's the.
I think it's just Yogg.
Is that Yogg? Oh, yeah, it's the alternate art Yogg. You're right. 4 mana makes a lot more sense than the 2.
And
I'm not a fan of that art style. I'm not gonna lie to you.
more, it's just way behind. Out of okay, I was gonna say no sacrifice on David's side. I guess he has a backup one.
There is 1 unknown at the back of the hand that I can't see. I think it's at least 2 other land in hand. I don't know. I'd be inclined to kind of stack the token on the Young Wolf. Kind of at least go at least 2 cards deeper in my deck, especially if it's only going to cost me a 1/1. That's a Wall of Roots off the top. Oh, it's Wall of Roots, Young Wolf left in hand. Plus 2 land. Turn
Really?
it sideways. 4 damage.
I mean, intuitively, I would think that if you don't have a backup Yogg, you definitely draw a bunch of cards. There, do you know the classic trick of targeting your 1 wolf? You draw a card, and then you sack the the Young Wolf. It comes back. Draw another card. You can sack your Bowmaster. So you can draw like 3 or 4 cards for like 2 tokens. But I guess either you really think he's valuing the pressure over the raw amount of cards when Moritz is down to 0 cards.
Fetch Shock. Did I get that last card wrong? Is it not a Woot?
Oh, he has Boseiju in hand, right?
Is it Boseiju?
I think he has a Boseiju in hand. He's just going to get rid of the binding now.
2 mana for the Wall of Roots. Plus 3 mana. Plus this, that's 4. Walking Blister at 2.
Oh, that makes sense. I don't know, I could have myself draw a bunch of cards there, but didn't matter.
Yeah.
It was good enough.
Had the line in the head, managed to get there. And, when I was talking about that little beatdown plan, it's probably not going to be a great hit from the others. Like, what do I know? That was a great little plan there. But then again, not really much happened over on the other side of Marcel. But we're going to go into game 2 so we can have a little look at the sideboards for everybody at home. And this is a closed deck list tournament for the players until we get to the top 8. And we're getting very, very close to that. A lot of players on the top tables having that little conversation about basically trying to get intentional IDs, seeing if they can get themselves 1 step closer to that top 8. Starting off over on the Yogg one side for David. Any cards here you think we should be bringing in?
Yeah, I would guess Haywire Might, Force of Vigor, Legion's End, Pick Your Poison. Maybe Scavenging Ooze if the game gets scrappy in this matchup. Could be an option, just not the worst in creature versus creature battle. Reclamation Sage might come in. Thoughtseize might come in. Obviously, you don't want to dilute your deck too much, but the Leyline Scion draws are pretty scary. The games kind of go long. Your opponent might have multiple bindings in play, so your Force of Vigor might be a blowout. I know that happens, in Yogg versus Omnath, so I could see a lot of these cards bringing in. Even Fulminator Mage on the play maybe on the draw too slow. Maybe that's just too gimmicky for this matchup though.
I like that. Yeah, I think I agree with you, especially with Haywire Might. If we can get it underneath something like a Soul Cauldron, that can obviously that turns off basically all ley-lined binding, all ley lines of Guild Pack type of effects on the other side of the battlefield, making sure that you got to use your life total and as a resource when they start fetching up and getting all those different triomes, shocklands, etc. Let's have a look at the other deck list. Here we are. Here's the Zoo list. What do you like in this sideboard?
I think the first copy of Rest in Pieces reasonable if you want that. Prismatic Ending seems decent. Legion Ends seems fine. Tear Asunder maybe a little clunky. Not any incredible options. Kind of depends if you think these cards are actually better. That's what's already in your main deck. So, Stubborn Denial can be a little awkward, kind of hard to keep mana up against Yacht because they don't have a ton of non-creatures. So if you start keeping mana up and they don't actually have it, plus they can play Court of Calling at instant speed. And
how much do we value burn effects in this matchup? Obviously, burn effects not great against undying creatures, but can do get rid of some of the smaller mana dorks in the decks. Not very good against Wall of Roots, etc. Do you think we trim some of these lightning bolts to make room for these rest in pieces, prismatic endings?
I would keep most of the burn spells.
Okay.
Sometimes Going to Face is good against Yogg, and they're versatile, get rid of their early drops. Ragavan on the play, I kind of, in general, still like Ragavan, even though there is a threat of Undying Wolf. Plus, you have exile removal spells. So, if you go Ragavan into Ending or Binding, that card can run away with the game. There is a Undying Wolf and Bowmaster, so maybe that card is just too much of a liability. I haven't played the matchup enough. But I know that before Bowmaster was printed, OK Boomer, but I didn't think Undying Wolf was a good reason enough to not have Ragavan on the play in this matchup.
Interesting. We'll see if I think it's as a big topic between players that play against and with Yawgmoth. They're like, well, why are you keeping them in? I've got my Young Wolves, so it's going to be terrible. But yeah, but what about if you don't draw those Young Wolves? Then it's going to be great. So it's kind of see how the cards go. That's it. You got Chat calling you Boomer now.
Yeah.
It's we're both Boomers at the end of the day. Let's move back down to the table. See how they're getting on with the sideboard. It looks like they're just drawing the opening sevens. Might have a look mulligan here from Marcel on the right of your screen on the zoo. Does have an uphill battle, 1 game down. Remember, this is best of 3, and this is round number 14. Only one more Swiss round after this one. And that's the one where we're going to be finding out who is making it into that top 8. Then we'll obviously have a small league break where we will get all the photos done, make the announcements, and then we'll be coming back live after round 15 with the top 8, and we'll be crowning ourselves a champion. Have a look at the opening hand. Do we like it? I see a Wild Nakao. I think I see a Leyline as well, maybe a Kavu, a Lightning Bolt. What I don't see is land, but then there's a couple cards in hand I still can't really get my eyes on.
Damn, all I see is Dark and Glare. I don't know how you tell any of these cards.
Don't tell everybody at home how close I had to get to the screen to actually see that, though. It's that's the GP Lightning Bolt. You can see there at the top of the hand. You can see the gold from the guild pack and the Kavu there. It's all right. I got this. On the left of your screen, though, we've got the Reclamation Sage did come in. I think I've seen that stacking card in. Nice grip full of spells and lands, which is exactly what you need to play the game of Magic the Gathering. We're in the tank, though. Do we like this? Maybe it's like a one-lander guild pack type hand. I don't know how greedy you're meant to be with these zoo decks. I haven't played too much of them, but I feel like 2 is the sweet spot for your lands, and especially if you've got a guild pack and able to cast basically everything in your deck. And we're doing the piano. I like to call this the piano when players do this.
Okay.
So that's tapping the table. That's maybe the ley line of the guild pack is going to go to the bottom. Do not want that one in our hand, unless it's a second copy. Of course it's a second copy. And then we're going to go Breeding Pool. That's going to lose us 2 life. And now we're going to start a Wild Call. 1 mana 3/3. This used to be banned in Modern. That's how far we've come.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was ever a justified ban, but it is kind of funny way to think about it.
I don't think I was playing back then when it got the ban. Do you remember any reasoning why? Or was it just no? I don't know either. It's a 1 mana 1/1. I'm not entirely sure.
I think Zoo was perceived, or Naya Aggro was perceived to be like one of the better decks, and they thought it would make Naya Aggro too good, kind of a thing. I don't know. It's been a while. I don't remember.
So that was the 4th. We did keep a 1-lander here. No follow-up play, as now it is basically stone walled by this Wall of Roots, which can be used and is going to add a Young Wolf to the battlefield as well. Remember, you can use the Wall of Roots' ability in both turns, not only yours, but also your opponent's, but only once a turn. You can put a -0, -1 counter on it. Bluff check. And it gets through. Okay, so that's showing us how much we're valuing these creatures. 3 points damage coming across. I love little sneaky attacks like that. Representing things like Leyline's Binding, remember, because the guild pack's going to make you tap for all mana and be all different basic land types. We've even got a Sage here. That's going to be rough. Or we've even got the Rex Sage here. ETB, destroy target artifact or enchantment. This might be a really quick game too.
Yeah, we can tell the decision on the mulligan was not, or he was thinking about whether to keep the hand or not. It wasn't about the scry decision.
There's the GP Lightning Bolt, GP promo. That's going to take out the guild pack, and we're going to get in there for 1 as well. That is currently a 1/1 Wild Nicole on the other side of the battlefield. Because there is no plains, there is no mountain to boost it up. That's a basic forest off the top, I think.
What Delaney was looking for. Basic forest. Does he even have basic forest in his deck? Yeah, I guess that's
Does
the one
now.
basic of choice. I think they usually play 1 basic in their main. We saw another player have, I think, basic island in the main, basic plains in the sideboard, but maybe that was the blue version.
Yeah, I think it was. It was the blue version.
Yeah, in Moritz's case, there's a plains and a forest in the main deck.
So out of all the lands we could have drawn, it's probably the worst one we could have actually drawn, and it is now vulnerable to something like an Orcish Bowmaster.
Yeah, and good to know that your Nicodal is a 1/1.
Used to be banned in Modern.
Banned
chat.
card, by the way. Yeah.
Too powerful for Modern at one point. Surveil Land's going to come in. We like that card. We're going to keep it on top. It was a Quarter Calling, maybe?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe it's a Wall of Roots.
I'm still wondering what would have happened in that first game if Moritz hadn't used the NT or the Kabu trigger. If he had his NT level longer, because this game's looking pretty grim. So
would have turned and burned a little bit more, I imagine. Here's the Orcish Bowmaster. That's going to be max punish. Nice, not so wild. Nicole is going to go to the graveyard. It's going to generate a 1/1 Orc Mass token, and this is looking great. I think that is also a Quarter Calling in hand as well, which we've got the ability to... No, we don't have the ability to use it this turn. We don't have the green.
yeah, not much better than a Ragavan there. 1 toughness anyways.
I'll speak back. We do. We can go get a 2-drop if we need to. There's a Dried Arbor. I don't want to flog a dead horse, but there's a Dried Arbor going into the creature zone on the battlefield. And we're going to untap. Don't need to use this Quarter Calling just yet.
Not
Forge,
the most
Soul Cauldron.
exciting game, but we have backups.
This is why we have backups, because this is a bit of a massacre. We're seeing with the ban of Violent Outburst, Rhino's going to be on a decline, Living End going to be on a decline. That really populates the fact that Yawgmoth almost doesn't have bad matchups really anymore. It's going to start going towards the top of the standings, and this we're seeing why. We've not even got the combo going yet. We just got playing dawdly little 1/1s and 2/1s, but yet getting the job done. Does help when your opponent is pretty light on land and can't cast anything. As they say there, they go find a fetch land, but this might cost them too much life too late in the game for it to even matter.
Yeah.
No sort of sweeper effects in this. Legion's End, I suppose, but that doesn't really do much right now.
Not sure how representative this match is of the matchup, though. I feel like in theory, the Zoo deck should have the tools to compete. We talked about it a bit at the beginning of the match. Just good pressure if you have the Leyline Draco draw. The Brawler hits really hard and has trample. Some of your creatures don't line up great, but your removal is nice. And
it's not like David's done anything crazy here. He should just played his normal game plan, just playing some creatures each turn. It's just over on the other side for Marcel. Things didn't line up perfectly. We kept a risky one.
Yeah.
If we hit that second land a little bit sooner while the Leyline was on the battlefield, potentially we could have deployed more threats and had a bit more of a game here. But this one is a bit of a... We are running away with the game pretty quickly right now.
It does seem like the sideboard games would get better for Yogg once they have more interaction for the Leyline Draco draws. That's probably one of the scariest thing in the matchup. Also, binding Leyline binding almost becomes a liability for these decks against Yogg after sideboard. I've played not Zoo but Omnath a lot, and anytime you draw that second binding, you have 2 binding in the play. If they ever draw Force of Vigor, it's game just kind of ends on the spot in a lot of games. So
Force of Vigor is a great card. It's good against the Titan matchup if they get greedy and go turn 1 Saga into Amulet, bam, blow them up. Like as you said, back when Bean was legal, and you used to get the Bean Leylines, you just blow up a Bean, blow up a Leyline as well. It was pretty cool. We're going to see a Draco come, not a Draco here, a Kavu come down. That is going to be a 3-3, I believe. 4-4. It's a 4-4. Good enough to block, but probably not good enough overall, especially with a quarter cooling in hand, because we can just quarter cooling, go get the walking blister, have it as 0, it dies, exile it with the cauldron, start shooting face after damage, and yeah, it's probably going to be game.
Yeah, we see David kind of do the shrug, like, where do I even put my +1/+1 counter? Does it matter?
Still got these.
Why isn't my opponent scooping? What's going on? Like, like, does it really matter what I do at this point?
Looks like we're going to... doesn't matter. Grist is also going to kind of do what we need to do here. We're going to sacrifice this. We're going to kill this. I've got 1, 2... Yeah, I've got more than enough damage on the battlefield. That's 5. That is going to be lethal. And that is going to be David taking down this game, advancing to 11-3, giving him the ability to maybe ID in. If not, definitely got a win in the next round to get himself into the top 8. But we do have backup feature matches for you all here. So we're going to move straight across to that, where we have got Mono Black Coffers versus Amulet Titan. I'm not even sure how this is meant to go. I feel like Shooter's Edict's really good in this matchup. I feel like, oh, nice Titan that you're trying to give double strike and haste. Sack it. I feel like that's pretty cool.
Spot removal doesn't tend to really stop the Titan deck once it's get going. I think that the Titan deck is favored in this matchup.
Oh, okay.
But it looks like maybe Alejandro was able to live long enough. He's got the ring on 4 right now, so drawing a ton of cards.
I'm being told that the Titan player mulled to 5 on the play.
All right, that would explain why Coffer is doing well. Let's see.
Remember, there's 4 Field of Ruins in the deck as well, so that they can come 4 Field and 2 Damnation. So 6 Field of Ruin effects technically in the main. Also 1 Oblivion Stone main deck.
Yeah, that was my first thing I said. I was like, oh, but the Coffer's deck has all these Field of Ruins. Surely the Titan matchup's not that bad. And someone was like, no, it's really bad. I think maybe it was Mengu. I was talking to Mengu about it, and Canister. And
do you know what is bad? Having 3 amulets on the battlefield and your opponent playing an engine explosives on 1 and blowing it up. That is pretty rough. Still in game 1 though, so lots of magic still to play. We're going to see an Inquisition. I haven't seen an Inquisition in forever. That's going to be card cast. Nothing CMC 3 or less, so nothing getting discarded here.
Yeah.
Just
the card that maybe helps a bit is Alejandro. We saw 1 copy in another player's deck, and Alejandro has 2 copies of Deadly Cover Up, the new 5-mana sweeper, so potentially get to remove all the Titans when you kill, when you sweep the board. That's a card that was great for me in Pioneer. I've played a bit in Standard as well. Just great addition to a lot of these black decks in Pioneer. It's great because of Phoenix, and it looks like it have a lot of utility. Against Yogg, I'm assuming, the sweepers are, in general, not great against Yogg. Verdict's not that effective because they can rebuild, they can have Cauldron, but Deadly Cover Up maybe solves some of these issues, and kind of cool to see that card showing up in Modern.
Yeah. So, it wasn't one on my radar. You managed to ping that one. And we're going to go to 5 counters now. The temptation is there. Are we at 1 life?
1 life.
Oh, okay. All right.
Titan deck, not very well known for having reach, burn.
Well, we can get some sort of crazy Valakut turn, right? Valakut, we only need 1 trigger from it, technically. But I imagine there's a way. Well, maybe there's not going to be many left as this might come down. This is going to generate 8 mana.
Yeah, no, Alejandro's getting to have his fun here, I think, even though he's at 1 life.
Hey, look, you're on coverage here at the LMS Prague. Want to get that time. Here comes the Field of Ruin. I'm just going to get that one, the blue source. Let's get that out of your deck. Would you like to go find a basic? I'm pretty sure they've already got the 2. Yep, so it's just a basic shuffle. Nice Stone Rain effect there. And then the Sundering Titan can also get rid of a forest and a mountain. Yeah, we're just playing right now. I think as long as we've got a way to not die to our own ring, which I imagine might be I imagine. Like, are we going to kill our own Titan here to gain a load of life?
He might have a mana floating, or he might have March, the Black March.
That's what I mean. It's like march our own creature to gain a bunch of life.
Yeah.
looks like a march to me. The alternate one, we're going to discard 1. So that's going to add 2 to it. So it's
Right
currently
now it's 4, yeah.
7. Yeah, this is that one. That's that one. Because mountain. Yep, got you. Okay, now I'd like to discard a gazillion black cards in my hand and gain a bunch of life. It's going to have to be more than 5 to stay alive here. So that's 3 mana floating. 4, 5, 6, 7. So this will be for 6 this March.
Yeah. The reason why Alejandro didn't lose one of his swamps is because he has Urborg in play, so he chose the red-green land as a swamp.
Yeah, it's always nice. So they're going to see this here. I think this is going to be for 6, which isn't enough to even kill it. So that's nice. You know, just in my turn, it's enough for me not to die is the main reason behind this. Also, we can get 1 more activation, potentially an upkeep if needed. So have fun and tapping your 1 basic will buy you at this point. There's a Saga off the top. I feel like the damage is done.
Yeah, I think this one's in the bag.
Well, we're going to get a little bit more life. Why not? Play to your outs. Get your camera time where you can. Both these players 10, 2, and 1. So still really good in the runnings for contention to get themselves into the top 8 at the end of the day. 1 more round after this. That's a 1 ring off the top.
Yeah, card we mentioned earlier that's in Alejandro's deck. He might have not needed it this game, but he might try in the sideboard game. It's Shadow Doubt, free in the main and the worst one in the sideboard. So one of the sweetest plays you can make, honestly. Just getting someone with that card is really cool. You're not going to get fetch lands in this matchup, but you know you might get the Titan trigger on tap, Deli cover up all of your Titans, and then win the game. So maybe the matchup's not as bad as they used to be for the Covers deck. Covers deck's doing really well. I think the matchup against Living In used to be like not the greatest, so I don't think they mind seeing that deck being gone. And I think the same is true was Rhinos. Which should explain why we have so many. Because how many Covers plays we have in the top tables?
They can play the 1 mana exile summon from the graveyard in the main, which really helps. Cling to Dust. For this actual build, there's 3 Cling to Dust, and obviously that works out really well against the Goya's deck that's obviously spiking right now.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's not very effective against Living In, but it's all you need sometimes against a Goya, just the one of.
And to be fair, like I think table 3, 4, and 5 going into this round are all mono black coffers. So might have up to 3 copies currently, looking like they could get themselves into the top 8, which is that's quite a lot. I don't think it was on many players' radars coming into this weekend. It definitely wasn't on mine. Knew it was a deck, didn't know it was going to be able to pick up these sort of numbers and this conversion rate.
Yeah, there might be something that's kind of the winner's metagame, meaning that your deck is good against the good decks. So if you can survive the early rounds and dodge the your kind of bad matchups or the fringe decks, you know, eventually the quote unquote, you know, tier 1 decks are going to be at the top, and you actually have like decent matchups against these decks. So maybe that's what's happening for Coffers this weekend.
Oh yeah. We play a Khan, we tick it up on the ring, make it a 4/4 indestructible, turn it sideways, get the damage done, and that's going to be game number 1 going to Coffers. Chat, question for you. What are those basics by Coffer? I don't recognize them. They're probably some Doctor Who basic swamps or something, but they look really, really cool, especially on camera. So might need to pick myself up a few of them. Chat was asking me a question about what record is needed for top 8. X2-1 locks? Imagine 15 rounds?
Oh, X2-1, definitely.
No, X2-1.
X3, like 12 and 3, I'm guessing almost definitely locks. We could look at the standings before this round.
You have a little look at that while we try and get the deck lists on the screen for everybody at home to have a look at. I'm going to look at my production. It looks like they're clicking buttons and giving me nods, so we shall be able to get this on the screen for everybody to have a little look at. Remember, it is closed deck list, but the players are nice enough to let us, have them moving forward. They're the Fallout basics on the new set. Thank you very much, chat.
Yeah, because before this round, going into this round, there was only 8 players who were 10, 2, and 1 or better. So, 12 and 3 is 100%. And the big question, I think, is what you mentioned earlier. Can people who are 11 and 3 going into the last round ID into top 8? Or are they going to have to play? Maybe some will be able to ID, some will have to play depending on their breakers. But I guess that's something to figure out later.
I'm looking at this list. and there's something missing from it that I'm like, what is missing? There's no shield dreads.
All right, yeah, no Shelly. Is there no Shelly, no Bowmaster either, right?
This is just like a mono black Coppers control deck to me.
Yeah, we see the 1 copy of Oblivious Stone, a card that's usually not in the deck. The 2 daily cover ups, only 2 Thoughtseize, so really some different card
Got
choices.
4 Inquisitions
from,
though.
Oh wow, 4 Inquisitions, 2 Thoughtseize. Okay, interesting.
I'm being told this is Trellan's version. Obviously, nice streamer. He kind of publicized this deck of coffers. Plays it a lot on his stream. Shout out to that man. I do like him. Also loves his like techno music that he's always playing in the background when he does stream. But he is I would say the inventor of coffers. And obviously, there's been lots of adaptations from that since. But sideboarding with it is kind of straight up. It's noted.
Yeah.
Normally because of the Khan Wish package, you don't really have too many cards to sideboard in. So we're going to move across to the Amulet Titan deck here. Against coffers, is there anything you want to be bringing in here? Anything stand out to you? Is this an Emrakul game? Are we hard casting Emrakuls? If it weren't like game 1, we're not even going to have lands.
There's Blasphemous Act, Earthquake, maybe Earthquake does a bunch of damage.
What is Blasphemous Act against? What deck is it? Yargmoth? I'm trying to think what puts a lot of creatures on the battlefield.
Yeah, it costs 1 less for each creature you have in play. I don't know. It's
I like it. I remember playing that with Boris Rekner. When there's damage, you can redirect the damage to somewhere else.
Yeah, that was a combo, and I don't know if Martel had that combo in the PT winning deck when we played Mardu at that PT Montreal, but yeah, that's from old standard.
That is old, yeah. We're doing that boomer thing again. So I'm looking at this, and there's not many cards I'm thinking I'd even want in this matchup, let alone bring in. Force maybe, and
yeah, Emrakul, maybe Emrakul in the slower matchups. What are you forcing though?
So more because I saw a Khan deck. Because it's Khan, I feel like okay, there's gonna be targets that I can force. Other than that, I don't. The Emrakul's great, but that game 1, we ended the match with 1 forest in play, so might not be the way we want to go. Trying to get these big mana.
Yeah, but that game 1 was.
Yeah,
you might want to keep your deck as streamlined as possible if you think it's a good matchup, and they're not gaining that much. I mean, he can bring in the Force Shadow of that. I'm not even sure if Voidwalker comes in because he only has 2 Thoughtseize to combo is it in this matchup. So usually, if you can like Voidwalker and 2 Thoughtseize a Titan, that's cool. But I'm not sure how likely that's to happen. So, yeah,
they've obviously came here with Titan on their mind because otherwise, why would you be playing all these Shadows of Doubts? So maybe the main deck of Titan is just that good. It's no need to sideboard in it. Just that game 1 was one of those game 1s. Everything just went perfect. They would take out 3 amulets in 1 turn. With the EE, they were able to use the mana denial strategy against a big mana deck, especially once they take him a mulligan. And but we're starting off here. Turn 1 amulet, no second play, but more importantly, the amulet is around, and we can start trying to get some explosive draws in turn 3, turn 4. That's the 1 ring or an expedition map at the top. It might even be a bounce line actually. Thinking about it. So 1 mana floating is added with the ETB, and then it untaps. So it does give us 4 mana this turn. That's enough mana to play the 1 ring.
That would be a great play. And
there it is. That's a great play, Gabriel Nassif, 2024. And are we going to tap it right now to draw a card? No, we're not, because we realize there is hand disruption on the other side of the battlefield. Even though we do have protection for the turn, so we cannot be targeted by it.
He's playing around Bowmaster, which we know is not in Alejandro's deck, but heads up play, why draw the token when you don't have to?
Makes sense. Closed deck list and all. Another Field of Ruin effect, but kind of a swamp with a Field of Ruin, because remember there was this Urborg on the battlefield. 1 point of damage from the 1 ring, because it's not free. We all learned that in the Lord of the Rings films. Poor Frodo.
Yeah, I'd be really impressed if Alessandro can turn that one around, because he hasn't done much yet. There's already a ring going on.
Dryad was the draw for the turn, expedition map, and another bounce land. Also, can we just say, how cool is it to have your name Wolf? I'm all about that. I've got a lot of time for that.
Erasmus Wolf, that is a pretty badass name.
Bounce land on the stack. The bounce trigger and the untap trigger on the stack. We're going to Field of Ruin that before that can resolve. So there's still going to be a have to return a land to our hand here, I believe. There's one of those nice swamps that I was talking about from chat pointing out from the new Fallout set. You ever play Fallout? You ever play any other games besides Magic the Gathering?
Not a ton. I mean, I've played other games, yeah, but I've
But not
never really
Fallout.
played. Maybe Fallout's a really old game, right?
Well, there's multiple of them. There's lots of them now.
Maybe I
There's
played the
Fallout
very
Vegas.
first one.
I think I played the Las Vegas one for a little bit, but realized I'm not very good at it. So.
The first one's literally 25 years old, right?
Is it?
I don't know. I'm asking.
Chat.
That would be the only way I'd played it.
Let's know, chat. When did the first Fallout come out? I basically play Star Wars games. That's my thing. Besides Magic, any Star Wars game that gets released, or Warhammer,
Okay.
40k game. First Fallout was 1997.
That
apparently.
sounds about right.
Chat is all over this.
I was 14.
I'm not going to do quick math how much that was. I feel like I'm older than you. I'm not totally sure. I don't want to work that out. I don't want to go there. I've got a really weird statistic that I'll tell you after this. Not suitable for on air. Maybe suitable for Twitter, but not on air.
All right.
Anyway.
No play here. No Karn to stub the one ring in the map. No. Yeah, I don't even know what his plan is at this point. Try to claw his way back into the game with these Field of Runes, maybe eventually a Shadow of Doubt. We talked about cover up on the Titans, but I'm not even sure that's enough once
So this,
Erasmus drawn a million cards with the one ring.
so this looks like it's going to be 5 land tap, but remember there is 1 green floating from the ETB, and that is going to give us the second green we need to deal with this Titan. We're going to use one of our Field of Rune effects to get off the Valakut off the battlefield right now.
I think we're going to see a Shadow of Doubt, or else
Oh
it might
my
just be
word.
game.
Please. Let's go. Shadow of Doubt being cast. That's a got him. That's happy.
Yeah,
Why are you smiling so much?
Yeah, we saw Wolf kind of slow down his shuffle for a second while he processed the Shadow of Doubt being cast.
That's sick. That's sick. Could you not do it? Is it players or opponent?
No, it works with Field of Rune, but you need 5 mana.
Okay, we didn't have enough to cast
Yeah.
it first, then field. Okay, that's sick.
And I think it stops you from searching as well.
That's what I was saying. I was saying, yeah, it's players can't search our library. So
But it's not like Ashiok, because Ashiok doesn't work with Field of Rune. You can't, because you control the Field of Rune effect, and Ashiok says, the passive of Ashiok says if it's an effect controlled by your opponent. So that's not a combo, but Shadow of Doubt and Field of Rune, they can work if you're willing to also lose the...
well, another
effect.
one ring hits the battlefield and is tapped immediately. Swamped is going to be played for the turn, then we're going to pass it back. I'm just trying to look at that. We've still got a bunch of lands, still got the amulet, still got the Titan, still got the ring, which means we, and more importantly, there's only 1 land on the other side, so no Shadow of Doubt shenanigans going to happen this turn. We will get a bunch of triggers. We're going to play a Tail West. That's going to get untapped, give us another 6 mana for this amulet. We got the ability to... No, we need double amulet to be able to attack with both here, right?
Yeah, you need... Yeah, second amulet, I think it would have been game, because I think with 2 amulets, you can set up a Dryad Valakut kill, but we have the one ring protection.
Mhm.
So the one thing, and I guess, we were talking that one round, the Titan matchup went to time. I think what happens in the mirrors is that the deck doesn't have the ability to kill at instant speed was Valakut and Dryad. So if the Titan players kind of both do their thing and both have the, they just play a one ring, I play a one ring, they have all this mana, they're drawing cards there, and they get protection, and I think that's how these games drag out. And maybe Alejandro can get the game to that point and, get Uruborg plus coffers, get a lot of mana, get protection from the one ring, kind of chain the one rings, eventually cast a Deli cover up, start exiling the threats, and there's only 2 or 3 Valakuts, and I don't think there's a way to shuffle them back in. I doubt Erasmus Wolf still has endurance in his deck in this matchup, so maybe he can claw his way out of this game if he has everything.
We're seeing a little bit of shortcut in here. Basically, what's happened is we're doing the ETB trigger, the attack trigger, and the search trigger from this map all in one go, saving a little bit of time, especially after Wolf was the amulet player that kind of the game went a little bit longer, and then the second round went a little bit long. The round 13 went a bit longer. So really is probably looking for a break at some point and trying to get this game over and done with. So a lot of shortcutting going on there, but by the end of it, we're going to have a grip full of cards plus a bunch of land on the battlefield. But that one ring doing a lot, giving us that protection that we need. draw a little bit more. Why not?
How
What can
does-
we untap and,
yeah.
and really punish with here? We can do the deadly cover up here, couldn't we?
Yeah, Hada Salama was pointing out in chat that the Mirror Titan situation I was describing rarely happens because usually one player snowballs with Boseju. So we might see that happen in this matchup, you know. Just make sure that at least Alejandro's mana is kept in check was, you know, what does he have right now? Just the one Urborg, right? He doesn't have Coffer yet, but
No, just the one Urborg. I think
Yeah.
there's a second one in hand as well. We're going to cycle this Troll end of turn, get another Swamp to our deck, thin the deck a little bit.
So that's an option for Erasmus. Just make sure Urborg or Coffers are always off the board so Alejandro can assemble a ton of mana.
Okay, where are we going to move forward from this? There's a... How many cards do we have to discard here? 6, 7? These are the new Fallout set Swamps. I learned that recently as well. I think they look really, really cool. And untap. Ring. 1 point of damage. Looking for some sort of sweeper effect here, if that's even good enough.
Yeah.
Ring tap. Draw 2 more. 2 deeper. I imagine Coffers would be a nice draw here to try to give us a bit of a mana boost for the turn, but it doesn't look like we've got it. We're going to start off with another ring, give us a little bit more protection. Tap it again.
Yeah, ideally he would have want to maybe Coffers,
There's
field
the
over into
Coffers.
Hasteland or one of the value lands, cover up the Titans, get rid of all the Titans. But one ring's good enough for now.
That was another Coffers off the top. So next time we do have access to a bunch of mana, potentially maybe a way of getting out from underneath this.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if Erasmus gets rid of the Urborg.
At what
in
point
play.
do we not attack with the Titans though? Because we're just like filling our deck more and more and giving, potentially ourselves options of finding the lands that we need later on. If they're just going to be in the battlefield, they're not going to be no use to us. Is there a point when we just don't start playing land, or?
That's a good point. Yeah, you might want to save the lands for later. It's not totally unreasonable.
I'm not big brain player enough to play Amulet you see as much. I'm sure like there are some absolute boss players when it comes to this deck, and they really do shine when they turn up in different tournaments. So Dom Harvey's the one that comes to mind. Obviously, top 8'd Pro Tour, the Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, it kind of depends if Erasmus was brought into Emrakul or not, because
Oh yeah, that'd be cool.
I want to say that you could probably set up Colossus, right? Colossus and draw your entire deck pretty much at this point. I'm not I'm not an expert Titan player, but I'm assuming was everything Erasmus got going on. He's getting packed. He could get Colossus. Colossus is gonna draw him 1 trillion cards. He's gonna draw into Emrakul. Maybe he has the mana to cast it right away with all the amulets. So I wonder if that's what's gonna happen this turn.
I am so down for that.
Apparently
Chastain Emrakul's in hand.
Already in hand. Okay.
So we're going to go transmute, go get another pact, put it to hand. It's another 2 mana. Here comes another Titan. Double amulet on the battlefield, so lots of extra triggers going to happen here. Here comes an Urza Saga. Another Urza Saga. Untap them both, probably 2 mana floating, I imagine. Or 4 mana total, yes. Where are we going to go from here? Give it haste. Oh my word. Get 3 Primeval Titan triggers, attack triggers. Remember, we do have protection from the 1 ring, so no damage here is actually going to happen just yet. We're just going to be adding 6 more land to the battlefield. That's going to copy. Not a good idea. Oh, I'll have a little ask. More ways of copying Amulet. So we haven't got a bounce land yet, though. So none of these lands that have ever got entered the battlefield this turn are being coming back to hand. That might be the first bounce land there with one of the Surveil lands. That deck is looking pretty thin. That is a. I'll just put 2 cards here and 2 cards here. Go. So we're going to bounce back the Boseiju to hand.
Yeah, pretty crazy spots. 1 card. I mean, I'm assuming if you cast Emrakul, it should be good enough, but One card Emerald's not very good against is just sweepers. You know, if you Emerald your opponent and they just have a bunch of sweepers, well, you can't cast the sweepers or else you lose all your creatures. And then they do get that turn afterwards where, oh, wow.
That was, I've not seen someone tap quicker.
Okay, no Emerald. Didn't even get rid of the Urborg, right? So 2, 4, 6, 7. Tap for 7. 8, 9, 10, 11. -2 for Field of Ruin. +1. Or -2, 9. So that's like, you know, that's like technically enough mana to Field of Ruin twice plus Deadly Cover Up.
We've got 7 mana floating currently.
If my math is correct. Oh, good point. Does Emerald target? Emerald and Promising probably does target, actually.
Well, I'm looking at the wrong deck list. It is when you cast a spell, you gain control of target opponent during that player's
Oh,
next
wow.
turn.
So not even, yeah, that explains a lot. Thank you, chat, as always.
Okay, Field of Ruin. Let's start off here. We're going to get rid of that Valakut. We know is there any more basics left in there? We know about there's 2 Forest Toll in the deck. Swamp going to end the battlefield here. 5 mana left floating. Drop down to 2. We're going to Field of Ruin again. Any other key cards we want to get rid of on the other side? There is a lot of Urza's Sagas floating around over there.
I think the lands that give hastes are pretty scary when you're playing
think
sweepers, but the Saga too, the Saga could be good enough to one-shot. Well, they're all on 1 counter for now, right? So they can't make tokens right away.
We've got so many cards that we can be casting. We've got the 2 Deadly Cover-Ups.
So priority is lands that give haste and Valakuts, I would say.
Well, right now we've got to actually just deal with the 18 power on the battlefield. Being at 18,
Yeah.
so
I keep assuming we're gonna see a sweeper at some point, but maybe Alejandro
there's only
just
2 in
not,
the deck.
Yeah, no damnation at all. It's just all
No.
Deadly cover-ups.
Yeah, no damnations. Obviously, we've got 1 ring already used, 1 ring in play. So there's 1 ring left in the deck, plus obviously the 4 cards have access to another ring in the sideboard. The 1 ring is on 2 counters currently.
Time is also a huge issue, especially for Erasmus. He's down a game. Even if he wins that game, seems unlikely he'll have time to win a 3rd game.
Well, Titan can do Titan things, but another draw would really hurt the contention to try and get into that top 8, I imagine. Chalice is going to come down on 0. That was not found off a card, so that did get boarded in. That's going to obviously be there to stop Summoner's Pact.
There's Sid for black.
In response, we're going to use a Summoner's Pact.
Shadow Dance.
We're going to shadow it out the Summoner's Pact.
Cute. 2 mana dismiss.
Yeah, to draw a card, go a card deeper from this.
Oh, and you have to pay the 4. I mean, I don't. At this point, I'm not sure how much it matters.
We've
but
got
it
another
is,
ring. We found the ring off the shadow it out.
That's huge.
That means we can live another turn.
Wow. One play Alejandro might consider is keeping the 1st ring in play because his life total is high and he loses it out on the card now. But I think overall, it gives him an extra draw step.
But sides against it.
Like in the long run.
Going to go another card deeper.
All right, he's just going to take the card now.
That's a Fortsies.
Because it's like 1 card now plus 2 next turn as opposed to 3 next. Yeah, it kind of like doesn't matter that much.
Fortsies is going to be the card cast. We get a little look at the grip, which I imagine is a bunch of land and an Emrakul. That Emrakul is going to go to the graveyard.
Does
The Seiju, the coffers.
There's a 1 ring with 1 counter on it. Does Erasmus not have protection?
Ooh.
You would think he does, but
That's,
apparently he did it a turn before and just didn't use it.
okay. Well,
Trigger can. I think it's something that can be missed. If like you played a 1 ring, you don't have to announce the trigger. But if you played a 1 ring, say go to your opponent tosses you, then you go like, oh, I have the trigger.
it makes sense not using it as well. I don't think there's too many cards left in that library. Like, it tends to be. Look at I think the graveyard's bigger than the library right now. There's a bunch of lands in play. These Primeval Titans are filtering your deck of 6 per turn that they actually get turned sideways.
Yeah, this game's so ridiculous for trying to keep up. We're probably up to like 100 inaccuracies so far this game alone, but I'm enjoying it.
I think the judge is asking to have a little look at library graveyards for some reason.
Maybe see how many packs for casts overall, how much you have to pay for.
I am, and I've said it numerous times, and I'll keep saying it to the end of the time. I'm really not a fan of the rule change with when it comes to packs that they're not allowed to miss it now. It's not. I think if you're gonna play super powerful effects like that in your deck, there has to be some sort of downside to it. But here we are. We move on. 2 more cards deeper from the One Ring. One of them was a Colossus. Yeah, but we're not playing it. How many cards are left in that deck?
Yeah, Erasmus got him good because the Shadow of Doubt kind of backfired. Sure, Erasmus didn't get a creature. I'm not even sure if it mattered. And he used the Boseiju on Alejandro's turn while the Shadow of Doubt effect was still in play. It is symmetrical. It is for both players. So that's why we see Alejandro down to very few lands.
Notably, though, enough lands to still cast this sweeper if we can find it. Deadly cover-ups, two in the 75. I imagine they've stayed in. Here comes the Cultivated Colossus. This member is going to come with a bunch of triggers itself. 1 land, draw a card. 2nd land, draw a card. Endurance is in the deck, so we're not going to be milling ourselves out anytime soon.
Oh, you saw Endurance in the hand, you kept it in? Okay.
It was drawn then, so we get to untap. Sagas are going to be ticked up. Yep, we can make a bunch of constructs if it comes to that. Tap adds, I think, 8 mana to the pool, I want to say. Only less than 5 minutes left.
We should point out, I'm not sure how much it matters, but I think he just bugged. Well, I guess once again, Alejandro can forget the protection, right? But if it's been reminded once, then it's assumed it's in effect. I'm not sure if the protection trigger came up already this turn, but he's allowed to, miss a trigger. It's kind of like when you have Chalice of the Void in play. If it's your Chalice, let's say you have Chalice on 1, you're not allowed to just play 1 mana spell and forget your own Chalice, even if your opponent forgets. But if your opponent has Chalice on 1 and you play a 1 mana spell and they don't announce a trigger and your spell resolved, you didn't do anything wrong. So it's a bit the same situation with the One Ring.
Crazy. So much going on, a lot of pressure going on, not only being on camera, but also playing 14 rounds of Magic leading up to this point. It is good. I'm going to point out that Wolf literally has played, this is his 3rd round back-to-back with no breaks. Like the way that kind of I think there was a deck check at one point in a mirror. It went long. The next round started while they were still playing that round. Then they had to move straight into the next round. That went to time because obviously they had an extra time. And then as soon as they finished that game, they've gone straight into this game. So, the brain power for Wolf here, running on overdrive, so to speak. It's now trying to squeak out a win here and potentially take us to a game 3. But going to be really hard to do. It looks like the clock stopped. So maybe there was a call here, or maybe our clocks broke. One of the two. It's I'll see if I can get confirmation. The judge is checking. Apparently, the judge is just having a little look. I think we're going back to where the Urborg was targeted. I think that's why the clock is kind of stopped. Why they add all the extra time on that they need. A lot happening on this battlefield, but not a lot happening with life totals changing. Normally, if you look at this battlefield, you'd think, oh, okay, the game's over. But the One Ring, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
That is the 3rd copy, though. This is the 3rd one that we have seen. So the only other copy left in the 75, we imagine, is in the sideboard and only able to be found from a Khan. We definitely do not have enough mana to play Khan and One Ring in the same turn currently. Yeah,
and now Erasmus has all these Saga on 2, so even a sweeper might not be good enough to save Alejandro anymore. Even though he did get rid, I think, of the Valakuts, he did get rid of the lands that give haste. It could just be the Saga that deal lethal for the Titan player.
Like, what's going through our head here? What are we thinking? Like, we have to set up for next turn, right?
Yeah, we don't have an update on the situation at the table. I'm not sure if the judges are checking something, if there's a discussion going on.
Yeah, I'm being told by Filipa down on the desk that the judge is checking something. And I'm pretty sure we don't have another backup. The other table, we don't have anyone on the backup table, do we, that we can flick to? No? Okay, cool. Well, I guess we're going to be sticking here while this moves forward.
Yeah, it is a good point. I think that the haste lands are actually still in play. There's the double strike one and the haste one still in play. Maybe the whole pause has to do with that whole Bajuka bug ring protection trigger, trying to figure out what's going on.
I'm going to try and work on getting some updates from the table from Filipa, who is down there. You'll be able to see her and Martin Juza next time for round 15, the penultimate round of our Swiss. That will be happening, and then we'll be finding out who are the 8 players going to our top 8 and battling out to try and walk away with this trophy in front of us. We're going to just come back to the booth quickly, which is why they kind of sort all that out, because let's be honest, you get to look at this beautiful face here, this lovely man that you see every day. Do you ever set time? Is it every morning and evening, afternoon?
Usually, yeah, Paris time, European time, noon to 6, more or less.
Noon to 6, yeah, that's where you can find this man. Yeah. Don't see this mug on camera anymore, and there's a reason for that, this stupid mustache on my face. But welcome back, Will Hall, Gabriel Nassif. This is round number 14, as I was saying, moving into round 15 after this. This is probably going to be the last match of the round, so when this finishes, there's going to be a smally break while we kind of swap over casters and we bring you round number 15, and we'll see who's going to be one step closer to walking away with this trophy in front of us. Philip is typing things to me. Assuming the one ring trigger is missed is what the last thing that she said to me there. So they're trying to find out what's happening because they forgot to bounce lands back. There's a lot of things going on right there, and I say a lot of magic has happened. So I'm going to give you a rundown if you're just tuning in. Maybe, I appreciate that there's a lot of different time zones happening right now. I feel like a lot of people in America are either waking up or just tuning in for the morning, your time, afternoons. We started yesterday with 554 players turning up to battle out in modern action. We had 9 rounds yesterday. You can go back, check that on the VODs. It'll be going up on YouTube. But we had 1 undefeated player. On the, I'm going to call it like the blue domain zoo list. It's cutting the green creatures, kind of replacing them with a spirit of iteration and some counter magic. And they've been doing pretty well. I imagine they're still near the top of the standings. We see them in our feature match quite a lot. But then we invited 64 back to today. They're now battling out to see who's going to win their share of $22,500 in prize money, as well as a bunch of boosters. There is 32 invites to the regional championships on the line as well this weekend. So a lot of players trying to qualify for Naples, which will be happening in a couple of months' time. After the Pro Tour Seattle, where you'll be seeing this man battle out amongst the best players in the world, probably top 8 again. How many top 8s have you had so far in Pro Tours in the last? Let's go the last 18 months.
Just 1, I think.
Just 1?
I think so.
You sure? I'm sure it's 2.
Really?
Did you not top 8?
There's the Pioneer one.
Someone, in fact. Well, I suppose you would know better than me. I thought it was 2. That's why I set it up, but it doesn't matter. 1's better than none. It's a lot better than me. It's probably a lot better than most people in this room. And, okay, I'm going to look what's Filipa saying to me.
Yeah, so I think the whole thing is they're trying to figure out what happens. Did he announce the ring trigger? The fact that he missed Bajuka bug means that the ring trigger is done for the turn. I'm not sure how the rules work. I'm not sure if, what if you go, when you cast the ring, you say ring trigger protection, then can you still forget it later? Can you open to still target you?
If you forget it and you don't get the protection, those Titans can now attack you, right? That's probably a huge issue in that game right now that they're trying to sort out.
Yeah.
So, we're letting them do it. The judge is still checking, apparently. So, yeah, while they do that, it's fine. Because Chat's saying I'm shaming you. I'm not sure.
If you did announce your ring trigger when you cast it, and then when Bajuka bug happens and you didn't remember it, then it might be assumed that it's gone for the turn and you forgot about it. But what if you announce your ring trigger when you cast it on your turn, and then your opponent plays Bajuka bug, targets you? Is that even a legal action? Doesn't even seem like it should be a legal play if you didn't announce if you announce your ring trigger on your turn. Anyways, I think I'm being clear, but it might be hard to follow along. So maybe that's I think that's what they're trying to figure out, right?
Yeah, that's what they're trying to figure out. Martin Juza helping us here saying Magic is a hard game. Yes, it is. It is very hard.
Ronan says, assuming you announce the trigger, Thoughtseize or Bajuka are illegal.
So judges considered trigger was announced, is what Philip is now saying to me right now. If it wasn't announced, then the ability is considered to be missed, but it looks like it was announced.
Yeah.
So I'm just getting live updates first of all, chat here. This is live Paper Magic, remember, at the end of the day. No pre-recorded and then we play over it, anything like that. Everything happens here on the Legacy European Tour is live from not only on the booth, but also down on the table. And it adds a little bit of drama, a little bit of tension to these matchups going forward, especially as we start moving closer to round 15. Let me just see what's the outcome.
Yeah, basically you can forget your own beneficial triggers, but you cannot intentionally forget your own detrimental.
Yeah, that makes
triggers.
sense. That makes sense.
And reverse, you can, yeah. So that's the basic. So like if you have your shield red, and your opponent draws a card and you forget to say take 2, that's your opponent doesn't have to remind you. I mean, they can if they want to, but they don't have to, and you probably shouldn't.
Okay, looks like the head judge of the tournament is over there and deciding on what the ruling is. Once I get that announcement and that ruling, I will obviously let you all know. And as soon as the gameplay continues, we'll be moving back down to that match. Awkward that it's happening, but I say a lot of magic has happened this weekend. Very tired, especially on Wolf's side. I feel for the guy having to do 3 rounds, literally back to back to back, no rest whatsoever, and playing one of the most complicated decks that you have in the format. Also, one of the more powerful decks you have in the format. Let's have a little look at what the standings were going like into this round. Can you get them up on your screen there so we can have a little look, talk through that, maybe moving forward?
Let's see. Do we have updated stand? It doesn't update the standings as we go, does it?
Okay, I'm getting live from the judge now. I am not.
We could look at match results. So let's see. Table 1, Lucas Blohan intentionally drew. Table 2 intentionally drew. Table 3, that's the match we have right now. Table 4, we got Alex Hotman playing Mono Black Coffers, who beat Amulet Titan, who beat Raul Avoscam playing Amulet Titan. In table 5, we have Daniel Kapler playing Hardened Scales that won 2-0 against Mono Black Coffers against Mattia Misali that we had in a feature match a bunch this weekend. Then we had our other feature match. We saw David defeat Marcel Pascal. Table 7, we've got Mark Hansen playing Scales that we had in a feature match not long ago, beat Philip, who was our undefeated player, I believe, after day 1. Started 9-0, is now 10-3, having a rough day. Not even 10-4 now, so really tough day for Philip. Might be out of top 8 contention after an undefeated day 1. Looks like we're ready to go.
Yeah, let's get back down to that table. So the rulings I'm getting told in front of me here is the rule has, we missed the trigger. So they've missed the trigger that's coming in. They forgot the bounce land trigger. They have assumed the 1 ring trigger was missed. Bajukabog had to target himself, but in response to the Bajukabog trigger, the endurance came down. So the endurance trigger happened first, then Bajukabog to target himself. And that's where we're at the minute. I'm just getting confirmation on how the rulings work moving forward. But the match is back on for us all to have a look at. That was a little complicated sequence of events, but we're getting there, chat. We've got it. We've still got this, both of these rings on the battlefield. A bunch of constructs has been made. It looks like a RAF did happen.
It looks like Alejandro is just dead on board, right? Unless he has a massive march in hand, maybe to get rid of one of the tokens.
Maybe. Deadly Cover-Up was the one that was cast here, but you can see that in the graveyard at the top left of your screen there. That's why the Titans are now in a separate pile and exiled. But there were multiple Ozasagas on the battlefield onto that were able to make these constructs end of turn, which means that they are all 6/6 7/7s currently, I would say. And we're going to make a few more. So it looks like there's 6 construct tokens on the battlefield, which are now 4, 10, 11 powered each. Surely we're dead, right?
Yeah, it looks like super lethal.
You're going to have a heck of a march to live through this.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what it'd be max 12. A 12
so
X equals 12 march. Would that be enough to live? Because he's going to have to do it before damage. And then Erasmus is still going to have the ability to give double strike to one of the other tokens, right?
Yeah, that is true. So at the minute, it's the 12/12, so that's 36 damage coming across. If you can kill one, they're going to drop down. Yeah, I think we're going through the motions here.
Yeah, Alejandro might just be, mindful of the fact that he can't really win game 3 in time, so might as well burn the clock. It's totally legal and fine as long as you're not slowing down your pace of play. Your opponent's not entitled to an early scoop.
Imagine they're going to have some extra time as well.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
From the thing.
And there's also just a chance that Panamoto is also not dead on board, even though it looks like he should be.
I'm asking down at the table how much time is left on this match in particular. Obviously, our clock on the screen has gone down to 0. And if any deck can win in a the first 4 turns or so, it is going to be the Amulet Titan deck, right? I don't think it's really possible over on Coffer's side, but definitely in Wolf's interest here to get this game over with if there is any extra time floating around. I'm being told they are in extra turns now. Okay. Using your expert opinion here, how much of a draw is this going to be? Turn all these sideways.
Well, it's hard to say. I'm a little confused why there's
So the
so
five
few tokens.
No, the 5 on
play.
it is there are 5 counters. There's 5 tokens.
Oh, there's
attacking.
okay.
They've only got 2
okay.
tokens. They've done that. They managed to give 2 that entered the battlefield this turn haste,
And they're
so
all
they
8
can
8
attack.
right now. Looks like
5, 10, the 12 12s.
oh yeah, 12 12s, 5 12 12s.
5 12 12s going sideways. Okay, I'm dead. Handshake. None of us can win in extra
Yeah.
turns. So they're going to pick up, unfortunately, the second draw of the event.
Yeah, meaning I believe that both these players need to win their last round to make top 8.
Still not dead for contention of top 8.
don't
Going to
think
have one
so.
in. Okay,
Yeah.
that's cool. That's what they're going to be. They're going to want to know. Let me have a little. Yeah, I'm getting. Philip was telling me that there's a draw. Let's just have a little look. If there's, I doubt there's any more games playing in the field.
No, there's no way.
No, that's going to be it. Okay, so that's going to be it from us here in the booth. That was a really long round, not only for us but also for the players, which means it's going to be a real quick turnaround. We're going to get the
That's a
Filipa
nice
and
board.
Martin in. It's nice. I like it when that happens.
No downtime. Oh, we're the last match.
Yeah, we take that. But we're going to come back. We're going to find out who is going to get themselves into that top 8. Obviously, there's going to be a few draws happening. Players being able to get the golden handshake. Happy days. I've managed to make it into the top 8, but there's still going to be a few players like the 2 we just watched there having to battle it out to try and give themselves a shot at getting into that top 8. So make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in the Grand Open Qualifier in Prague. It's already the last round of Swiss, round 15, and we are really excited to see what players are going to make it in the top 8 after this round. Let's take a look here at our conversion of the Day 2 meta game. Any specific list that's surprising you?
Well, let's take a look. So, what are the biggest numbers here? 66% 5-color tempo. I think 5-color tempo is actually Domain Zoo, so you can move that up the list a little bit. Asmo Reanimator 50%. Jeskai Stone. These are probably decks that there were only 1 or 2 copies of. So one Simic Merfolk player making Day 2, 1 of 2, Blue Tron. So that is a little bit of a small sample size to make any conclusions. But looking at the top decks, every 4th 5-color creativity deck making Day 2. That's interesting. Mono Black offers as well. Really good conversion rate. Goryo's Bling as well. Yavmod, roughly every 10th player. Yeah, I would say that Domain Zoo was it roughly 12% of the field they won?
It was.
So yeah, Domain Zoo did well. Creativity did well. Mono Black offers and scales. I mean, that also just kind of adds up if I'm looking at the top of the standing. So yeah, maybe some of the decks that we didn't expect that much. Scales, Mono Black offers, but those are the decks that are kind of always there and looks like they're having a good tournament.
Yeah, and I think they are ordered in the number of copies of the deck. So the Domain Zoo being the one with the most copies. So that information ends up being more relevant than, for example, as you said, the decks that only have 1 copy, like the Merfolk deck. But we are very excited to see what happens now in this final round. As you know, in these big tournaments, the last round players are looking at standings and thinking, can I draw? Do I have to play? What is the deal? How can I lock top 8? Some of the players are trying to lock top 32 because that gives an invitation to the next regional championship.
Yeah, I can tell you, looking at the top of the standings, the first 2 tables decided to draw. Looking at the points, I don't want to say it's 100%, but it looks really good, bearing any unforeseen circumstances. So Lucas Blahan, number 1, Gorya's Bling, 12 wins, 1 loss, 2 draws. He's locked for top 8. We have Jacopo Bartolini playing Ragda Scam. He should also be in. Edris Bakhtari playing Teamer Murktide took a draw with Rob Dahan, who is on Azorius Control. So these 4 players are very, very, very likely to be in the top 8. And then we have the next 4 tables where the winner is going to make it as well. So 4 different archetypes locked for top 8 so far. And then we have Mono Black Coffers, Golgar Yavmod, Hardened Scales, 5-color Zoo, battling it out, Amulet Titan, lots of different archetypes. We even have an Is It Murktide player here, still playing the good old honest blue-red list without Scion and Leyline of the Guild Pack. So yeah, it's going to be interesting how it shakes out, but for now it looks like nothing is overrepresented, nothing, had a crazy powerful tournament, and it's just a little bit of everything, just like every other Modern tournament.
And what matchup are we going to watch here for our final round? We have chosen, of course, players that are trying to get the win and in into top 8. And that list of Murktide did sound really sweet. We haven't seen Murktide in a while. We have seen the Domain Zoo version of it, but not the classic Murktide. So we decided to bring it here for the main feature match. And it is playing against Amulet Titan, another one of the decks that was chosen to be playing here in the tournament. A lot of players decided to bring in Titan, and we have seen it here on the stream several times. So overall, it's going to be a very interesting matchup, and whoever wins this should be in the top 8.
Yeah, I'm not sure if exactly the matchups were paired the right way, because in the last round there's usually power pairing. So first place second if it's possible, third place fourth if it's possible, and so on. And now I'm looking that our one of our players is 14th. I mean, it should be a win and in, but we don't know exactly how the draws are going to affect everything. So we don't want to say for sure, but most likely these players are playing a win-and-in match.
But for sure, if they don't win, they will not make it in the top
That's
8.
true.
So
That's true. Yes.
they have to try their best to make it. And I think our players are getting ready. We can start switching over the layout there soon. And a lot of different deck types. Let us know, Twitch chat, what deck did surprise you that we just mentioned here about, and what deck did you think would be here trying to fight for top 8 but is not? Like any deck that was very well represented in the past, and now, I mean, no Living End, not a surprise after the ban, right?
Yeah, being able to cast Living End at instant speed and essentially wrath the board for the opponent and put your own creatures back into play, that's a night and day. Doing that on your own turn, doing that at the end of the opponent's turn or in their combat, that's a very big difference. So I don't. Yeah, not a surprise that we don't see a lot of Living End here. There were still some copies of Living End. I think I saw a couple of banned Living Ends where they basically replaced Outburst with Ardent Plea, but I don't think those decks did particularly well.
I have a question for you and as well as Twitch chat, and I'm going to reply it first, my opinion, which is, what is the card of the tournament? I know there's a lot of options, Leyline of the Guild Pack, for example, Glorious Vengeance. For me, it is Pick Your Poison. What about you?
Pick Your Poison, the most represented sideboard card. The card of the tournament. Let me think about that for a second. Card of the tournament. I mean, Grief shows up in Scam and Gorya's Blink. The Zoo decks are very well represented. I'm gonna say. I mean, it's hard to say it's hard not to say Leyline of the Guild Pact. It just the combination of Leyline and Sign is so powerful. So yeah, I would probably go with that. But let's go to our feature match. We have Stefan Engel, who is playing an actual Murktide deck without the enchantments, without the ley lines, without the crazy mana base. So an actual old Murktide list with Dragon's Ray Channeler, Rogavon, the actual card Murktide Regent. There's a Subtlety Brazen Borrower, the classic assortment of spells, Unholy Heat counterspell, Lightning Bolt. There's a Mishra's Bauble. There is one copy of Blood Moon that Stefan has in his main deck. And on the other side of the battlefield, we have Erasmus Wolf playing Amulet Titan. So if Stefan is able to find a Blood Moon, that would be an incredible advantage in game 1. And with this deck, you dig really deep into your deck because you have all these Surveil triggers, you have all these card selection spells, Preordain, Expressive Iteration, you're fetching lands out of your deck, you're drawing more cards. So I wouldn't be shocked if Stefan was able to find that Blood Moon in time.
That is definitely a very interesting card to have in your main deck, but it's really interesting as well because it is closed deck list, so you can get away with putting cards like that. And we also have the case of Mana Tide that we saw in other decks being played that usually it's not played in open deck list tournaments. But we already have 2 amulets.
Yeah, double amulet start for Erasmus Wolf. An incredible start. If he has a bounce land, he's going to be able to do some powerful things on turn 3. If he has a Primeval Titan, I see at least the One Ring. I think that's 3 more lands, though. Could be a Summoner's Pact as well, so he could have an incredibly powerful turn 3. We'll see about that. Meanwhile, Stefan working on that top of his library. Probably looking for some permission spells like Counterspell or Force of Negation, or maybe that Blood Moon.
I did see Counterspell in hand, and that Channeler doing some work. I think, I'm not sure if there's Delirium already, but I don't think so, no. No Delirium yet, so...
All right, let's see if Erasmus has a bounce land. The Titan deck is really hard to play. You have to plan in advance your entire turn. You're going to have a lot of triggers. A lot of things are going to happen. Titan, more lands. How am I going to sequence this? When do I use my Vesuva? which land do I want to keep in play? Do I want to put the bounce land, keep it in hand, keep it in play? Am I going to have more return triggers later on? You know, how much do I want to save? How much do I want to put on the table? Do I want to expose some of my cards potentially to something like a Field of Ruin? Obviously, this is a blue-red deck that's not going to run that, but so many things to keep in mind when you're playing the Amulet Titan deck that can just completely change the outcome of the game. So we'll see how that shakes out.
And it's going to be Stefan's turn now. And tap draw. This deck usually has a lot of different options, a lot of cheap spells, ways to trigger that Chandler and start surveilling even more, looking for answers.
Yeah, Erasmus has the enablers. He has the double amulet, which is gonna let him go wild should he find a bounce land, but he also needs the payoff cards. He needs the Titan, he needs that Summoner's Pact, maybe the Dryad to try to add more lands to the battlefield, and he actually turns that land into a third amulet. So let's see, do you have that crazy turn?
3 amulets. I see Titan in hand. Stefan does have Counterspell. Delirium is also online.
All right, so Valakut comes into play, 3 untapped triggers.
And the One Ring. We saw how powerful this card is. Not just today, but...
Yeah, just in general. It's certainly one of the top 5 cards in Modern, and Stefan wastes no time using that counterspell on it. Doesn't want to give Erasmus more time, more cards. This is a matchup where you need to pressure the opponent as much as possible. Don't give them the time to set up their lands, to set up their draw steps, find the Titan. Because if the Titan resolves, this would be the end of the game, pretty much.
Preordain. There was a Surveil trigger first from the Chandler. And drawing another Chandler there. So that's 3 damage because Delirium is already on.
Yeah, puts Erasmus to 12.
And second one. I mean, this is a 2-turn clock now.
And Stefan making sure to keep double blue untapped for a couple of turns now, representing a counterspell. We do have a couple of Scales players playing for the top 8. I believe we actually have 2 of them playing what seems to be a win-and-in match.
When will deck lists be added to tournament view? I think that should be
After this round.
After this round, yeah. For the top 8.
Is that Stern Scolding?
Stern Scolding,
Yeah, counters the Dryad.
it has 2 powers, so it does work.
More Surveil triggers. This is why the deck is so good at finding specific cards. You often see Murktide players running a lot of one-offs in the sideboard, but because this deck has so many selection spells and so many Surveil triggers, it is not uncommon to see 30 or 40 cards at every game.
And there is Titan in hand. We did see it. And Stefan on a 2-turn clock now, able to attack for 6 with those Chandlers. Double Lightning Bolt would do it.
And I can give you an update on table 5. I believe one Scales player has already won the round.
Expressive iteration there, providing a lot of value. And pass.
So most likely Erasmus's last turn, unless he plays the One Ring, gives himself the protection. So if Stefan has a counter here, he did a good job of presenting a fast enough clock and finding a couple of permission spells to stop Erasmus from doing anything really this game.
Okay, so a lot of mana, and that Titan is being played. Let's see if Stefan does have an answer and counterspell.
Yep, double
And that
trigger.
is it. That is
Yep.
it.
is
First
it.
game here for our Is It Murktide player. Let's take a look here at the deck list of our players to see what sideboard options they have. This is a closed deck list tournament, so they do not know what the opponent is running. First here, Amulet Titan by Erasmus. Any fun card or different card that you see here, or just good cards overall against this matchup?
Yeah, I mean, defense grid's certainly going to come in. You want to make it a lot harder for your opponent to counter your spells. You can also board in some cards to fight their graveyard if you're afraid of a quick Delirium. Cards like Endurance or Relic of Progenitus could certainly come in. This list looks fairly typical. Not seeing anything too special. 1 Colossus, 4 Titan, 4 Dryad, 4 Grazer. Yeah, a pretty typical looking list where the Titans and the 1 rings are the payoff cards.
And here we have Is It Murktide by Stefan. Any card that catches your eye. So there is Magus of the Moon in the sideboard.
Yeah, I'm definitely bringing that Magus of the Moon. I'm bringing Subtlety to deal with the Titan and the Dryad. It could also bring in Stern Scolding if you want to have more counters for the Dryad. Pick Your Poison is a card that Stefan has in his sideboard. He's actually running 1 copy in the main deck. So this tells you how afraid the players were of the Leyline Scion decks this weekend. And I thought that I honestly didn't expect many Murktide decks because the deck doesn't have a great matchup against the Leyline Scion builds, where you don't really have interactive cards to deal with that. There's 1 Brazen Borrower, there's 1 Pick Your Poison main deck, but outside of that, you don't really have a lot of ways to stop them from running you over once they assemble those 2 cards. So I thought Murktide wasn't as well positioned, but here we have Stefan Engel fighting for a top 8 slot in the last round.
Yeah, and bringing that 1 Pick Your Poison main as well to try to maybe make the opponent sacrifice that ley line. So yeah, a lot of interesting choices here by our Murktide player.
Yeah, the Pick Your Poison is a fine card to have against the Titan deck as well, because you can make them sacrifice the amulet on the first turn. So that's also certainly something Stefan can have more of in his deck, depending on which cards he wants to board out, which is mostly going to be the removal. Unholy Heat, Lightning Bolt, those are not the most exciting cards in the matchup. You don't really care about killing their Arboreal Grazer. Lightning Bolt doesn't kill the Dryad, doesn't kill Titan, so those are most likely the first card that Stefan is going to take out. Maybe he wants to keep some amount of Unholy Heats to deal with the Dryads and possibly Titans as well.
And let's take a look here to our players as they start to get ready to play that game number 2. Now with Erasmus, our Amulet Titan player, on the play.
Another update for you, table number 3. Golgari Yavmod against Mana Black Coffers. And we have Golgari Yavmod taking that down. So congratulations to David Dunita, who I don't want to say he's locked for top 8, but it looks really, really good for him in terms of the number of points and tiebreakers needed to make top 8. So most likely our top 8 currently looks like Goryo's Blink, Ragda Scam, Teamer Murktide, Blue White Control, Golgari Yavmod, and Hardened Scales. Those are the 6 decks that we most likely will be seeing in the top 8. I think Goryo's did fairly well. The number 1 ranked player in the tournament is playing the Goryo's Blink deck. But after that, the next Goryo's list is on table 11. So it did reasonably. There is another one, table 16. Certainly a deck not that easy to play. A lot of things going on. Rewards a lot of practice. But that's just Modern in a nutshell.
And we will bring you the top 8 announcement after this round to tell you what deck lists did make it into the top.
Yeah, let's take a look actually where the first Cascade player is in the standings. Do we have any Cascade decks? I do see Domain Rhinos, table number 12. So roughly top 20.
Qualifying
Top
for
25.
the regional championship.
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you, it is a Rhino's list that also includes Leyline of the Guilt-Pact, Leyline Binding, and Sign of the Draco. So you do have Crashing Footfalls with the Cascade cards, but it is a hybrid with basically Zoo. So looks like right now, if you want to improve your deck in Modern, adding Leyline of the Guilt-Pact and Cyan seems like a good idea.
It did work very well for a lot of players here this weekend. And as more people join the stream, let us know, where are you watching? Good afternoon or morning to everyone watching. I'm Filipa. I'm joined by Martin Juza. We've been casting this event all weekend long with the other casting duo, Gabriel Nassif and Will Hall. And it's been so much fun to have so much Modern all weekend long.
Another update for you before the players are ready with their mulligan decisions. Table number 8, which is most likely the last table where the winner should be making the top 8. We had Domain Zoo playing against Ragda Scam, and Domain Zoo won that match. So that would be, I believe, a different deck number 7 so far locked for the top 8. So right now, things are very diverse.
Titan player starting very well with that Amulet turn 1.
Yeah, let's see if Erasmus this time actually has a bounce land as well. This deck is capable of some crazy opening draws, but there it is, the what we think is the most played sideboard card, perhaps even the most played card. Pick your poison, sacrifice an artifact. If you're wondering what this card is, that is the promo version of Explore that you get if you register for the tournament.
It is really beautiful, but makes our life a bit more difficult because when we see it for the first time.
Another update we have for you. Table number 7. Mono black coffers against Amulet Titan. Amulet Titan took that down, which would possibly be deck number 7 or 8.
So that generous end was cycled there. And this time, Stefan not able to have that channeler applying pressure early on.
Yeah, I didn't see exactly how many mulligans the players took. But if Stefan kept this opening 7 and then ran Pick Your Poison and passed turn 2, I would think that he is most likely sitting on counter spells, because you're not going to keep a hand without pressure or without something you can do in the early turns if you don't have counter magic. So if I'm Erasmus and I can try to perhaps play some less powerful cards to try to bait down the counters before playing the One Ring or the Titan, I would try to do so, but it looks like Stefan might have just kept the hand with Magus of the Moon.
Magus of the Moon, that One Ring enters the battlefield. And it does resolve, drawing a card there for Erasmus, which it does really need, because I think it did mull to 5, to 6 or 5.
There are typically a lot of answers to Blood Moon, because you have cards like Boseiju. But Magus of the Moon is a lot harder for this deck to remove. I'm looking at the list. I'm not seeing all that many answers. There's an Otawara. But Stefan also seems to have an issue with his own mana base.
Yeah.
He does have a Magus and the Blood Moon, but those are currently 4 mountains in play.
But
So
keeping the card on top.
yeah, he does have that Channeler now, so the Surveil triggers should help him either find a blue source or cards that he can at least cast. So defense grid resolves. That's gonna make it a lot harder for Stefan to cast cards like Counterspell or Force of Negation or Subtlety.
But at this point, also, Stefan can start dealing some damage with the Channeler and the Magus of the Moon. Also dashing Ragavan. That ring is dealing some damage.
Yeah, Ragavan is excellent. An excellent way to get out of this sort of color screw by Stefan, although he caused that himself. But that Ragavan can create treasures and get Stefan some blue mana. Yeah, so Erasmus right now, 3 counters on that 1 ring, 2 channelers, although we're probably not going to see Delirium anytime soon thanks to that Relic of Progenitus.
But slowly but surely dealing some damage there. And a very interesting matchup. I mean, starting with that turn 1 amulet into pick your poison to make Erasmus sacrifice it. Sacking that relic.
Well, Summoner's Pact with a bunch of red sources in play is a dangerous proposition. So let's see what Erasmus finds.
There's that generous end that can force cycling, and that can go and find a forest. Then Erasmus can start casting spells. There's 2 dryads in hand.
Looks like you might have already made a land drop this turn.
So now, just checking there if the land drop was made or not for the turn.
Yeah, I think both players are just checking with the judge or
Yeah, a judge
trying to figure out exactly what happened. You know, did you start the turn with the survey land? What exactly? Where are we now? Sure, you're getting a forest now, but are you going to be able to play it? Because if not, that back trigger is gonna happen during your next upkeep.
And after playing 15 rounds of these decks, I know players start getting tired, and it's normal to start forgetting, especially in turns where a lot of things happen.
Yeah, I'm being told that they are currently trying to figure that out. I mean, it's easy to figure it out, right? We can just go back in the VOD and see the turn. So
Yeah, pretty unfortunate, but these things do happen. I mean, as I said before, a lot of rounds players have been having a lot of things happening. Being on the feature match as well adds some pressure. So it will all will be good when the judges fix everything for us. And I think our players are just at this point deciding on what they how they are going to proceed from here. But this has been a very interesting match, and I really like both players' deck choices. That Izzet Murktide, it's very different from the other Murktide we see with Zoo, and just having the Blood Moon main, it's also very, very interesting. I mean, really making here a meta call for this day. With two Chandlers on the battlefield. No Delirium because there was the Relic of Progenitus.
yeah,
And-
maybe we can go to our second table in the meantime, while they're figuring it out. I think they're just gonna have to check the VOD, but looks like Twitch chat is telling us that the Amulet player has indeed played. I think it was the bounce land. Was it the Simic Grow Chamber? I'm not 100% sure. But that is most likely what happened. So they will figure that out. In the meantime, we can switch over to the first table.
Which we do have Daniel with Ardent Scales versus Thomas on 5-color aggro. Already with that Kavwin play and Leyline as well. Leyline of the Guild Pack, one of the cards of the weekend here. And a second Kavu just passing up. And Daniel here playing third land with a Urza Saga on the battlefield. That Urza Saga with 2 counters on it. These players both with an 11 and 3 score, so they do need to win to try to get that winning in into the top 8. This is the last round of Swiss, and over 500 players registered yesterday for day 1. Only 64 made it into the day 2. And the automatons are starting to grow, with the second one being played.
And this is table number 4. So here we have a clear winning in, bearing some unforeseen circumstances. Picker Poison is an interesting card. Like when you think about it, there's a lot of decks where it does something decent. It's not a card I would ever envision playing main deck in Modern, but watching all these matchups, you know, not just Leyline of the Guild Pack, but also the Amulet of Vigor, also, you know, Hardened Scales has a lot of artifacts. Like that, there is a lot of good targets in a lot of decks. But it's still a card I can't really see playing in the main deck.
So Thomas here attacking with both Kavus and choosing the triggers of drawing, discarding. And there is a Scion in hand now. So that works quite well with the Leyline of the Guild Pack, but blocks are being made first. and 5 damage will pass from one of the Kavus, and the counter passes to the Ozolid, and we have that Draco. So the way that Draco works with the leyline of the guild pack is very interesting. So these creatures now have a lot of abilities.
Yeah, with that leyline in play, all the creatures are all the colors, and Cyan grants everything, all the abilities. So Tomasz is basically saying, you know what, I'm not really gonna interact with too much. I'm just gonna play some creatures, and I'm just gonna attack because my creatures are with their stats are way ahead of the curve. 2 mana 5/5s. Now the Cyan, everything has flying. Daniel down to just the automaton and 3 lands. Considering what to do with that Saga in his upkeep, is there something, or main phase rather, is there something in his deck that he can get? But most likely, I can't really see anything beating Thomas's board right now.
Yep, creatures now have Vigilance, X-Proof, Lifelink, First Strike, and Trample. So definitely a very strong combination, and why so many players decided to bring these Scion of Draco with the leyline of the guild pack. Even decks that are not playing Zoo sometimes just add these copies of cards, which can be a very strong combination.
Yeah, the deck is very powerful, and it's not just the leyline and the Scion. It's also the fact that you get to run Leyline Binding, which is an incredible answer to pretty much anything in the format. You have some free interactive cards. You have the Force of Negation. You have the Subtlety. You have one of the best 1-drops available. You have Ragavan. Lightning Bolt's also one of the better interactive cards.
Definitely a very strong choice here for the weekend, and we did saw that the Domain Zoo deck with the leyline, it did convert pretty well. I mean, some of them played the Murktide version, Domain with Murktide. Others just played the typical Domain with Tribal Flames.
Daniel taking his time, resolving that Saga trigger.
Yeah, making sure he makes the right decision here. It is not going to be easy to deal with this board. And looks like Daniel is also up a game. So even if he does lose this one, we will have a game 3. But once again, this is very high stakes. It's a win and win to the top 8 here.
Yeah, I'm looking at Daniel's list right now. He does have the Ozolid Needle. I don't see the Haywire Might. There's one in the sideboard. That is certainly a card you might want to grab with that Saga to deal with the leyline. But you're still so far behind that it's gonna take a lot more than that. So it's a Hardened Scales and a Springleaf Drum from the Urza Saga trigger. Is that gonna be able to allow Daniel to do something to stop this attack? That's 14 damage coming through.
I mean, the creatures are starting to get some counters. There's the Ardent Scales in play as well. And Ballista is also on play.
All right, well that's a decent turn. It's a 2/2 Ballista, makes the automaton 5/5 and a Ravager that is +2/+2. Is there any way he could find maybe a lethal out of that? Unlikely, but we'll see.
And with the creatures having lifelink on Thomas' side, Daniel really wants to try to combo out this turn.
Walking Ballista as a 0/0 to add an extra power to the automaton.
2 because of the scales, right?
Yeah, and it looks like Daniel is getting aggressive.
And it's very tough decisions here that the players need to make, as this is the last round of the day before the cut to top 8.
Yeah, now Daniel's saying math is for blockers. I did my own math, presenting a big attack. Do you want to block or you know, you see my board. I have no cards in hand. So would you like to throw that sign in front of the attackers, or do you want to risk me using that Ravager in combination with Hardened Scales to possibly make this 19?
Yep. And Thomas creatures have a lot of abilities, but unfortunately for him, no indestructible. And we see here Thomas doing some math to see if he does need to block or not. So Thomas here making a decision. The only blocker available is the Scion, but if he does lose the Scion, then the creatures don't have all the abilities.
Yeah, so it looks like Thomas declared no blocks after surveying the board and doing the math. And it looks like he might just be able to do that on the backswing, although that Ravager can grow quite a bit, giving him a big body.
Itsugu. That's quite the card here.
Wow, Hidetsugu consumes all, so that deals with the Walking Ballista, Springleaf Drum, and Scales.
That card is really powerful against this deck here.
So Daniel is down to 4 permanents. That's a big Ravager, that's a big automaton. But without Scales, I don't think he's going to be able to make life too difficult for Tomasz, who attacks with the Scion, 4 damage in the air.
With lifelink as well, so gaining some life in the process, but passing the turn back to Daniel.
I mean, Daniel certainly made it a lot more interesting than I thought. When he untapped that turn and he only had 2 lands and a Saga that was leaving play, and I think that was just 1 automaton, it certainly didn't look like a board that might actually get threatening for Tomasz. So kudos to Daniel for producing something.
A land go that Itsugu is going to now exile all graveyards. 2 mana.
Curse Totem. All right, so Tomasz has every angle covered, it seems, for now.
And it looks like we might have a game 3 here. Thomas still deciding on what to attack with.
Yeah, Welding Jar passed the turn. Hidetsugu flips around, becomes a creature, and does Tomasz have enough? So we do have an update for you from the other table we were watching. The Mert type player did win that match. So I think we're going to have 9 players competing for 8 slots, depending on exactly how the players got paired in the last round. Some of the players got paired down, so which might throw a little bit of a curveball into the calculation. So we'll see. But I believe there should be at least 6 or 7 different archetypes. Not that after all on that Scion.
So that will come back with a wicket token. And someone asking if 36 points is enough to make top 8, and we will
Yes.
only know it is completely.
Yeah, I think 12 and 3 is very safe. I think we're looking at roughly 35. It might be a 35 cutoff. That's what it looks like at the moment.
And looks like we are about to have a game 3 here.
All right, so Tomasz was finally able to do that. The game actually took quite a while. I didn't expect Daniel to put up such a fight after being in such a disadvantageous position, but here we're shuffling for game 3. Maybe we can take a look at the decks.
Let's take a look at our deck lists. First, we have the Ardent Scales by Daniel. Anything here in the sideboard or in the deck that you think it's really good against our Zoo player?
Yeah, I mean, we see Pick Your Poison again, right? That's the card that we have been seeing in a lot of decks as a way to try to combat the ley line of Guild Pack plus Scion decks. So that is something that can certainly come in. But this is the type of deck that you don't want to dilute your own game plan too much, and you mostly want to focus on doing your own things because you're a highly synergistic deck, and the more kind of answers you add into your deck, the less likely it is that you're going to be able to find all the synergy pieces. Here we're seeing the 5-color aggro deck by Tomasz, which is pretty much the Zoo. Wait, this is actually Scam, so this is different. This is Zoo paired with Scam. We have been seeing a lot of Zoo / Murktide hybrid. This deck doesn't play the blue cards, but instead opts for the black cards. So Thoughtseize is another interactive spell you can play. And so is Grief with the Scam pieces. So this basically looks like a Ragdos Scam paired with Zoo. So that's a different take on the Zoo deck. But yeah, it looks like it works just fine for Tomasz.
Very interesting here, the choices of our domain Zoo players. We have a lot of different decks just in this one archetype. So really curious to see how this is going to develop in the future as well after this tournament. Because this is the first big tournament of Modern, or at least one of the first after the ban of Violent Outburst. And last time that we did cover this event, I think Rhinos was one of the most played decks. Obviously, that is not being played anymore. So a lot of changes in the format in such a small amount of time. And it looks like our players are ready for game number 3 here. There's 14 minutes on the clock. And once again, this is the win and in for top 8 here at the LMS. And let us know, chat, who are you rooting for? For these domain Zoo Scam or Scales. Scales being a deck that is always represented not a lot, but a bit in the tournaments. Also not an easy one to play.
We need new names for these decks because we have basically 3 different Zoo lists right now, and we have what seems to be a Scam Zoo. We also have a Murktide Zoo, and we also have like the old school Tribal Flame Zoo.
And Thomas here starting really strong with that ley line of the Guild Pack, but no turn 1 play and go. Daniel also starting strong with Urza Saga.
I see a Magus of the Moon in hand, but turn 3 on the draw might not be fast enough.
There's also a Grief and not that after all.
Curse Totem. Okay, so Tomasz prioritizing his life total and making sure that Daniel cannot do anything too crazy next turn.
And there it is. Playing Grief, but pitching that not that after all. And saying go, making Daniel discard the Ardent Scales. And taking a look here at what he has in hand. And that Urza Saga now going into the last chapter and getting something there in the deck. Let's see what Daniel chooses. There's a lot of different choices that he can take.
The metagame is certainly shifting. I would say that Violent Outburst and Scam decks and cards like Urza Saga were incredibly powerful. A couple months ago, Tron was one of the top decks if you were watching Pro Tour Barcelona. I think we had 3 different Tron decks in the top 8. And right now, a lot of players are saying, okay, Yavmod's going to be the next best deck. No more Rhinos. But instead, we have all these Zoo decks doing incredibly well. Looks like this tournament, we had a lot of mono black coffers actually putting up great results. Same with the Hardened Scales decks. So, as always, Modern is a format where you can win with pretty much anything as long as you play your cards right. Look at that draw.
Daniel did have a great turn here, now able to start putting counters on that Zabaz.
Yeah, Scales as well. He cannot do anything too crazy with that Ravager because there is that Curse Totem, but that's a pretty quick clock possible.
And let's see what Thomas can do here. I mean, he does have the Leyline of the Guild pack, but Daniel developed quite the board just in one turn.
Yeah, I wonder what's going to happen now. Are we going to see Magus of the Moon? There's a Leyline in play. And if the Magus is second, I think that means that his non-basic lands would be mountains, and his basic lands would be producing any color.
And there it is, Magus of the Moon.
Yeah, so if I understand this correctly, the 2 non-basics in play for Thomas are producing, or for anyone, are producing just red sources, and basic lands are producing, for Thomas, are producing any color.
And that's why Magic is such an interesting game. Lots of layers and lots of rules. And we get very interesting scenarios like this one.
Yeah, so it looks like Thomas's deck turned from an aggressive Zoo deck to a bunch of answers. There's a Ratchet Bomb, Magus making sure that your mana base doesn't work, Curse Totem making sure that you don't get to activate your cards.
A lot of answers. We also saw the Itsugo in the last game, so very prepared on the sideboard.
Yeah, and Daniel seems to be locked out. Double red source. Not ideal. That Ravager is only a 1/1, so that can't even attack into the Magus. Zabaz getting in for 2.
And activating that Ratchet Bomb.
So blowing up Ratchet Bomb for 1, that should deal with half of Daniel's board actually.
Yeah. With Scales as well. Oh, but there's Tamius Safekeeper.
Yeah, safekeeping giving it a sort of a protection.
Target permanent you control gains X-proof and indestructible until the end of the turn, and you gain 2 life.
Wow.
We do have Bowmaster now.
This list is something else. I think I want to see Tomas in the top 8 now because this this scam zoo hybrid is looking like quite something.
It is looking pretty good, and once again, I was not expecting this to be a scam zoo, but it is working pretty well, and definitely with a lot of interesting sideboard cards, locking the opponent completely. Now we do have a Kavu and passing the turn.
Yeah, and Daniel is just almost completely locked out of the game.
Here, checking the mana, there's the ley line of the guild pack. The question here about the layers with the Magus. So Thomas did need to tap the basic land. And I mean, 2024 and Magus of the Moon still being an option, and the most played card or sideboard card played of the tournament being Pick Your Poison.
Yeah, this is also the thing with Modern. They're extremely powerful sideboard cards. The problem is you can only prepare for so many decks, and there is probably 40 decks in the field that can win the tournament on any given day, so you need to build your sideboard extremely carefully, and for Thomas, it's paying off right now, having access to that Curse Totem and that Ratchet Bomb, plus also the Magus.
And here it looks like players are making sure of the life totals and how things are getting paid for, because there was another Kavu now entering the battlefield. Daniel down to 7 life, which this has been quite the match.
Yeah, slowly draws that card. This needs to be something really good.
And let's not forget, Daniel really started with an explosive turn 2. We do have the automaton here, but it might not be quite enough. And Thomas attacking with everything except the Magus.
Yeah, doesn't want to raise the Magus and possibly give Daniel access to green mana, maybe activate that Ink Moth Nexus.
Triggers from the Kavu. First one, discard draw. Second one as well. And there's a Leyline Binding. Another one of the cards that make this deck so powerful. And this is game. Thomas here taking the win on this 5-color aggro, domain zoo scam, whatever you want to call it. Definitely we need new names for the decks.
And I'm going to be honest, if you're just tuning in and you're thinking, okay, what's going on in Modern? And you see this, you're like, what is this collection of cards? Is this just like, did you just take everything that was in your trade binder and sleeved it and you just put it together and now you just shuffled it up? No, this is the state of Modern right now. Leyline of the Guild Pack allowing for crazy things to do with your mana base, cast cards of all the colors, Sign of the Draco, Territorial Kavu. You have access to Leyline Binding, probably the best removal spell right now, and yeah, it's been quite a ride.
It has been very, very wild here during the weekend. A lot of different decks and a lot of different versions from the main zoo decks. We have seen the one with the Tribal Flames that we are calling the Classic Zoo, I guess. We have seen the Murktide Blue Zoo, and we have seen now these Scam Zoo. So I don't know what to expect from Modern from now on, but things have been quite wild. And I think we are going to have quite a diverse top 8 when we do have that announced. I mean, as we can start seeing the standings and see what players decided to draw into the top 8 and what players are just still deciding, still playing. I'm not sure if it's going to be a clean cut or not, but probably not. And
I think it looks right now like it might be a cut at 35 points, like a clean cut at 35 points. There was a lot of draws. There were some weird pairings in the last round because some of the players were already paired previously. And looking at Melee, actually the last match result is in. So let's see, can I look at the standings now? Is it updated? Also, can I actually tell you? I do have the standings. The question is, can I tell you the standings? Or do we have a...
We will make sure if we can spoil or not, because we already have access to the information of who is making top 8. One player is going to walk away here with this trophy and be crowned the champion of the Grand Open Qualifier in Prague. Top 32 qualifies for the regional championships in Naples. There's over 22,000 in prizes, as well as other things, ticks for the prize pool. So a lot of things here in stake for our players. And I mean, they definitely want to make that top 8. It's a big achievement in a tournament like this. There were 554 players yesterday, and only 64 made it into day 2 here today. And they've been fighting to make it into that top 8, and it all culminates here in this moment. What decks will make top 8?
All right, so we're being told that we're going to take a little bit of a break. We're going to set up the top 8 announcement. I can tell you that somebody squeaked in with 34 points. I'm not going to tell you exactly, what happened, but it was not a clean cut. 34 points was needed to make the top 8. Everybody with 35 plus should be in. And then we had a couple players fighting for the last slot, depending on their tiebreaker. So I think we can take a little bit of a break while they're setting up the top 8 announcement. It might be Will and Gabe telling you exactly who made the top 8 in a couple minutes. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with the announcement.
We'll be right back. Welcome back to what might have been the shortest break in history.
Guess who's back? Yeah, we were told that we can just give you the names now while they're working on taking the pictures and giving the players the top 8 profiles and everything. So we can give you the top 8 and the decks that the players are playing. Also, make sure that after this, they are going to be able to release the deck list. So give us 10 more minutes for that. If you refresh Melee in 10 to 15 minutes, you should be able to see the deck list because top 8 is open deck list. Everybody gets access to their opponent's list. So number 1, Lucas Blohan, the local hero, Pro Tour winner, one of the best Czech players. Gorios Blink with 38 points.
Number 2, David Dunica with Golgari Yogmod as well with 36 points.
We have number 3, Tomasz Mocydlars, playing 5-color aggro, which I think that's the deck we just saw on the stream. So that's the Scamzoo hybrid with 36 points.
In 4th, we have Mark Anson with Ardent Scales, also with 36 points.
Okay, number 5, Jacopo Bartolini, Rag the Scam. So as it turns out, once again, Rag the Scam is not dead after all.
In 6th place, Edris Bakhtari with Temur Murktide with 35 points.
Okay, another 35 points player, number 7, Rob Dahan, Blue-White Control with Kahira as a companion. And number 8.
Drum roll, please. The only player with 34 points at 8th place. Last but definitely not least, we have Raul Avuscan with Amulet Titan. And that makes quite an interesting
mod.
top 8. Are all the decks different?
Yeah, I'm just looking. We have Blink, Yavmod, we have Scamzoo, Scales, Ragda Scam, Teamer Murktide, Blue White Control, and Amulet Titan. That's 8 different decks.
Well, that adds up to a great lineup for our top 8. I am so excited. The first part of the top 8 will be covered by Gabriel Nassif and Will, and then we will be back.
Yeah.
And this is going to be very exciting. 8 different deck lists.
And I think that's only one person running Leyline of the Guild Pact. So perhaps we might have been overreacting a little bit, calling for bans this early. I mean, certainly that was the most represented deck in the tournament, but as it turns out, we only have one player with Leyline and Sign in the top 8. So yeah, I mean, this is modern. It's every time it's like that. People are scared. Yeah, this is going to change the metagame. This is going to be so crazy. And then you have a top 8 and it's 8 different decks. And then in the end, mono black offers wins the tournament. So modern format with infinite possibilities. Just focus on your own deck. Make sure you know your matchups and make sure you play your own deck well instead of going to wild switching decks every now and then because the metagame might be changing a little bit.
And Pick Your Poison, definitely a card that has done a lot of work during this tournament. Let us know in the comments which one of these 8 different decks you want to see take on this trophy here and be champion, the Grand Open Qualifier champion of Prague. That's it for us, and we will be back shortly for the first part of the top 8.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall Exp, and I am joined in the booth by none other than Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif. Now, we are in the top 8, but let me first take you on a journey down memory lane. Yesterday, we started 9 o'clock, early doors on a Saturday morning, 554 players, all turning up ready to battle it out in the format of Modern. After 9 rounds of action, well, 64 lucky players managed to earn their invite back to Sunday, where we started today, 9 o'clock sharp again. They've been battling out all day in 6 rounds of action, and now we are here in the top 8. Only 8 players left battling it out, but that can only be one. But who are these 8 players and what are they playing? Well, we've got a nice little video graphic for you all. Let's get that one on the screen. Look at this. Watch. Wait, ready? And he said, there we go. Look at it. It's all beautiful. Lots of editing and has gone on behind the scenes here. That is our 8 players that we have got in our top 8. They're all going to be battling out for not only their share of $22,500, but also this trophy here in front of us. We do have the breakdown of it and who's going to be playing who. So let's get across to the slide that we've got. Put that one on the screen for me, please, producer. And we can go talk through what decks managed to make it into the top 8. Interestingly enough, Gabriel, 8 different decks. Let's talk through them. Let's start on the left of our screen here. Goes, Blink, and Amulet tie-in the hands of Lucas and Rao. 2 very powerful decks right now. 2 probably some of the best decks in the format. No surprise that they managed to make it into the top 8. But Luca absolutely on a tear this weekend.
Yeah, I was wondering if Lucas was the only Pro Tour winner in the entire tournament.
But
he might very well be, right?
There's a good chance of that. I'm trying to think. Who else is? I suppose Canister won something. One of the mythic ones. Was
he might have won a. Yeah, that's a good point. He might have won an arena championship, but yeah, Lucas first seed. He drew his last couple of rounds. Kind of
easy street. Did it on easy street. Bottom left, obviously, we have got Mark versus Jacopo. We've got that's on the Raktos of Vocalist and Hardened Scales again. 2 decks that I wouldn't say were tier 1, but have kind of dropped down a tier, but really putting up a good performance in the hands of these players so far.
Yeah, 2 good decks, arguably tier 1. I'm not too sure. It's so hard to say, but, you know, not surprising to see these decks in the top 8.
And then on the right of our bracket, we've got, I'm going to go with Thomas because I'm English. Thomas versus Eldris with Team of Murktide versus 5-color aggro. That's like the kind of the traditional zoo build that we've become. Oh, well, no, it's not the non-traditional zoo build. We've kind of like an evoke finisher in there.
Yeah, it's got Grief in there. Yeah. Grief in, not that after all. Yeah, that is a deck you see sometimes online. It's not super popular, but I talked to Thomas. He's actually French, and he said he felt good about his deck. He came because he liked his deck, and he thought he was, had a good shot. So
well, it's going well so far. Only 3 games away from calling himself champion. And then our last 2, David and Rob, on the bottom right of your screen, we've got some blue-white control versus Gogori Yargmuth. It's kind of a repeat of I say our decks, my deck being Yargmuth, your deck being control, but it's are we happy that there's some control? Probably the only control player that made it into day 2, I think.
Yeah, there was not a ton. There was a few who started the tournament. Didn't go super well for them. Jendrik fell short 6-3, but Dehan made it, had a solid day, and he was also able to draw in the last round into the top 8, and has a chance to win the tournament.
Yeah, pretty sick. Well, our main feature match for this round, starting off in the semis, is going to be our Team of Murktide versus 5-color Evoke aggro that we've got going on here. Thomas versus Eldris, and we're going to see who. I didn't catch who was the highest seed there as we start kicking off this here in LMS Prague.
Thomas was a higher seed. What happens a lot of time is that the people who draw get, the lower seed, and Thomas had to win the last round, so that's why he ended up the turn on 12 wins, 36 points, and he got the play. He had to win his last round, but the upside is since he did, he gets to be on the play for the first round of the top 8, which is pretty huge advantage.
And starting off with probably the talk of the town, a Leyline of the Guild Pact. I do see a Siren in hand. I imagine we've also got the second hand to go with it. So that would be like the 1-2 Splinter Twin Punch that's been spoken about so much online in the Magic community recently.
Yeah, and Edris is on fairly traditional Murktide decks, so he's not going to have a ton of answers if Thomas has the turn 2 Sound of Draco to go with his Leyline of the Guild Pact.
This is I'm looking at the deck list. There are a couple of one-ofs in the main. We've got a Fable, the Mirror Breaker, a Dress Down, a Subtlety, a Stern Scolding, and a Spell Snip. So that's like, kind of trimmed back and had a lot of our 4-ofs to 3-ofs, and then playing a couple of 1-ofs, because I suppose we can turn and burn through our deck pretty quickly here. So that is our second land drop, and just the 1-2 punch. The Leyline of the Guild Pact into a Sign of Draco. Remember, this now has First Strike, Vigilance, Trample, Lifelink, and Hexproof.
Yeah, Idris, teamer for the green splash. Pick your poison in your sideboard. Unfortunately, no copies in the main, so let's see if he can come up with a plan. He would have to play a big Murktide and kind of brickwall the sign for the entire game, so we might have a quick one here. I was hoping this matchup would be somewhat interactive, but I guess Leyline Draco is pretty good in game 1, and we see why right now.
Okay, off the top of your head, what does Hit Run do?
Hitch Run, I think it's some kind of edict.
Target player sacrifices an artifact or creature. Hit deals damage to that player equal to the
Casting
permanent converted
cost?
mana cost. Yeah.
Wow, 12 damage on the Sign of Draco. No, how much does Draco cost?
12. Yes, 12.
Wow.
That's pretty cool.
That's a little spicy. A little spicy one up from Thomas, yeah.
So 17, drop down to 13. Yeah, we potentially could just be 1 off there. That'd be a pretty cool way to see this game end. But here comes the Persive Iteration.
Yeah, pretty decent against Murktide too. Take, what, 7?
Yes, Murktide being a 7 drop as well.
Damn. I wonder if he's the only player in the field who registered that card.
Oh, I would bet a lot of money that is. I don't think I've ever seen that card up to now. It's the split card Hit and Run. If anybody wants to try and get the flavor text of that up in chat for everybody.
I can get up.
Iteration gonna exile a bauble. We're gonna cast that. Here comes a Survey trigger again. Do we like that top card, or are we gonna put it in our bin? We are gonna put it in our bin. So currently we have got land, sorcery, and instant in the graveyard. So one type away from it being a 3/3. That bauble will make the 4th copy if we want to, but I imagine we're not doing it before combat, because otherwise we'd have to attack with this Dragon Mage Chandler.
Yeah, definitely an uphill battle for Edris. Let's see if he can piece something together. It's going to be really, really tough. But you never know. There's also a chance I just miss one of his outs. It wouldn't be the first time this weekend that I missed something going on in the game.
But I'm trying to think, there's no way of getting this Sign of Draco off the battlefield because we can't target it. We can't double removal spell it. The only thing we've got would be a huge Murktide to block it ourselves. But even that might not be great, especially in a deck versus... Do we have Leylines in this 5-card deck? It is very non-traditional to what we're used to. We do have Leylines.
There's one main deck Dress Down.
So main deck Dress Down into Unholy Heat?
Yeah, that would be an out.
Okay. You've seen the line. You've seen it. You found it.
Yeah, I found the one out. It is kind of, downing to be like, okay, I'm going to show up to a tournament. I know Sign of Draco Leyline's going to be everywhere, and I literally can't really beat it in game 1 if I'm on the draw. If he's on the play, he can have a counter spell for it. So I don't know. I feel like it's mentally, it's tough to be like, okay, I'm just going to get some auto losses game 1 if my opponent has the good draws, but at least he made it to top 8. He has pick your poison after sideboard, so he can deal with that. And also notable, both players was Fable in their main deck. One on Murktide side, so Fable's still around.
I was about to say that after 15 rounds of Modern, this is the first one that me and you have seen on camera. Of course, very spoken about, very under the radar when it was spoiled, but turned up in multiple formats. Is now banned in some formats. Superhouse has got the ETB effect of making a 2/2 Goblin Shaman token, which the meme at the minute is that token is worth more than a Tarmogoyf. And you remember when it does attack, it does generate itself a treasure token. And then on top of it all, we've got extra abilities going up to 2 and 3 counters, but we'll talk about them when that comes into effect. But over on Eldritch's side, how can we kind of rebuild the board? How can we kind of turn this game back into our favor? Game 1, remember, open deck list now, so both players are aware of what their opponent has in the full 75. That was not the case throughout the tournament this weekend. It was closed deck list. Specific Iteration. We know how good this card can be. 1 to hand, 1 to exile, 1 to the bottom of our library. Looks like Island is going to be the card exiled. We're going to play that one for turn. Nice basics as well. Got to throw them out there. Chat, let me know what basics you use in your modern decks.
Little bubble trick, target yourself when you have a fetch land in play, get to manipulate your draw step.
I was going to literally about to set you up for that one. I was like, talk me through why we're baubling ourselves with a fetch land that we can do. And I said it is the pseudo scry effect.
Yeah, exactly. You see the top card, you like it, you wait to sack your fetch land. You don't, you shuffle it away and draw a different card, hopefully.
Oh, lands on a point. Here comes one of the retro shock lands. Also, that Goblin Shaman token's got Trample, Vigilance, Lifelink. Yeah, I love it. Love it. Sign me up for this. I think I found my next modern deck to play in my next tournament. Off the top. So that now we've got the Fable going to 2. We've got the ability to discard up to 2 cards and draw that many. I do see a Not Dead After All in hand. Maybe a Ragavan as well. Ragavan seems great in here when it's got hexproof, with the opponent having no blockers. We're going to discard. Is that another Fable? Yeah, another Fable the Mirror Breaker. Not interested in a second copy of that. Tapping 2 mana and going to dash this Ragavan.
Yeah, Toma might have.
Can be counted though.
Toma might have, you know, realized that the only way he loses his game is the interaction we're talking about of dress down and removal. So I believe Not Dead After All would surpass the dress down ability, right? And the creature would still come back.
That is a question for
If you played after the dress down, it gains that ability.
I say sure that resolves.
Layers,
You've got no
right?
targets.
Layers.
How does that work? I think Judge is going to ask here. I think because there's no valid targets, they're not allowed to actually do that.
So now Edris needs the dress down, the removal, and a counter for Not Dead After All as well.
Basically, we need the nuts, but we have seen that this weekend. Remember, we will take you back to when we saw the Grist player flipping a Grist off the Grist, getting the extra token they needed, getting the extra counter on the Grist, and eventually managing to run away and win at that game. Now everything's going to not be turned sideways, because remember, they do have Vigilance. They are all 5 colors, and there is a Draco on the battlefield giving them all Vigilance, as well as Lifelink, Trample, and First Strike. If that wasn't enough, top card's going to end up getting flipped, and a treasure token is going to be made off the Goblin Shaman. Damage happens. Here comes Lightning Bolt. Is that a good one? Yep. We're picking them up. We're going to go to a game number 2. That looked easy.
Yeah.
That looked really easy. Ley line into a Draco, almost unstoppable for the deck. But sideboards, we do have some cards that we can bring in. So let's see if we can get the sideboards up on the screen for everybody at home. Looking at my producers. There we go. Because it is open deck list now, chat. I believe you can find these on the socials or at least on MTG Millie if you want to go that route. So starting off over here on the 5-color aggro side, what cards do you like bringing in this matchup?
Prismatic Ending is an option, as well as Pick Your Poison. I'm not sure how narrow you want to go. Pick Your Poison is a tiny bit reactive. You know, it doesn't get an early Ragavan. It doesn't always get the Chandler right away. It's obviously decent against Murktide, so not 100% that one comes in. And Leyline of the Void is an option. I'm not a huge fan of Leyline against Murktide, but if Tomas thinks he has some pretty weak cards in his main, he could. Looking at his main deck, nothing you really want to board out. Ragavan maybe a little weak on the draw, but still a must deal with threat. So I think it's going to be very minimal sideboarding on Tomas' side. You know, maybe the 1 extra ending, especially on the draw. You know, make sure you don't get ran over by turn 1 Ragavan.
I'm just going to make chat aware. I'm pretty sure a lot of you have pointed out already, but this is not the Pick Your Poison that is in the list. It is the new one that was printed in Carlos Mana. This is just a nightmare when you start you taking the list and you post the list to different places. It comes up with this one because obviously that is a test card that was printed, but it doesn't matter. We'll move across to the other deck list now, and oh look, more Pick Your Poisons. Who would have thought? Most played card this weekend. Almost 800 copies were registered over the between the 554 players that did turn up. So looking at this Murktide list, we need to shore up this matchup. We need to win this one to get ourselves into a game 3 to get ourselves one step closer to this trophy. What would you like bringing in here, Mr. Gabriel Nassif?
Yeah, I feel like it's a little trickier for Edris. He's got Stern Scolding as an option. Pick Your Poison is almost definitely going in. Subtlety is an option. Even Hearse, you know, could stop the Not Dead After All and be a threat in the late game. You've got Stone of Eric. That's, you know, impactful. If you've played on turn 1, you're also stopping the grief draws. Magus of the Moon, against the 5-color deck can be an option. Blood Moon can be an option. An extra Fable could be okay. Flame is fine as well. So it's really tough for the Murktide player to sideboard, and I'm not sure what we'll do exactly, honestly.
Well, so far, no one's really managed to work it out because, you got both these players to the top 8. So if we're ready, we're going to head down to the match, see how the players are getting on, shuffling up. Looks like they're just coming to the end of it. Well, I'm literally trying to find out the exact number of pick your poisons there was. I think it was 778 off the top of my head, which is pretty crazy when you think about it. That this sideboard card is the most played. 779 copies of Pick Your Poison registered this weekend from all players, which is a nod into the format. Everyone was kind of expecting these Leyline Draco decks, but yet still they managed to prevail and fight through these Pick Your Poisons. Are we at the point where we have to start main decking this card, or is that just too crazy? What are you thinking?
I think some people already do, but I think that's a little extreme.
Okay. We'll see how it pans out moving forward. Obviously, it's going to be we're pretty sure they have come in at least for one of these players here.
But does that mean Pick Your Poison is the best card in Modern if it's the most played card? Is that how it works?
If Hall of Famer Mr. Yellow Hat himself is saying that, then I'm
going
to take it for granted that is true.
Let's see, chat. Chat, what's the best card in Modern?
It's obviously Young Wolf, of course. Everyone knows that. Best one drop in Modern. Both players drawing the opening 7. Let's see. Well, I did see 2 land. I did see a Leyline. I did see a Draco. So there's a good... And they both pulled to the front there. For Thomas on the left of your screen. Looks like we're having a mulligan here from Eldris. Didn't have a Pick Your Poison, so we're throwing it back. That's how I feel like we're going about it. Cat saying Tarmogoyf and Island are the best cards.
Yeah.
Not sure I agree, but... Whoever just said Glistener Elf, hats off. That's it. You have won today. We can all go home. Appreciate it.
Damn, someone buttering you up.
Yeah,
easy mention.
That's an easy way to get your name shouted out. It's just to say something nice about Infect moving forward. But moving on to this match, what's the opening hand that we need in this over on Eldris's side? What does he want to see in these 6 cards now?
I think turn 1 Ragband's pretty solid. Some of the lands in the 5-color deck come into play tapped. Not trivial for Tomas to have the turn 1 answer. So that's always solid. Just, 2 lands, 4 spells, maybe a Ragavan, an iteration, maybe a Pick Your Poison. Something fairly proactive.
Well, I can see 2 land and 5 spells, so it does have the option of which one they want to hit back.
All right, that's a good start.
I think it might have been a consider that went back, but we're pre-game effects. We're going to start off with a Leyline of the Guild pack. On the other side, we're going to play our Steam Vent Untapped. Retro, one of the new retro ones that has just been printed. And we're going to follow up with a Dragon Rage Chandler. No Mistress Bulbul follow-up with Survey. We're going to start on the other side with a Ragavan of I can't remember that fetch line now.
Bloodstained Mire.
Bloodstained Mire, thank you very much. Something you don't normally see in Modern, but you do in this Modern. So let's go.
Yeah, both player was a 1-drop.
We can now Unholy Heat this at last. Surveil trigger is going to happen. Island's going to go to the graveyard as well as this instant. Do we have a way of getting 2 more types in the graveyard? Doesn't look like we do. Just 1 point of damage is going to come across. Going to drop Thomas down to 19 and gets to untap. Oh, that was a grief off the top. Do we have a... We do have a black card in another Leyline, I think. And... we're going to ditch that Leyline for this grief. Going to have a look at the hand.
Idris desperately need Stern Scalding here. Doesn't look like he has it, though.
Definitely does not. We've seen Unholy Heat, a Steam Vents in foil, and Expressive Iteration. Looks like Iteration is going to be the take here. I would also be inclined to agree with that. Does put Sorcery in the graveyard, though, so we are 1 card type away from this Dragon Rage Chandler. But with the follow-up being a Signing Draco again, I'm getting flashbacks to game 1.
Yeah. It's definitely a powerful turn. It could backfire. Tama did have to invest 2 cards to get rid of Iteration. So if Elise gets a little lucky and finds Pick Your Poison, things could fall apart. He has an Unholy Heat, Surveil. I'm not sure if Tama has another Sign of Draco, but that was kind of costly to 2-4 on yourself just to get rid of an Iteration here.
I'm just going to ask you, in your expert opinion, you've been playing for a long time, you were in the Hall of Fame. Is 2 mana for a 4/4 flying, vigilance, hexproof, life-linking, first striking, trampling creature good in the format that is Modern?
Yes.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. Just wanted to double check on that because, you know, for everybody at home, in case they were not aware of this.
Yeah, noticeably no surveillance for Idris here. You know, we were wondering earlier if every deck was fetch lands play, if they all play at least one. Idris doesn't. We saw Timur Price who doesn't either. So no value there, no ability to dig to that one extra card, but he did find Preordain, which is potentially just as good. He gets the Surveil, gets the Scry, really looking for Pick Your Poison or maybe another cantrip here.
Yeah, I imagine Pick Your Poison is kind of where we're at, or bust almost at this point, and it's only turn number 2 of the game. I would also say this is probably happening in the second main phase in case we do happen to turn on Delirium. We don't want to be attacking our 3/3 into the 4/4 on the other side of the battlefield. Didn't get a good look at what that was. Looks like we do have a that Steam Vents, and that's going to come into play tapped. Don't want to lose any more life than we need to. And the follow-up is just another Dragon Rage. Oh, it looks like we did to pay 2 life, just shortcutting. So we will get that Dragon Rage channel on the battlefield. No Delirium yet, just 3 card types. And on the other side, a nice little tap there to show that the Draco is attacking. That's going to be our 4-point life swing. I think we might just have a bunch of lands in hand.
Yeah, and Idris decided to set up for kind of the mid game. You know, he has a bit of life total to play with. He can take a hit or two. So what it looks like what he decided to do, keeping 2 on top, is keep the second Chandler. Probably kept a cantrip, I would guess, something like either Preordain, Pick Your Poison, Iteration, something along these lines, and kind of try to pop off and make sure he never runs out of steam.
And just past the turn back, no crack of the fetch land. Can't use any of the surveil lands. So I was having a look if we've got any in the list. Doesn't look like we're playing it. We were actually talking about this. Are there going to be any decks in the top 8 that aren't playing the surveil lands? Looks like we found one.
Double surveil trigger. Plus, he's going to get to draw a card, so that's a lot of looks.
So this dress down will be the 4th. Oh, say Murktide going into the graveyard. So that is 4 times. So these will be 3/3s once dress down stops. But the dress down into Unholy Heat. This is the line you spoke about game 1. This is great. Is there any like undying effect in hand here for Thomas on the left of your screen? This could really change the tide if it does resolve. I think they're just going through like it's got no abilities anymore, which means it does not have hexproof. It means I can target it. Don't get both my surveils, but don't worry about that. And it looks like the Draco is going to go to the graveyard. That's huge.
Yeah.
Just land and go. This flood, we've got a chance. Telling me there's a chance.
He's in a great spot now. He should probably never run out of gas. So even if Tomad finds some good cards, it might just be too little too late at this point.
I'm trying to think what is the good draw here. Another Draco to me feels like that would be pretty good. A Cavu would be pretty good as well. But I think Draco might just be the best one. Having a flying life linker that can just block these 3/3s that have to attack currently because that graveyard is pretty big. Engineered explosives on 2 is going to hit the battlefield.
Yeah. Just preemptively playing it. I'm a little surprised he got rid of the bubble right away. It was the first surveil, so he knew he had at least a second surveil plus a draw step. But you could have kind of played it safe and kept the bubble on top and be like, okay, it's a little slow because the draw is delayed, but at least I get a guaranteed 2 more surveil plus a draw step.
I want to ask you about this line here. Sorry to interrupt you. Is the end of turn fetch triomes. When you're in a situation where I understand you're trying to thin your deck and you understand that triomes come into play tapped, but you've already got 4 mana. Is it not best to, instead of drawing something like a fetch land here, if you did end up keeping the triomes in your deck, you've still got a redraw at this point? See, I've seen this a few times throughout the weekend that players just end of turn getting the triomes when they've got multiple mana on the battlefield. Here comes to Pick Your Poison, the first one we're seeing of this match. That's going to get rid of a creature with flying. So one of these Dragon Rage channels will be hitting the bin. But I feel like if I'm going to be top decking land, I want to be top decking the triomes more than the shock lands and basics.
Yeah, I agree. I'm a big fan of leaving the triomes in my deck and fetching a dual land here. Maybe it's kind of it's a fine line because you also don't want to draw a come into play tap land when you need to play a spell. But I think at this point, Tomac can play every card in his deck. So I like keeping the cycling land in the deck and fetching for a triumph instead.
Jeez, the flood is
or
real.
Dual land instead, yeah.
Get Thomas some armbands here. He's drowning in this many land. That's 6 in play plus 2 in hand. He's 2 attacks away from this Dragon Race Chandler being lethal and taking us to a game number 3.
Yeah,
Second
interestingly,
Dragon Race
like
Chandler.
both players choosing not to include a survey land, valuing the on-tap mana more than the potential value there. And
Pick your poison. That doesn't give us an extra turn. We are dead to a Lightning Bolt or a Dashed Ragavan. Is there any other ways of direct damage in this deck? Let me have a look. Doesn't look like there is, but there are 3 Lightning Bolts and 4 Ragavans if they've stayed in. Nothing else out the sideboard can do direct damage to face. So could be very dead to multiple cards right now. Both players top decking, but Eldritch on the right of your screen definitely advantage by having the single lethal threat and a huge flood from Thomas on the left of your screen. Didn't get a good look at those. I also think that's a subtlety in hand. So even a Draco coming down wouldn't be enough. We're going to fetch. That's going to get us a Surveillance. And let's have a look. Just a basic island here. So maybe we've got something to do with our mana.
ooh, huge. That should guarantee that
Oh, especially when they keep it on top.
Yeah, snap keep.
Lightning Bolt or Counterspell? Which one are we going with?
Could just be another creature too. Could be just another preordain. Could be a bubble. Could be a million cards.
Well, we've got the subtlety in hand as well, I'm pretty sure. So, yep, we're going to a game number 3. That was a huge flood there. Basically, we had the perfect start. We had the Leyland Guild Pack plus the Draco, but the real big flood there was huge. But the turn where we had the dress down into removal was also pretty key. So going back to the decks, we've got them on screen for everybody at home to also have a little look at. Yet again, another reminder that Pick Your Poison is not the Pick Your Poison in their lists. It is the one drop from Carlos Mana. So now that we're on the play, anything change here for Thomas?
I don't think it changes a ton. I think we saw Leyland of the Void. I feel like that was his very last draw step of the game. So decided to bring in at least one. It is kind of nice when you're playing Grief and Fable. Leyline of the Void goes up in value because it means it's not as dead if you draw 2 in your opening hand or you draw 1 later in the game, you can still get rid of it.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, we did see Tomat dying to a bunch of, Delirium Chandler. Yeah. There's Murktide in the deck. We saw an Unholy Heat take down a 4/4 creature. So
I actually quite like the Leyline strategy in this, as in Leyline of the Void, not Guild Pack. Leyline of the Void makes sure that all the Dragon challenges are going to be 1/1s. It makes sure that the hardcast Murktides are going to be really hard to actually hardcast. It's also going to turn your best removal spell, it being on a Holy Heat, into just a shock. So, yeah, I quite like bringing them in. High upside if they're in our opener. And if we draw them late game, as you said, we can ditch it to Grief. We can ditch it to the Fable of the Mirror Breakers that we know are still in the deck. Let's go across to the other deck. Let's have a little look at what on the team side. We were able to shore that one up with it. Yeah, I'm going to say a little bit of luck, a little bit of flood on the other side. We did see the subtlety come in. Did we see anything else in here coming? We saw the engineer explosives come in.
Yeah, we saw explosives come in. We didn't see Fable. We didn't see either Magus of the Moon or Blood Moon. Doesn't mean they're not in. But once again, he has a ton of option. You could argue for 10 freaking cards. And I didn't even have explosives on my radar. But I guess he's scared of the 2-drops. He's scared of Kavu. A little surprised to see that one, and of all cards that would not be my top priority as a Murktide player, but maybe I'm just overlooking.
It hits Kavu, it hits Orcish Bowmaster, and Ratchet Bomb, Cursed Totem if they actually even came in. So yeah, I feel like we might be doing the 4-to-1 sort of thing that you were speaking about with sideboarding. Every 4 artifacts that you see in someone's deck, you potentially bring in one sort of answer to it. Not to show up too many dead cards in the matchup. So that should take. Let's see if we can get back down to the match, see how the players are getting on when they are shuffling up. Just looking at that opening hands.
Yeah, potentially also a little play draw going on. A card like Stern Scalding, I feel is going to be worse on the draw when you can't stop the turn 1 Grief play or the turn 1 Ragavan. So, potentially Elias had a few extra Scaldings on the play, and on the draw he's going to go was something a little different, maybe something a little more reactive or.
Looks like there is a Leyline of the Guild Pack in hand, and maybe a Draco at the back, or it's a Leyline's Binding. I'm not entirely sure which one it is. But again, quite a lot of land in that hand. Are we going to keep it from Thomas here? Definitely in the tank. I do see a Grief as well.
Yeah, we did see the Leylines in some ways backfire. He ended up with a Leyline in play that, sure, the Draco got in for some damage, but eventually that was Tomat being down the card. He also Griefed Evoked, 2-for-1ing himself. Once again, he did get an iteration, so you could argue that the iteration would have been a card advantage card anyways. But you know, when it's glass cannony in game 1 and your opponent has no answers, it's great and it's totally worth it. But in these sideboard games with Pick Your Poison, you know, in this case, at least had access to his one main deck dress down that he found and got rid of a Draco. On top of that, you know, Thomas did flood, so
Yeah.
there is that. But it's definitely not all upside, and it can backfire in some ways.
Right, well, we are going down to 6. I see a Draco, I see land, I see Grief, I see a keyboard that might even be a Pick Your Poison in hand as well. As long as we've got 2 land, which I think we do. I think we've got 3 land actually in hand. I think this is a snap keep, and Thomas agrees, and it looks like we are going to be off to the races. Pre-game effects for the 3rd game in a row. Here comes a ley line of the Guild Pack. On the other side, what have we got? Can we answer this with a turn 1 Pick Your Poison?
Yeah, looks like a little land heavy. Is that 4 lands? Was the one drawn?
Yeah, I think it's 4 lands. Saying we didn't play the breeding pool there makes me think there is no pick. We even got a second ley line there to be able to ditch it for this Grief. Make sure that the coast is clear. Try and potentially get out a dress down or something like that. So here comes the powerful. Go on.
Yeah, I was gonna say he's kind of got the all-in draw, quote unquote, that he had in last game, where it's ley line, Grief, was that the evoke spell, the not dead after all, just to try and clear the coast for Draco and hope the Draco goes the entire way.
Looks like we've got something in response here.
He's got a copy of Consider in his main.
Yeah, one copy of Consider that stayed in. We're going to look at the top. Well, we're going to surveil the top card, decide if we like it before we draw a card or not. We do not like that dress down. That's going to go to the graveyard. I think that was a Pick Your Poison found off it. It was a Pick Your Poison found off it. So you now have the option of my threat, my Pick the Poison, or Express Duration, and just snapped the. No. I'm taking this. Get this out of here. I don't like this card. Get rid of it. Thank you very much. We'll take that one. I think Frank Carson's in the chat. Frank, what's the odds of having Sign of Draco and Leyline of the Guild Pack in your opening hand? I imagine that's got to be up there in the the good like 15%ers or something.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised on how fast Idris got rid of the dress down. I would think that's one of the better cards. You have Unholy Heat in hand. You have Pick Your Poison. You know, you do see the ley line.
Well, the Pick the Poison, so we ditched the dress down and drew the Pick the Poison. We didn't have the Pick Poison in the hand at that point.
Yeah, but
so we would have drawn the dress down, and potentially that would have been the pick, right?
Yeah, but I feel like dress down is kind of a good one to have in hand because it protects your other good cards in hand.
I get you. Chat saying just under 16%.
Oh, wow.
30%.
He drew a second Draco. That's huge because at least he needs a little time to set up. He needs a little time to find answers. And
can't even crack the fetch. Like, crack the fetch line. This time comes a 3/3 on the battlefield that has to attack. That's it. Now we've got instant, sorcery, enchantment, land. Okay. Uphill battle. Let's go.
yeah, there's an iteration, right, in Edley's hand. So
yeah,
he's gonna get to a few cards. He could find another Pick Your Poison, slow down the clock, and buy himself a little time to dig out of his hole.
Also, I'm looking. That is the only dress down.
Oh,
at
he
the
does
75.
have one surveil land. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's not. It wasn't a green version. It's just the straight blue-red one.
Yep.
So we're on the turn in the last game where it looked like it would be a good place to go and fetch it. It was looking for the green source, so it could cast some of these Pick Your Poisons if they did draw them. But definitely an uphill battle now, facing 2 4/4 flying, vigilant, trample, life-linking, first striking, hex-proofing creatures. Is pretty hard. See a subtlety in hand now as well. And we're just going to pass the turn back to land. There's the Stealth Scorning that we would have liked to have seen in that turn with the Grief. Iteration is going to be the play. We're going to start off with a Surveil. Do not want that Spell Snare. That does not line up very well against 12 mana spells on the other side of the battlefield. Now we get to pick 1 to hand, 1 to exile that we can cast to end the turn, and 1 on the bottom of our library. I'm not even sure what 2 cards I'd want in this spot. What's the best 2 cards that we can draw?
Land Pick Your Poison, I guess.
Okay.
Or double Pick Your Poison.
Here comes the Bauble is going to go next. Oh, that is going to be this spell that we cast. We get the Surveil trigger. We like that card on top. We're going to target Thomas. We're going to have a little look at what that top card is. Didn't show the camera, but it's fine. We'll find out what that is soon enough, I'm sure. Still got a land drop if we want to use it. We don't have to, but I imagine we will. It's going to be the breeding pool and more importantly that green source, and then the attack has to happen. Remember, because Delirium is on, so another 4 life gained. Would you not just double block there and gain 8?
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
Maybe he did.
Yeah, he might have. We'll see how things kind of change. I also play a little bit looser when I feel like I'm super far ahead. And right now, if I was in Thomas's side, I would also think I'm pretty far ahead. At 7 life, lethal on board, looking for a blocker, looking for a way of getting these creatures off the battlefield, or otherwise our top 8 dream is over. We are going to fall short here in the quarterfinals. We are going to start off with this fetch line dropping to 6.
We also do know he decided to keep the card on top on the
Yeah,
last
true.
reveal trigger. So we know he has at least a little something going on, whether it's just a preordain, an iteration, or, you know, one of the pick your poisons.
Well, that's our land drop for the turn, so it can't be double pick your poison this turn.
Could also be a Murktide. Murktide would buy a
Ooh,
lot
I
of
think
time,
you're right. I think
Just
it might actually be a Murktide. And it is. It's going to
Yeah,
get
it
cast.
is.
Are we going to tap the green source, though?
First
No, we are not.
Murktide this match, and we talked about it in game 1, how it was one of his only outs, just kind of trying to stall the board was all the Murktides, but Toma had a full grip. Toma down to, what, 1 card, 2 cards, and
2
doesn't
cards
have
in hand.
that many answers to Murktide. It is at a full grip. He potentially has counterspell up, and, you know, with how good Leyline Draco is, it doesn't let you just attack into Murktide. Your Dracos are going to die.
So it looks like we're exiling 3 things, making it a 6/6. We're just trying to work out about Delirium moving forward. What we're going to keep in our graveyard. This would make them the Murktides a 5/5, which is big enough to block a 4/4 on the other side. Remember, though, on this 5 color list, there are Orcish Bowmasters, so that could end up finishing off this if needs be. Also, Leyline's Bindings
I
as a top deck.
I think that's what he drew, right? The Bowmaster.
No, I think it's a Pick Your Poison, right?
Oh.
No, it's either a Bowmaster or Pick Your Poison. I think it's
Oh,
a
he
Pick
has
Your
both.
Poison.
He had Pick Your Poison, and he drew Bowmaster.
Counterspell is going to eat that. Do we have the other land for Bowmaster? No, we do not. So no attacks, I don't think. I don't think this is worth.
Put him down to 2. That seems a little extreme.
Yeah.
I believe there's no ways
there's a
for Edris to punish Toma at instant speed. Was the 1 dress down gone? Maybe 1 copy of Auto-Wara to bounce the Leyline. Maybe that would be a way to... Yeah, there's the 1 copy of Auto-Wara. So as long as he has Leyline and the 2 Dracos, Edris has no good attacks, right?
No. Not facing off. I suppose what's the chance of like a second Murktide growing this one into a 9/9?
He does have 3 in the main deck, and I'm assuming he didn't board any out. I would, you know, I guess Leyline of the Void would be a reason to hedge.
Poison.
Oh, so he's deciding whether or not he should do artifacts or enchantment. Assuming he's gonna, okay, I was gonna say artifact, but
Doesn't get exiled though. Does it's just sacrifice, right?
Yeah.
Yep. So we'll make sure that gets tidied up.
that makes sense. He had on Holy Heat. Yeah, I'm not sure it's relevant. I'm not sure Toma has any use for cards in the sideboard anyway, or in the graveyard anyways.
Second Murktide
Wow.
is coming down here. Full 5 cards getting added to making this first Murktide a 10/10. Jeez. Talk about a swing, but 34 life is a lot. A Leyline's Binding here would not do it just yet, but would put us in good stead. There's an extra land. Remember, Subtlety is in hand for Eldris on the right of your screen. But we just flipped this on its head.
Yeah, and Toma has a decision here. He needs to decide if he wants to slow roll the Bowmaster, try and get Edris for an extra ping, or just, main phase it while Edris is tapped out. He decides to go for the latter. Secure Bowmaster in play, makes Edris' life a little tougher.
I think they're deciding if they want to take this Orcish Bowmaster or Subtlety it. But we would have to ditch another blue card for it. I think we've only got 2 cards in hand, so this would eat our whole hand up. But it would also leave us with a 10/10 and a 7/7. And yeah, we're going to put that. Ooh, are we putting it on top? We're putting it on the bottom. We're putting it on the bottom. We think we've got better draws in our deck. No combat, so just a straight untap. 24 life to reduce. Didn't get a good look at what that card was off the top. This is risky. Surely we're not going turning both sideways.
You can if you have a counter spell.
Go to combat.
No more lifelink. It's a 2-turn clock. No more lifelink. No more vigilance on the Draco.
Okay, I love it.
Yeah, and we know it's the right play because we know Toma has a dead leyline in play in hand.
Okay, just straight past the turn back. And this means there's 2 lethal threats on the other side. We need to find something, and we need to find it now. And hope that Eldritch does that card in hand is a blank. Are we going to... No Surveil lands to go fetch and kind of manipulate top of our deck. That is just the 4th land, which means we can play the Leyline of the Guildgate in hand. Which would what? We lose 1 base. We can go get the basic forest here.
I think he's kind of locked out of the game. And it was really interesting match. We got to see the power of the Leyline Draco combo in game 1, and then we got to see the glass cannony effect. You know, when you get picked apart, it does not feel that good. Your cards are maybe like a little underpowered, and you know, I might just be result oriented, but yeah, just
So
at the end of the day, I guess a solo Draco is no match for a bunch of giant Murktides.
Well, if we hard cast this, if this resolves, how does this math work? So if it resolves, we've got a 4/4. We attack for 4, go up to 8. We then block and go up to 12. So we can survive a turn here if this resolves. And it is getting turned sideways. So like we do go up to 8.
I wonder what Edris
What?
had in hand, because he took the risk of
There's Tribal Flames in this deck.
dying to burn spell, yeah.
We are going to have to chump block here, though. Pick your poison would win the game. Looks like it's not. That wasn't one of the draws, but another 4 life gained, but then another 7 lost. And an Undying Effect, that is not enough. And we are going to see Eldritch on the right of your screen taking it down. The power of Silent Draco plus Leyline of the Guild Pack. Congratulations to them. They're going to be moving to our semi-finals. Do we have a backup feature match?
Wow, that was kind
No,
of
we do not.
that was kind of stone cold attack. Honestly, I thought he had like a counter spell in hand when he attacked. Because
No. Look, I suppose you work the math out, right? Like, I'm at 6. You need that plus to be able to win this turn. And with my 2 attacks, I can win in 2 turns instead of 3 turns. So the basic cut, you need to dodge a draw step in that instance, I think, is where he was at. It's like, if you've got it, you're going to get me. If not, I'm going to get you. And it kind of paid off because it was like a 7/7 and a 10/10, right?
am I confused? Could he just attack with 1 and keep 1 back and not die to like bolt
Were
or
they not like
tribal
30
flames?
something life? Or was that, or they dropped to 24?
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like the Murktide deck maybe has better top decks too. At this point, you're drawing
Oh, yeah.
better. Yeah, it's tough. I don't know exactly how many outs Toma had to instantly win the game there, but Dash Ragavan was lethal too.
Yeah, Dash Ragavan would have been lethal.
Good.
That's pretty sick, saying that they were still out, still gave him indications.
Well,
I'm going to see if there's any not reported. So that would have been... So there's 1 match still playing, I believe, which is our Rakdos Evoke versus Hardened Scales.
okay, didn't expect that one to go the longest.
No, or did I? Or they just haven't reported it, whichever way it's going to be. But that is a bit of, it means we are getting closer to our top 4. I can tell you who else managed to get in. So our control player managed to get in, winning 2-0. Eldritch was just seen win there, so that's the team deck managed to get in. And so did Raoul on Amulet Titan. So control, Murktide, Amulet Titan, and either Hardened Scales or Rakdos Evoke is going to be our top 4 moving forward. I'm waiting for confirmation on how long is left on the round, because I don't want to give you guys too much downtime. Everybody watching right now, we understand that downtime is the worst thing possible.
I will not say this round, it was just such classic Twitch chat, just like, Leon Draco, ban it, it's too strong, it's broken, Splinter Twin, and then like, oh, Merc died, Leyline, it's fine, unplayable, just, it was kind of great to watch,
Oh, yeah,
like, all
Twitch chat
unravel.
never
and-
changed. Twitch chat never changed. I love it. And,
Just being stone result oriented, and just, it was
ban, ban, ban. Oh, it just lost. It's good enough. It's good enough now. It's good enough. I got you. I got
it
you.
was kind of beautiful. There was one person at some point was like, Chandler looks so bad in this matchup after it had kind of won game 2 for Idris. It was beautiful. I enjoyed all of it.
Okay, I'm being told by Filipa that all the matches are done, which means that we'll be having a short break. We'll get Martin and Filipa back in the booth to give you the semi-finals. And the next time you'll see us, we'll be in the finals where we'll be crowning a winner and giving them this trophy in front of us. So make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll see you shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here ready to cast the semifinals, already reaching to a hand here. And let's take a look at our brackets and show the animation that the team here did to see the players that made it into our top 4. So as you know, we had 8 different decks in the top 8. And let's take a look here what decks made it into the top 4.
Yeah, Lucas Bluhan, what I think was the only Pro Tour winner in the field, ended up losing against Amulet Titan. We have Blue-White Control winning on the other table, Ragda Scam winning on table 3, and the last player, I think, was on Teamer Murktide. So these are our final top 4 players. Titan against Scam, and Murktide against Blue-White Control. Probably decks that not a lot of people expected. Blue-White Control, it does well on online, but it's not a deck that's usually very well represented in the metagame as much as some of the other decks. Most people probably expected to see a lot of Leyline of Guildpact. We don't have a single one here.
Nope, the Murktide that made it is not the one that is running the Leyline. So very interesting to see here our top 4. And we are going to cover the Amulet Titan versus Rakdos Scam match here, which actually Jacopo is playing a very interesting list with Inti, Stalker.
Yeah, this list is very interesting. There's 4 copies of Stalactite Stalker. There's 4 copies of Inti, which is a card that I'm used to seeing that card in Standard, but 4 copies in Modern is something that I did not expect. Obviously, there's 4 copies of Grief plus the Not That After All package. That's the start you really want to have in your opening hand, especially against a deck like Amulet. But it looks like Jacopo starts on the Stalker. Raul is like, hey, what is this? Can I read this?
Stalactite Stalker here, an unexpected card making it into our top 4. And it works pretty well with the fetches because you start the Shanding and putting counters on it.
Yeah, I mean, a 1-mana creature with 2 power that has menace, that's a solid start. Obviously, in Modern, you're used to doing things that are a bit more powerful, but with more fetch lands, you can certainly grow a little bit bigger. And Jacopo has a turn to Thoughtseize. Looking at, what is it, 3 lands, a Dryad, Grazer, and the One Ring.
Decided to go there for the Dryad.
Wow, no second land for Jacopo, so looks like he was on a mulligan to 6, keeping a hand with a 1-drop and a Thoughtseize, hoping that he's going to draw a second land in time before it's too late. Taking the Dryad here makes me believe that Jacopo is going to play another Thoughtseize next turn to deal with the One Ring.
And let's see here what is the draw, if Jacopo is able or not to get that second land. Attacking there with a Stalker, double block from the Grazers. And there is the Thoughtseize that you were talking about.
Yeah, because the One Ring was certainly the most powerful card in the hand. One that if Raul has going for a couple turns, he's going to be able to get ahead on cards so much that I don't think there would be a way for Jacopo to come back from that. Wow. Yeah, the Thoughtseize bug. There it is.
The Thoughtseize bug in real life. And that One Ring is going to start getting a lot of advantage to Raul, especially with Jacopo only with 1 mana available.
Yeah, I think that might just be game.
And that's a second Stalker.
Yeah,
and that was so rough here for Jacopo.
Yeah, Jacopo needed to draw a second land right away. Ideally, a fetch land to activate that Stalker one more time. Start getting in there through the Grazers. Now he's not getting in there for any points of damage. The One Ring's drawing Raw a bunch of cards. He's ahead on mana, ahead on cards, better board position, and yeah, this game is pretty much over.
And it was really fast. That One Ring top deck was crucial there for Raul. Raul that has been having a great weekend here with Amulet Titan, a deck that is not easy to play, and he's been playing it all weekend long.
I would even say that Titan is probably the hardest deck to play in Modern. What does our chat think? What do you think is the hardest deck to play in Modern? Is it Titan? Is it something else? Is it some other kind of combo? As far as like tier 1 and 2 goes. Obviously, it's not going to be Tron. It's not going to be the put 3 lands into play. Blue-white control, yeah, I agree. That's also a deck that you are going through hundreds of decisions every game, and if you make one wrong, then the whole game can crumble in front of your eyes. So control is also always definitely a hard deck to pilot.
And we see here Raul with access to a lot of tools. And Jacopo only with 2 Stalkers. Urza Saga.
Yeah, Raul just making sure that he sequences everything properly. The top 8 is untimed, so
Titan there.
make sure you do everything correctly. Now the players are playing for the highest stakes. The first place is almost 10,000 when you include all the money prizes, all the boxes, the flight and the hotel to Naples. So make sure you do everything correctly. Take your time. The fact that your opponent has 1 land, don't get too excited. Don't get carried away thinking the game is 100% over. Make sure you sequence things properly and take your time.
Yeah, as you said, no time in these semifinals. Top 8 just doesn't have a timer. Players just need to play at a reasonable pace.
Yes.
So no need to rush things. And Jacopo here realizing, okay, this is enough. There's no out that my deck possibly can get if I don't get a second land. Not drawing that second land, not that after all.
Yeah, I mean, Jacopo's hand was seriously perfectly reasonable. I mean, you run a mulligan to 6. You have 2 Thoughtseizes. The Titan deck has a lot of lands. Usually, if you take, the Summoner's Pact and the Titan, they're usually left with not much else. So, Jacopo having a 1-drop plus double Thoughtseize, perfectly reasonable opening hand. Unfortunately for him, didn't work out, and Raul takes full advantage of that.
2 LS Norn sideboard here.
Yeah, LS Norn, we saw a couple matches where, I mean, in the mirror, for example, it almost completely shuts down the opponent's deck. Karslake, Leyline Binding, don't do anything, Primeval Titan. So that is a card that goes in a lot of interesting matchups. But for Rakdos midrange, I think you're most likely interested in something that can interact in the early turns. We might see a card like Dismember. We might see a card like Engineered Explosives, maybe the Radiant Fountain to keep yourself alive for a little bit longer. We might also see Raul bring in a Boseiju. It depends on both players' sideboard. I'm not sure if there is multiple copies of Blood Moons, for example, in the Rakdos deck, but that's definitely something to keep in mind.
Let's take a look here at Jacobo's desk list. Rakdos come and definitely a very interesting list. As we said, 4 Stalkers, Inti as well. So not cards that we are used to see every day in Modern. There is that Blood Moon sideboard, as well as 2 Magus of the Moon.
Okay, so I think that means that both Boseiju and Dismembers are going to be coming in because you need to make sure you don't just straight up lose to those cards. Other than that, you probably want to board out some removal. A card like Fatal Push doesn't sound as exciting, although it can still kill a Triad. But I would certainly be looking at ways to stop my opponent's deck from working by either playing Blood Moon or Magus of the Moon, or finding ways to deal with their amulets. So cards like Kolaghan's Command, despite being a little expensive, it does get rid of amulets, so I am very likely bringing that in as well.
And let's take a look here at our players. Get ready for the semifinals. And the player that wins these will make it into the finals of this tournament. So high stakes. They are so close to the trophy. And somebody's saying, and I think it's very interesting, this is the Rakdos scam without the ley line of the guild pack. And also the Murktide that made it in the top 8 was the one without the ley line of the guild pack, right? So, I mean, just showing that any list can make it.
We keep saying that. That's just how Modern is. The metagame does seem like it's shifting a little bit all the time, but in reality, there's still 40 different decks. You only have 15 sideboard cards. It's not like you're going to be able to prepare for everything anyway. So the best thing you can do is usually just pick one deck. Whether that's Mono Black Coffers or Merfolk or Zoo or whatever kind of strategy you enjoy playing, and make sure you know how to play your own deck in the best possible way. Learn every matchup. make a good sideboard guide, and that is going to give you a much bigger edge than switching a deck every week.
And for those of you wondering, our backup feature match for here the semifinals is Blue-White Control versus Murktide. So Blue-White Control here not very represented during day one, but one mighty player made it here into the semifinals with it. So just goes to show, bring the deck that you love the most, as we say over and over again, and any deck can make it in the top 8. In fact, 8 different ones made it today into top 8. And players shuffling in, getting ready now with Jacopo on the play.
Yeah, I see the chat's talking about Mill. I remember those Grand Prix. I think it happened mostly in the US, but there was a person playing blue-black Mill. I think it was the person with the quadruple sleeves or something along those lines, maybe like a fully foiled deck. I think they top 8'd like 3 modern Grand Prix in a row playing Mill. That really tells you, that the format is more about knowing your own deck. You can really succeed with pretty much any strategy.
And players taking a look at the deck lists because this is a closed deck list tournament, but top 8 gets open deck lists. So here are players having full access to each other's lists.
Yeah, it might have been blue-black taking turns. Yeah, it was maybe it was a mix of like mill and turn, something along those lines. But it was certainly not a deck that you would think of as tier 1, and they were still able to take that to 3 GP top 8s if my memory serves. So yeah, that really tells you about the format.
Jacopo here going to start really hoping for something better, at least a couple of lands. I see Griff, which is a good sign usually in this Rakdos scam opening.
Have we seen a turn 1 Grief plus Ephemerate or not that after all weekend? I don't think I have.
I am not sure. Turn 1, maybe not. We did see later on, but
I think we're due for a turn 1 scam opening. There it is. Grief you, exile Kolaghan's command, show me your hand.
You asked for it. And
Sacrifice trigger on the stack. That's a pretty good opening hand. 1, 2, 3 lands. There is an amulet with the bounce spell. There is an explore the One Ring and a dismember to make sure that I have an answer for Magus of the Moon. And Jacopo waits no time taking that dismember, which could tell you something about his hand. But yeah, with that sacrifice trigger on the stack, Jacopo is gonna sacrifice the fetch land, find a blood crypt, and I think this means we're gonna see not that after all.
Not that after all.
That amulet looks very tempting to me, leaving my opponent with just the One Ring. But with that explore, that's still a turn 3 ring, so Jacopo decides to take the One Ring instead, and basically just leaves Raul with all lands and no action cards.
Pretty good start here. Jacopo living the dream after game 1, having only access to 1 land and not much going on. But now here with access to that Grief already with a Wicked roll attached to it and Ragavan. Again, no second mana though.
Raul didn't actually have an untapped land in the hand for the turn 1 amulet, so that Slayer's Stronghold allowed him to do that. Now we have a bounce land in play on turn 2. There is a Dryad, so that's a start. He has 1 more land drop available and passes the turn.
And let's see if Jacopo here has any answer for that Dryad. Able here to get the second land drop, which is very important.
Yeah, first time in the match that Jacopo actually plays a second land.
And let's see what he has available. I cannot quite see what cards he has in hand, but that Grief can always attack because it has menace.
Yeah, Jacopo making sure. What? You have one more card left? I thought I knew all of your cards. Wait a second. And yeah, Raul says, yeah, I actually picked it up, but that's the Slayer Stronghold you know about. So Raul does all of us a favor, puts the card face up on the table for everyone to see because those are currently public information thanks to the grief.
And Inti. Another card that we have seen a lot in Standard, but not in Modern.
Yeah, not a card I expected to see as a 4 of in a modern deck this weekend.
Definitely a very strong card, but in different formats.
There's the Explore. So 2 new cards for Raul. Is he going to be able to find something? Vesuva copied the green-white bounce land. Bring it back. There are more land drops available. Is Raul going to be able to play a Titan here? That would be wild.
And let's see.
Through a double grief. Is this turn 3?
Let's take a look at what that card is.
So the first bounce land was used to cast that Explore. Vesuva came into play, copying the other bounce land. So that's 2 mana floating, 2 mana more. That's 4. Is he going to tap the other 2 and cast a Titan here? No, that's another Dryad. Okay.
So no Titan, but a second Dryad. And Raul here deciding if he wants to do anything else.
This is he gonna play the Titan or not? Okay, never mind. Just it looks like passes the turn back. So no action cards other than the Dryads, which can double block the grief if he wants to, but he would be risking a removal spell from Jacopo, which would possibly ruin his board.
And Jacopo here having 3 cards available. One of them might be a Blood Moon or a Magus of the Moon, but
Yeah.
no third mana.
I believe Magus of the Moon is a very likely card for Jacopo to have, given that he took that Dismember. Oh, wow, look at this. An attack with the Ragavan as well. All right, maybe not so fast. Attacking with my Tuvan into the Dryads, perhaps not.
And with that Inti on play, what that card does is whenever you attack, you may discard a card. Whenever you do, you put a +1/+1 counter on target attacking creature, and it gains trample until the end of the turn. And whenever you discard 1 or more cards, exile the top card of your library, and you may play that card until your next end step.
So Raul with the bounce line, 1 unknown card in hand. We know it's most likely not Titan because I think Raul had the means to be able to play that last turn. So very likely not an action card.
So attacking with both creatures here, putting the +1 counter on the grief, and there's Thoughtseize Exiled that can be played until the end of the turn.
Interesting. So Jacopo attacking with that Ragavan, what does that tell you? He could have a lightning bolt to finish it off. He could have something like engineered explosives to blow up the amulet, figuring out, well, might as well attack with the Ragavan first.
Going for the Thoughtseize here. And 1 mana remaining.
It is explosives for 1.
Just say go.
So unfortunately for Jacopo, no third land just yet, but he is still able to put on a decent amount of pressure. Uh-oh. Well, we're floating mana. You know what that means.
It's not a good sign for Jacopo here.
Bounce land, Vesuva, untap, more mana.
A lot of mana available here, but what can Raul do with it?
Oh, that's a Cultivator Colossus.
And that is quite the pickup there for Raul.
Draws a card, draws another card. There's some triggers on the stack with the amulet.
That was such a good draw here. Cultivator Colossus getting a lot of wins this week to Raul. We see it in play before, and it has been very, very powerful. And as a reminder, these are the semifinals here at LMS Prague. Raul is up a game, and if he wins this one, he will make it into the finals.
Yeah, the second semifinals is blue-white control against, I think, Teamer
Murktide, yeah.
Murktide. Murktide basically just being blue-red, but splashing Pick Your Poison in the main deck. That should tell you how afraid some players were of Leyline of the Guild Pack this weekend.
The One Ring,
Wow.
wow.
What a turn. So Colossus into the One Ring. That buys Raul at least one more turn thanks to the protection trigger.
And it looks like turn 1 scam was not enough to make a dent on Raul.
Yeah, so Raul so far, despite having his hand discarded by Thoughtseizes and Grief in both games, was able to draw out of it. I mean, Jacopa is giving him a lot of time thanks to not hitting his own land drops. And Grief attacking here, you might be thinking, why is he attacking? There is the one trigger, the One Ring trigger on the stack that gives Raul protection. Looks like Jacopa just wants to get in to make sure that the Inti attacks and he finds a land on the top. But if you're making that play, that is might be a bit of a desperate play just to try to find that third land. I think most likely the last card in Jacopo's hand would be the Magus of the Moon.
And there is one Bone Crusher on the sideboard. That's a way to deal.
Yeah, to go around that protection. Bone Crusher Giant says damage can be prevented.
You cannot target your opponent because he has protection, but you can target a creature and...
Oh, wow. Does he have it? No. Okay. I thought he was attacking Raul, saying, "Yeah, you know, I'm not blocking. I have the protection." And then when Jacopo was stabbing 2 mana, I'm like, "Wow, does he have the Bone Crusher Giant? That'd be amazing."
No Bone Crush Giant here. And at this point, Raul living the dream at 7 life though, and that One Ring is going to start dealing some damage soon, but... Oh,
Wow. Okay, that's a GG.
that
yeah.
Titan was just GG. And Raul here 2-0 against Jacobo, and we are going to have Amulet Titan in the finals here of this LMS. And we are ready with our other semifinals, Azorius Control versus Murktide. And it looks like Murktide is up a game.
Yeah, and like we mentioned, this is just basically straight up blue-red Murktide, splashing only for Pick Your Poison. It's not like this deck is full of green cards. It is your way to protect yourself from the Leyline of Guild Pack Science shenanigans. And here Edris is ready with a counterspell for the One Ring, so not a whole lot happening on the board. Well, I guess except for Narset and Solitude. So Rob seems to be a bit ahead at the moment.
And if Rob does manage to take this game, we're going to have a game 3. This Murktide list being a very traditional Murktide list, as we said here before. It does not run the ley line of the Guild Pact like some of the Murktide lists that we have been seeing.
Yeah, I'll be honest, I didn't expect to see much regular Murktide because you don't have a great matchup against the leyline decks. You don't have a lot of ways to interact with that, so if the sign ever makes it into play with the leyline, then you are limited to maybe a Borrower as a way to bounce it. Pick your poison. I mean, it's not a card you really want to play in your main deck.
Narset. Okay, so Edris here is going to be able to play Narset, and what a hit there with the Ragavan.
Wow, so I was saying that Rob is pretty far ahead with that Narset on the stack, but Edris had another counter spell, untapped Dash Ragavan, and stole a Narset from Rob here. So that's a pretty quick turnaround.
Still no way to protect the Narset from that Solitude, but with some mana available, there is Preordain in hand. And there it is, the Preordain. Let's see if we find a way to deal with that Solitude. And I think that might be another Fable. Oh, Murktide. Murktide, and that's going to get
That's going to be
a lot
quite
of
large.
counters.
Yeah. Rob needs to find a card like the Fairy or perhaps a Supreme Verdict. Maybe another Solitude would be excellent here as well to deal with the Murktide and try to finish off that Narset.
So that Ragavan goes back into end because it was a dashed, and drawing here from the bubble. That's a very big Murktide with 4 counters.
Well, what does Rob have? It better be something that deals with the Murktide, because attacking with the Solitude is not going to get it done against this giant blocker, and you really want to deal with the Narset here.
There is the 7/7 land. The one ring.
Well, I mean, that's awkward against Narset, though.
It is pretty awkward. I mean, Rob can still draw in Edris' turn 1 card, but not able to draw here immediately. And Edris drawing here for the turn. That Fable is going to flip into the reflection of Kikijiki.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely have to give the upper hand to Edris now.
And I think there's a Flame of Honor in Edris' end.
So after using Narset all day to combine with Days Undoing and, stop the opponents from drawing cards with their ring, is Rob eventually going to lose to his own Narset, stopping him from using his own ring?
So Rob really needs something here to deal with this board. Solitude. Attacking Narset. Just blocking there with Murktide.
That certainly smells like a sweeper.
It does smell like a Supreme Verdict. And it is a Supreme Verdict. It does resolve. Land and go. And then Narset definitely doing a lot of work here for Edris. A reminder that Narset actually belongs to Hob, but the dashing Ragavan connected and was able to get that Narset off the top.
Yeah, I think Edris still has that Ragavan in hand, right? Yeah. Ragavan is just such a busted creature. Like for a 1-drop, I keep calling for better 1-drops in standard, but this one might be a little too pushed. 2 power for 1 mana, already pretty good. The fact that you can put it into play with haste, that's a nice bonus. But the fact that it also steals cards from the opponent or gives you more treasures, that is very nice.
It is a very good card, especially when there's less Orcish Bowmasters on the meta, which is what we've seen this weekend.
Yeah, for sure.
So definitely a good weekend to bring these monkey into play.
I was recently trying Historic Brawl on MTG Arena, and I discovered that I can play Ragavan as my commander, which essentially means I'm going to have it in my opening hand every single game. Sign me up.
I'm not sure what this card here is. Might be a Fable. And there's a counterspell war that Edris end up winning. And yes, it is Fable of the Mirror Breaker, making a 2-2 there. And things looking up really good. That one ring is going to start taking more and more damage, but only drawing 1 card a turn to rob while this Narset is there.
Yeah, keep in mind there is still that hole of Storm Giants, so with Edris at 11 life, perhaps he doesn't have a way to stop that. You know, maybe Rob can get a little aggressive with it.
And it does have Ward 3, I think, so that's quite a lot of damage. That 2-2 can block, though, to protect Narset if needed. Oh,
wow, okay. Now we're talking.
That Narset is going to get removed. And now, yes, this ring can start drawing some serious number of cards.
That fully unlocks the 1 ring.
And if there was an advantage bar, it would flip very highly right now.
I think so. I mean, the 3 damage a turn, that's a lot. But we know that Rob's deck has cards like the Fairy to rebuy the ring, or other copies of the 1 ring to replace the 1 with a lot of counters. So if he's drawing 4 or 5 cards a turn, I don't think he's gonna have a problem finding a way to not die to it.
So discarding 2 there with Fable, drawing 2 new cards. There's a Noto Aura. And here attacking for 4, creating a treasure token. And we might see the activation of that 7/7. Oh, it's a Solitude. Now, Edris does have mana available. Might be able to answer it. Looks like a counter spell on that Solitude. And I'm not sure if Edris here created the treasure token from that attack of the Goblin.
A proper counter war, counter spell on your counter spell.
And dealing some damage there. And go. Okay, reminding here of the treasure.
Yeah, Rob deciding here, do I want to block, trade the creatures? Would I rather race you, gain the life every turn?
Very difficult to race the card draw that is incoming on Rob's side. But expressive iteration is a good way to start. So Mishra's Bubble is the card that can be played this turn. And we have a Channeler, Bubble, Trigger.
Yeah, this deck sees a lot of cards. This is why you usually typically see a lot of one-offs in these Murktide decks. And the sideboard cards are also just very valuable because with all these Surveil triggers, with the Bobble, card draw from Bobble, from Expressive Iteration, you can very often see 30 to 40 cards every game. So it's a lot easier to find your sideboard cards than in other decks.
Rob down to 14 life, which is still quite a lot. But that one ring is for sure applying a lot of pressure. He needs to find a Teferi to bounce it or a new ring. Fetch.
If you are just joining, the quarterfinals where Rag the Scam winning over Scales, Amulet Titan winning over Goria's Blink, Blue-White Control winning over Yavmod, and our last match was Teamer against the Zoo Scam, I believe.
And we are already at the other semifinals where Amulet Titan won versus the Rakdos.
And there it is. The Fairy. Does it resolve? If it does, we're very likely going to see that one ring getting bounced.
Yeah, and Teferi really unlocks a lot of potential here for Rob, not only bouncing the ring.
Oh, wow. Actually bounces the Channeler. Perhaps signaling that he already has another copy of the ring in hand. Maybe he just wants to get aggressive. Activates that. Is a life total?
And just like that, activating for 7 damage, and Edris just concedes here in the face of that Teferi, and we are going to have a game number 3, and there's no time, so
I guess the life total might not have been updated. Well, anyways, let's look at the decks. I'm sure you want to see how these decks looks like. So Azorius Control, pretty much standard. 4 copies of Narset, great card to pair with Days Undoing, which is what this deck is doing a lot of the time. With the Fairy, you can even play Days Undoing at instant speed and your opponent's turn. Whatever you want. A bunch of counters, counterspell, Force of Negation to protect yourself. 2 copies of Leyline Binding. And then some of the control elements like the Sweepers, Supreme Verdict, there is a Prismatic Ending, there is a Solitude to exile your opponent's creatures, and since you are 2-for-1ing yourself a lot with the Free Spell, Subtlety, Force, and Solitude, there is the one ring to make up for that and get you some cards.
And let's take a look here at our other list, our Temur Murktide. This list, no Leyline of the Guild Pact, no Scion of Draco, but there's a lot of nice cards here. We see Blood Moon, Magus of the Moon. In sideboard, we saw these cards being very powerful against decks like Amulet Titan. Against Control, what do you think is going to enter?
I was just looking at the sideboard. I'm like, what is this playtest card? It's actually Pick Your Poison. The reason for this is that there are 2 magic cards right now with the same name. Pick Your Poison is one of those playtest cards from the the Mystery Boosters. But the real one that is actually in our Teamer player's deck, or sideboard rather, is the 1-mana Pick Your Poison that you know from drafting Karlov Manor. So what's coming in? Well, I would need to take a look again at the blue-white mana base, how many basics there are. You might want to bring in the Blood Moon and the Magus of the Moon, depending on how many basics your opponent has. You certainly want to bring in the Fable. Flame of Anor, I mean, draw 2 cards, seems reasonable. Force of Negation, very likely coming in as well. Subtlety to deal with the Planeswalkers. Mostly just depends on how many cards you want to board out. I think the Bolts, perhaps Unholy Heats, some of those are going to be boarded out.
So our players are getting ready here to start this game 3. Now with Edris on the play, able to have a lot of aggressive starts with Chandler and Mishra's Bubble and starting to surveil and get access to a lot of cards and look exactly for what he needs. Pick Your Poison has been one of the most played cards here all weekend, and if you have told me on the pre-release day that this uncommon card that I'm passing, that I didn't even realize is in my pool, was being played here as one of the most played cards for Modern, I would not believe you, but
Yeah, I mean,
here we are.
This is literally why this deck is Teamer now instead of Is It Murktide. It's just adding green for Pick Your Poison to make sure that you have answers to the Leyline Scion decks, but also sometimes comes in against a deck like Amulet against the Titanless, so definitely has multiple uses.
So here we have the exact start that I was talking about, the Chandler with Mishra's Bubble, so very strong opening for Edris, exactly what he is looking for. Let's see if Hob finds an answer.
Yeah, and Edris wants to present a quick log here, and then sit on counter spells to deal with the Teferis. Obviously, you can't counter Supreme Verdict, but you can try to sort of play around it by dashing Ragavan instead of putting it into play. So we'll see what Edris has, and if he has more than just the Channeler here. He would love to get Delirium online right away, which can certainly happen with like a Preordain, you know, Surveil Trigger. Definitely not impossible. There's an Expressive in hand and a Preordain double trigger. Okay.
So it looks like that Delirium can happen sooner than we might be expecting.
That's an amazing opening draw. So that's an artifact in the graveyard land, now a creature with the Preordain going there as well. So that is an Insta Delirium. Spell Pierce on the top. Well, I would be very interested in that. And two 3-power creatures on the battlefield already. So an amazing start for Edris.
And let's see if Rob does have a way to answer to these, which is going to be tough, but there's a Solitude, for example, in hand.
Wow, and keep both. If I'm Rob, I'm like, wow, really? You have this great of a start and 2 good cards on the top? Wow, but there's a Solitude. Okay, well, free spells. Turns out they're still great. So,
I mean,
Rob,
that takes care of one of the channelers, but
I mean, I thought the game was over. I thought that if Bob didn't have a Solitude, then he would be taking so much damage before he would even be able to play the Supreme Verdict. That, you know, a Dash Ragavan or a Lightning Bolt might be able to finish him off. But yeah,
another answer.
This is a great way to stop that. Both Prismatic Ending and Solitude. It does leave Rob with only 3 cards in hand.
But we know that there's a Ragavan. So Preordain first, maybe trying to find another land.
And this is the power. This is the power of the free cards. This is why, you know, Force of Will and Solitude and Force of Negation and what have you are so powerful, because, well, Rob would have been pretty much dead if it wasn't for the Solitude.
Edris did not find the 3rd land, and now Teferi is going to be very impressive, but there's a Spell Pierce, and Edris still not finding that 3rd land, but able to dash with that Ragavan.
Yeah, I think he has a Ragavan, so he's going to be able to connect, create a treasure. That's line number 3. What now? All right, pass the turn. So Expressive in hand.
Another Teferi.
The fairy is okay though. It's not a huge deal. If it ticks down, then you can just dash the Ragavan and kill it. If it ticks up, then Edris, I believe, has an Unholy Heat in hand, so he does have an answer.
There's an Unholy Heat in hand. You can dash Ragavan again. So we are starting with a Consider here. And keeping the card on top, it is a land. Playing land. Still 3 mana available thanks to that treasure. Unholy Heat to the fairy. So that is gone. And now for 2 mana, just passing, there is counterspell in hand.
Yeah, passing over dashing that Ragavan, that should signal, hey, I'm sending on a counterspell.
Rob does not have the 4th land drop. So we have expressive iteration here, but it gets counterspelled. And now just pass again. So I see subtlety in Rob's hand. A white card that I'm not sure what might be. I think a Solitude. Putting Kahera into end. And here Edris with access to Fable of Mirror Breaker, Expressive Iteration, Ragavan. Starting with that Expressive Iteration, looking at the top 3 cards. Putting 1 in hand, revealing the island that has to be played this turn.
Yeah, so the perfect iteration for Edris here, finding him a land drop, adding 1 more card to his hand. And now I think he has demonstrated that he really values holding up the mana for the counterspell. So instead of dashing the Ragavan, he just simply plays it out and keeps up the 2 mana. Make sure that Rob doesn't get to resolve something like the One Ring here.
So Rob did find, I think, a 4th land here.
But Rob should know there is a counter. If I'm Rob, I'm trying to bait out the counterspell with something else, the One Ring. If I have the option to do that. Obviously, if the One Ring is the only card I have, then I'm just going to make them have it, cast it. You know, if you have it, you have it. Maybe I'll draw another one next turn. Maybe I'll just draw more business spells in the upcoming turns. But I need to do something. I'm not just going to lose to the Ragavan, not casting any spells.
There's a Pick Your Poison in hand for Edris. We know about Rob's Solitude in hand.
I think he has a subtlety too.
There is a Subtlety, Solitude.
Yeah, I think he wants to just play it as a blocker here. So this is a play that can very likely bait out the counterspell. Just subtlety as a blocker. Would you like me to have that resolved in each Ragavan? Or do you want to use your counterspell on the subtlety, in which case I would be able to untap and slam the One Ring? Tough choice for Edris here.
Edris does have the Pick Your Poison that can...
Okay.
Not any decision here. So using that counterspell there.
Yeah, I like protecting the Ragavan here.
And Solitude, pitching that Kahira.
Wow. The Ragavan does create value on its own, so protecting it here with the counterspell certainly makes sense to me to try to keep it around. Maybe exile, you know, something like happened, the same thing that happened in the second game. Maybe get my opponent's Narset, maybe find the One Ring on the top of their deck. But yeah, Rob also aware of those possibilities. Goes down to, I believe, 1 card.
Survey land, and we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker here. And let's see what is the top deck for Rob. Narset.
All right, so Narset making sure that Edris is not going to draw any extra cards from that Fable.
So let's take a look at the top 4 cards, revealing the One
Wow,
Ring.
yeah, perfect.
Edris cannot kill Narset yet. That Fable will go into the second chapter, deciding not to discard anything.
Yeah, against that Narset, that seems
That
like
makes sense, yeah.
that seems like a good decision. Doesn't cast a preordain either. Certainly wants to deal with that Narset first.
Set 1 now. And One Ring, we knew about it. We know that there's a Pick Your Poison in Edris' end, so that will take care of the One Ring.
Fountain untapped. Is that a preordain? Ooh, okay. Prismatic Ending deals with the token, so now gonna be able to protect that that Narset for one more turn, essentially making that preordain useless for the time being.
Reflection of the Kiki-Jiki.
Wow, okay. Expressive. Doesn't actually draw you cards. It lets you look at the top cards of your library and exile them, play them this turn, put them in your hand. So that looks like a free Mishra's Bubble. And Edris is certainly looking for more creatures here.
And that Mishra's Bubble does work pretty well because Edris does get to draw in Rob's turn. Pick Your Poison takes care of that one ring.
Oh, he cannot actually target Rob.
There's a Leyline Binding in hand, as well as I think a second Narset. And Rob here just says go. There's Unholy It in hand. And I think a judge is now there to confirm. Draw here from the bubble.
So I think the ruling here was that the ring trigger was missed.
Yeah, so when you play the ring, you should say trigger.
Yeah, the ring might not have been acknowledged, and the trigger might not have been acknowledged, allowing Edris to use the bubble to target Rob. Even if he wasn't, he could have just targeted himself, so no problems there.
So Narset off the board, another Mishra's Bubble, and it looks like Edris here able to turn the corner and start drawing cards with that preordain. We have Chandler. I'm sure there's Delirium with so many cards in that graveyard.
I would assume so, yeah. Yeah, but the Chandler only has those abilities when it's in play. So on the stack, it's still a 1/1 creature, which means it is able to be countered by Stern Scolding. But here's a Ragavan dash, and let's create some more value.
Ragavan is such a star card, being able to give Edris more value, which now holds the card advantage. I think Rob only has one card in hand. And honestly, I'm really impressed. Unholy It also being really, really good, being able to deal with the Fairy, Narset. So being a very good card for Edris in this matchup.
I think the start of the matchup is Ragavan here. Just
Yeah.
kind of, yeah, you can have all the Supreme Verdicts. If you don't have a counter spell or a Solitude, I'm gonna be annoying you with this 2/1 haster that keeps coming back to my hand. So no way for you to stop it with Sorcery Speed cards. No Prismatic Ending. No Supreme Verdict. Meanwhile, I'm getting ahead on mana. At some point, I'm hopefully gonna hit a card I can also cast.
And Edris still getting a lot of advantage there.
Wow, counterspell on top. That certainly stays there. Goes right into Edris's hand.
Edris with 5 mana available now, 6. With those 3 treasures. Ragavan definitely providing a lot of value in this match. And don't forget, whoever wins this game makes it into the finals here of the LMS Prague.
That pick your poison was crucial. If Rob was able to keep that ring around for a little bit longer, that would have allowed him to get ahead on cards so much that Edris might not have recovered from that.
Flame of Anor to draw 2 cards here. And guess who's back? It's Ragavan.
Yeah, go to 8. Yeah, and Edris, having seen multiple copies of Verdict in this game already, I think one of them is exiled, one of them was, I think, exiled as well earlier. They know the list, so he knows that Rob has access to only one more copy. Plays that Channeler, increases the clock a little bit.
Supreme.
Okay.
But as you said before, doesn't matter when there's a Ragavan in hand that it can dash every turn.
Dash and bash, counterspell in hand. Look at that hand for Edris, constantly having close to 5 or 6 cards in hand, despite being on turn, what it seems like turn 12 or turn 15.
And it certainly feels like Christmas for Edris here as that Ragavan keeps dashing through the snow. And now we have Murktide, and that's going to be a big one.
Yeah, look at that quick Murktide. I think that was the last Supreme Verdict, and Edris knows that, having taken a look at the deck list before the match. So, yeah, here's a lethal threat. You need to draw a Teferi or something that deals with the Murktide, and he does not. So, congratulations to Edris Bakhtari on Teamer Murktide. So not only is Ragdascam not dead after all, it looks like Murktide's not dead after all either.
That's true, and such a great game that we got to watch. Both semifinals very interesting, and this has been such a weekend to watch Magic and Modern. And we started the weekend talking so much about this Leyline of the Guild pack with Scion of Draco. None made it here into the top 4. We had 8 different decks in the top 8, so that is very impressive, and it shows a lot of diversity in the format.
Yeah, so now we have, what do we have? We have Amulet playing against Murktide in the finals. Yeah, I mean, I expected a lot more ley lines as well. We did. It was the most played deck, but I certainly expected maybe a little bit more than just one. And the list that we had in the top 8 was actually the Scamzoo hybrid. So it clearly shows that, you know, there's a lot of possibilities in Modern. You can take Leyline and Scion and put it into a lot of different shells, a lot of different decks, and it seems like it is going to improve that. So far, I think I've liked the Murktide Zoo hybrid the most.
Oh, yeah.
But this scam list is certainly something I would try as well, because the opening of Grief plus Not That After All is such a strong opening that just adds another element into the deck where I'm like, okay, well, I'm looking for so many different powerful openings that my deck can produce, which just increases the power of my deck. So certainly something to try, certainly something to keep an eye on. If I was playing a Modern tournament next week, I think I would still be on some version of Zoo, not sure exactly which one. And I think that Goryo's Blink deck looked pretty strong as well.
Great weekend, but that's going to be it for me and Martin. But don't worry, because we have Gabriel Nassif and Will Hall for you, showcasing the finals of LMS Prague, and one of those 2 players will get this Grand Open qualifier. It was a joy to spend the weekend with you at home, and with you as well, Martin. It was great to once again do coverage with you. Thank you so much for everyone watching, and we will be back very, very soon.
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall Exp. The man to my right, that is none other than Hall of Famer Gabriel Nassif, and we are so stoked to bring you the finals. We started with 554 players, sorry. We whittled it down to 64. We whittled that 64 down to 8, and we now whittled that 8 down to 2, but there can only be one, just like Highlander. Here is our top 8 bracket. We made a nice little video for it happening, so we'll give it a second to kick in. But this obviously is the 8 players and the decks that they brought. But in the finals now, we are just going to see a nice, clean, almost fair matchup. Just Titan versus Murktide. We've seen this tale as old as time, right?
Yeah, it is a iconic matchup of Modern for sure.
The one thing I was looking at the deck list is how many Caverna Souls are in this Amulet Titans list. Only one.
You say only one, but they usually don't even play one. I'm not sure that database is canister approved, but it's working. Definitely been working for Raul all weekend, and maybe that'll help he need in game 1.
I'd be interested. Have we got who's the highest seed? So okay, so we are going to see Murktide is going to be on the play. That's going to be pretty big in here. Real big advantage being able to start off with a turn 1 Ragavan, etc. like that. Essentially seeing it run wild. But remember, there is a what's the 0-3 wall called?
Grazer.
Grazer, thank you. It's been a long day, Gav. I don't know if you've noticed this. It's been this is the 18th round of Modern over 2 days for not only everybody playing, but also the casters and the staff and crew. So we're going to try and get you through one more round before we can crown ourselves a champion. Given this trophy in front of us, we'll get them in the booth, have a little winners interview, and then we'll be closing down the show. But before then, we need one more game of Magic. We need to find who is going to be walking away with it. So let's get down to that feature match now and see how they're getting on shuffling up. If they're ready to start, it looks like we're just finishing some shuffling. Going to see some opening hands. What sort of opening hands do you want to see on both sides here, Gab? Let's start with our Murktide player. What's the ideal 7 looking like?
Maybe Dragon Rage Chandler, some cantrips, some counter spells, kind of a clock. Maybe Ragavan plus Bolt to get rid of the Grazer. Not the greatest hits for Ragavan, but you do have the One Ring, or maybe if you get a little lucky, a Titan down the line. Not sure that's going to happen. Looking at the list, a few cards stand out. On the Murktide side, you got a main deck Dress Down and a main deck Subtlety that could help deal with Titan. And on Raul's side, super stuck as far as the spells go. But you mentioned it, the one Cavern of Souls, not a card you see always in his list. He also has the one main deck Bajuka Buck. Could maybe slow down the Murktide.
Let's see how that goes. So what does it's a stupid question on the Amulet side, isn't it? They just want a couple of bounce lands, Amulet in play, and potentially some sort of way of getting the Titan, if not hard casting it. So we'll
as many amulets as possible. Urza Saga is really strong in game 1. There's no pick your poison, no Magus of the Moon main deck, no Blood Moon, no things like that. So tons of amulets, some mana. Some threats. I believe this is a Murktide favored matchup historically, so we'll see if Alice I think has the favorable matchup and he's on the play.
Your favorite matchup on the play, but unfortunately has shuffled half of his deck in upside down. So currently going through the motions of untwining that. Of course, the beauty of live events for you all at home. We have hoped you've all joined it, but I am really. I would like to know what you think of this matchup. Who do you think is going to take this down? Can I see some 1s in chat for Team of Murktide, 2s in chat for Amulet Titan? Where is your money at? Where is your allegiance lie? Who do you want to see take this down and become the LMS Prague champion? Let's get him in. Classic Bobby starting us off with a 3 in there. Let's get that back. Get that person banned, please, mods. That'd be great. Thank you.
Biopsy was actually asking to be a mod earlier.
Oh, was he?
Classic.
Oh, classic Bobby. Classic.
What number for Merc? 1 for Merc. Looks like it's kind of split.
Yeah, it's a bit of a split.
The 1, the 2s, and the trolls.
The 1s, the 2s, and the trolls. Let's go. Okay, well, looks like we're throwing them back on both sides so we can chat a little bit longer. Remember, they are playing for a large chunk of money as well in this tournament. There was $22,500 on the line for everybody that was able to get into day number 2. That is broken up between the top 64 players, as well as a bunch of booster boxes, but more importantly, the RC invites. We will have all these players will get the invite to the regional championships in I've really got a mind blank. Naples, thank you. I was like, it's in Italy somewhere. In Naples in 2 months' time. And then it gets battle out against the best in the world. Potentially even yourself, my friend. You can battle against some of the players here. That will be standard, though. I feel like you have a leg up on everybody as you currently going to be testing for the Pro Tour that happens literally next month, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to happen in Seattle, remember? Let's see what we're doing moving forward.
Yeah.
Let's have a look at these opening hands.
Both players mulliganing, looking for some good opening hands, not fall too far behind. Going down to 6 was the current mulligan roll. Usually not too big of a deal as long as you find a decent one. Going down to 5 is when it can get you all in trouble. Have to make some tough choices and maybe not have a functional hand.
I think I can see a couple of lands. I can see the dress down. I can see a counter spell, but no real threats. It looks like the dress down is what's going to go to the bottom, and we're going to keep this 6 over on the other side. Don't have a good look. I think it might have been an Urza's Saga in the hand. So interesting tactics. We pointed out the dress down is probably one of the better cards in this matchup. That can also replace itself by drawing a card, but no turn 1 threat. Where I was going to have to be super happy about that. Do we have a turn 1 amulet though? This is kind of a backdoor amulet, I guess.
Yeah, this is really good. It's most decks, most Urza Saga decks usually want to maybe wait till turn 2 to play it, start making tokens, and get an artifact. Amulet decks really happy to just play it as soon as possible because you get amulet, no interaction on the other side in game 1, and that just gets to give you a fast mana boost, enables turn-free kills potentially.
I feel like this is just a little slow. There's no spell pierce. There's no way. Literally, Raul was just like almost pit the map on play, just like, okay, cool, spell pierce it. No, literally got no turn 1 play. Cool, this is great for me moving forward. We're going to see that Seville land's going to go to the graveyard. Don't want any extra of them, especially as we play this Scalding Tarn as our second land drop. Now counterspell is activated, but if we can cheat in an amulet and just keep this land go, might actually start favoring Raul the later the game goes.
Yeah. Good start so far for Raul. No early pressure, no Ragavan, no Chandler. At least has a counter spell. He has Dress Down, but if you don't have pressure to capitalize on your interaction, there's no point really.
Looks like we're gonna play the 0-3 Sloth, get our extra land drop. Don't really want to counter that one.
Yeah, the ability I missed yesterday, the filtering of the gardens. It can filter your colorless mana into some colored mana.
It's very rare you see it, but obviously Amulet players, they are fully aware of that because it takes a lot of skill to pilot this deck to its full potential. And Raul is just one game away from being able to call himself the LMS Prague champion and doing it on this deck, which we all know is super powerful and have a crazy, explosive draws. Looks like we're just going to go... We're playing a slow roll, though. You're going to hold up Cat Magic? Great. I'm just going to keep using these Urza Sagas. Here comes a Construct token.
Yeah, make you deal with it. Maybe just not a ton of action for Raul. Maybe no play this turn, so might as well.
Yeah, not how we would have wanted to run it up here for Eldris. Definitely needed some early pressure. I think there might be a Murktide in hand, but obviously miles off from casting that right now. With only 2 redundant lands in the graveyard. Here comes Amulet Titan. Wrong Amulet from the Amulet Titan deck. All our tap lands are going to have the ETB effect of being able to untap now. Here comes one of them.
Yeah.
What are we going to... do we have something in response here? Could we have a response?
Could have maybe a removal spell for the construct, maybe a lightning bolt. But there's no ways for Raul to instantly make his construct a 4/4, so he can wait. Yeah, there you go.
Sure. Buy us a little bit of time.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what land Raul goes for. Maybe just another Urza Saga if Elias doesn't have a threat.
I don't hate that. Can't counter it. Just straight. We're pressing the 10 again. 3 mana. Correct the expedition map. Go searching. Could also find the cabin here if you need to go. If you want to go that route.
Yeah, Cavern of Salts could.
That looks like
there it is.
We're gonna find that. Remember, open deck list wasn't open deck list during the 15 rounds of Swiss over the last 2 days, but it is open deck list now. We're into the top 8.
Yeah, if Elias does have indeed the dress down, he can potentially deal with the first Titan. Dress down in response to the Titan. Trigger doesn't happen, then you get rid of it with an Unholy Heat, but he only has really access to that trick once, in game 1.
We'll get confirmation on what that is actually naming. Another lightning bolt is going to deal with the 0-3. Not exactly what we want to be doing in this matchup, but maybe we're trying to fill our graveyard up as quick as we can so we can just start deploying some Murktides and try and close this clock down ASAP.
Yeah, it's setting up a top deck Ragavan, potentially dash Ragavan. Every mana might matter, and Bolt not super useful in this matchup. You can maybe double Bolt a Titan, double Bolt a Dryad, kill a Construct, but Grazer is not the worst target for it.
So Cameron Souls is naming Giant. Kind of we could have all guessed that.
Yeah.
Unless your name's Frank Carlson and you thought it was going to be named Sloth. Don't think that's likely, but you never know.
Yeah, occasionally you'll use you'll name for the Dryad, get it in play, bounce the land, and then replay it as a Cavern on Giant.
That's the utility of just having the one as well, isn't it? Like you can just keep bouncing it back, replay it, put it on something else, bounce it back, play it on something else, and potentially start unloading all the spells in your hand. Looks like a bunch of land. I'm not entirely sure there's actual spells in there. Untap with this. That's going to give us the 6 mana we need. Bounce itself back. Tap everything. Is this going to be a Primeval? What time is it?
Prime time.
There we go. Chalk and cheese, me and you. Easy. Set you up. You just knock them out of the park. Now here comes the ETB. Do we have a dress down? We do not. So the ETB is going to happen. We're going to find 2 lands. That's the Boris one. That's step 1.
No dress down, no subtlety.
Okay,
Things starting to look a little grim. No Delirium either.
Yeah, no Delirium either.
And yeah, there we go. Packs it up. Moving on to game 2. Wow.
I feel like there you're pretty dead. There's no point bluffing it, making them go through the actions. Even if it's not enough to kill you that turn, you're going to be so far behind. It's going to be pretty rough. So moving on to the sideboards. Let's see if we can get them up on the screen for everybody at home to have a look at.
Just look at Raul's phone, can't you see?
Just zoom in on that one. So, we're a game down, so let's start over on the Murktide side. What do you think comes out and what comes in out of this sideboard?
All right, so in Blood Moon, probably Explosives to get rid of the Amulet, potentially Fable on the play, potentially Flame, a little expensive for what it does, potentially Force of Negation, Magus of the Moon definitely, Subtlety definitely, Stern Scolding, probably not, it gets Dryad, but there's also Cavern, and then Pick Your Poison, gets rid of Dryad, gets rid of the One Ring, so that card probably comes in as well. Bolt, pretty mediocre, clears the way for Ragavan, so you could cut some bolts, you could potentially cut the Ragavans themselves, you can cut Spell Snare, only hits Explorers or maybe sideboard cards, and what else? Maybe trim Murktides. Haven't played this matchup in a long time. Spell Pierce, not always efficient. So there's some options. I think we're going to see a lot of cards come in from the teamer side.
Okay, let's go across to the other side, looking at this Titan list. Looks pretty solid, but do have some options in the sideboard, especially a couple I feel like I'll be bringing in. What do you think you would be bringing in if you were piloting this in the finals this weekend?
Let's see. Probably extra Boseiju. There's only one Blood Moon, but the cost is somewhat low. That Generous Sense probably coming in. Explosives is an option. I'm not sure if that's a card that typically comes in. Defense Grid seems pretty solid. Dismember pretty solid. Gets rid of Magus of the Moon or the 1-drops. Endurance is coming in as well. So a lot of cards coming in. And I'm not quite sure what you're supposed to board at. You can always trim some lands. I know some Titan players even just board over 60 cards
you didn't
sometimes.
Say trim some lands against the Titan players out there. They're going to come after you for that one. They want to add more lands. They hate going below the 30.
Well, you're bringing in a Boseiju and so that's like a couple lands, right?
Yeah, I get you. I think I agree. I like the defense grids. I like the endurances. I like the hedge up to the Blood Moon effects, which we're pretty aware that there are some. We would have expected them anyway. So it'll be interesting because you don't want to dilute your main plan too much. You see this a lot in Modern, especially with newer players. Oh, I've got these 10 awesome cards. I put them in and they find room for them all, but they actually dilute the game plan of that actual deck. And then by the end of the game, they end up losing. Like, I don't understand how I didn't win. It's going to be a favorable matchup for me. Well, you boarded out a lot of your ways to win the game or find the ways to win the game so you don't actually get there. On that one, let's see how they're getting on down at the table. Let's go back and see if we're any close to our opening hands. Looks like we might have a mulligan again over on Elge's side on the left of your screen. Not what you want when you're in the finals.
Not potentially anticlimactic finals.
Yeah.
Not the greatest game one. At least was on the mulligan. He kept pretty weak 6-card hands. He just decided it was better than going down to 5 in that matchup. Didn't work out for him, and now he's on the mulligan again. He is on the play, so you know he has iteration in his deck, with tons of way to make up for the being down a card. And it looks like Raul is also taking a little
Not happy
trip
about it.
to London with him. A London mulligan for both players.
Yeah, I think I'll be able to meet them there when I land in the airport tomorrow. Love to see it. Puns for days, me and you. Love it. So it's been 18 rounds. We're kind of slowly losing our marbles here, but we do hope you've enjoyed every bit. Everybody that's managed to tune in over the last 2 days, we have very much enjoyed it ourselves. Lots of action, lots of top decks. I think the one that's sticking out to me, literally in my head at the minute, is the Grist turn. I really thought
That turn,
that
wow.
it was so good. It was so good. Again, if you missed it, you can make sure you go back and look at it on the VODs. It will eventually end up on YouTube as well, if that's what you how you like to consume your content.
Yeah, at least that was David who parlayed it into the top 8 who made it matter. Did lose. It was our backup quarterfinals against Blue White Control, and did lose that matchup. But yeah, that was completely obscene. I think he needed literally a one drop or a wall of roots into Grist, into revealing one of the last 3 Grists to get that extra token.
Yeah, it was so
That's
sick.
yeah.
So sick. Okay, are we going to get better 6s for both of our players here? Well, 1 game up, 1 game away from calling himself champion and getting in the booth, getting presented this trophy in front of us, and being able to call yourself the LMS Prague champion.
Yeah, some good points in chat. You know, someone mentioned trimming Urza Saga. That's something the Titan player can do when he knows it's going to be a ton of hate coming his way. You know, whether it's pick your poison, the Blood Moon's effects, and on Edel's side, he sees the defense grid. Maybe that Brotherhood Zen's looking appealing. It can be a little clunky and underwhelming, but between Saga tokens, Amulet, and defense grid, that's not an unreasonable option either.
I'm not sure I would be bringing in the Brotherhood's End in this matchup. Obviously, I haven't played much of it, but it seems quite an interesting one. I understand the reasoning behind it, but on turn 3, I suppose you could deal with. You're on the play, so your turn 3, their turn 2. They set up double Amulet. I can see the reasoning behind it.
Yeah, you could see lines where they go Amulet, copy my Amulet with Garden. They cast a Titan. You deal with it with Subtlety or Counter on tap. Brotherhood's in your 2 Amulets, and all of a sudden the Titan player is down to no mana. So it's a super high variance card. I feel like I've ran bad with that card historically. It sounds like in theory it should be good, and it's been kind of not the greatest for me in general, but we'll see. I wonder if he doesn't even have it in his opening hand, and we might have done a little reverse jinx for Edel's here. We saw him mulligan. It looked like Raul was maybe keeping, and it turns out Edel starts on 6.
I believe Raul's going to 5, isn't
he did go down to 5.
Okay, just again, no turn 1 play. Flood, Strand, and pass. We're off to the races. Here comes a Valakut. Of course, that's going to enter tapped. One of the backdoor wins you can get with this is with the Dried Elysium Grove, but we are a long way from that. We're going to fetch up a Breeding Pool. One of the new retro shocks that has been printed into the Magic the Gathering game. One of my own choice. It's going to come into play, costing us 2 points of life, so we can use this Consider.
Yeah, it does make your deck a little more awkward. You only have that one source of green. It's a dual land, so there's a little tension here between your Blood Moon effects and pick your poison. If you do choose to bring that card in the Titan matchup.
Okay, let's have a little look. So Survey, we're going to pit this Dragon Race Chandler
Interesting.
in the bin. Not interested in that. Does that give us any signs and signals? That's a dress down off the top. That's going to be huge in this matchup.
Yeah, it might just mean no mana, because you would think that's exactly the card he wants. An early pressure, a card that helps you snowball with the Surveil effect.
No,
So
definitely got the second land in hand.
might mean he did have the second land in hand. Maybe
Yeah, I can see that at the front. It might be a Surveil land though, but I think it is the Spybuff Canal.
I'm assuming that means
Yeah.
he already has a red creature. There we go,
Okay, there it
Ragavan.
is. And this is pretty safe moving forward, unless the dismembers did come in. Kind of hoping that we don't see an Abundant Grazer on the other side, though, of some green mana. Here comes the Amulet. It is going to resolve. No Force of Vigor shenanigans. Here's some green mana. Untap. Bounce this back. Do we have another play?
An Explorer potentially. That would be a good one.
No, we got
Ooh, even better.
better answer to Ragavan.
Arguably better, yeah. There's no removal for Edelis. Which you can't imagine there's a ton of Lightning Bolt left in his deck.
Yeah, doesn't line up great in this matchup, but you do what you must. That's another Dragon Age channel off the top. Maybe we can go to the skies to start getting our chip damage in. But we're in the tank. The game down. Every single line of play is going to matter if we want to get ourselves to a game number 3.
Yeah. Players probably really tired, long
yeah.
days, no time limit. So the pace of play has been good, but, I could feel like maybe these players slowing down a bit, maybe being a little less crisp in that long semifinals, especially Edwards just came out of a pretty marathon match in the semis.
Mm-hmm. And we do have the Unholy Heat. That's going to get rid of the 0-3. Sloth on the other side. We're going to get Surveil. The land's going to go to the graveyard. We get to connect with Ragavan now. It's going to reveal a Dryad of Elysian Grove. Can't cast that one, unfortunately, but a treasure token will be generated, meaning that we do have the 2 mana up needed for either the dress down we've got in a hand or potential even some counter magic.
Yeah, nice little setup for Edris. Things looking good. Looks like he has some more spells in hand.
I think there might be another amulet drawn for the turn. Could be wrong. We're going to play this bounce and untap, return this to our hand, and just go.
Yeah. You could have amulet and just sandbag it. Maybe try and take Edris by surprise.
Blue card. That is the Brotherhood's End. I'm not big on this card coming in. Like, it seems a little narrow to me, but I haven't played this matchup a whole ton. But right now it is looking pretty, I suppose, a 3 mana shatter effect.
Yeah. I mean, there's amulet, there's the defense grid. It's not unrealistic to get a
Ooh.
little 2-for-1 in.
Endurance is coming down to try and ambush both of these attackers. We do have the dress down, so we could keep our graveyard around for what that matters, but it's still going to have a 3/4 body against our weirdly little creatures.
Yeah, dress down, not the most effective answer. Counterspell would be nice. Unholy Heat, I feel like, Elise probably wouldn't be thinking for that long.
Let's have a little look.
Kind of tricky. Maybe if you have Unholy Heat and Counterspell, you're considering, keeping your graveyard, keeping your clock as fast as possible, and valuing the Delirium.
It would be nice if we had something like a Murktide to follow up here. We could go dress down into Murktide. Here comes the dress down.
Yeah. Fishing, potentially, Surveil from Chandler, drawing a card.
Surveil, hopefully find a counter spell. I think that's what we're after here.
Ooh,
Ditching an EI.
Yeah. That's a big commitment.
And it resolves. But graveyard does stay around. Which one do we want to get off the battlefield here? I imagine we're allowed to move to blocks.
Yeah, tough one.
Okay, we're going to get the Dragon Age channel off the battlefield. We're happy to take the hit off Ragavan. As we all know, it's it's definitely free while there's dressed on the battlefield. No treasure token, no top card.
It makes sense. The Ragavan now is neutered by Endurance, whereas the passive of the Chandler still keeps happening, even if you can block it.
I think that was a Primeval Titan off the top. This could be two of the quickest games of Magic we've seen today. If that's right, and it does resolve. Untap this. Up to 5 mana, and we're just playing it slow. I like that. While we don't have the Cavalier stuff, we've only got 1 Titan. Don't really want to throw it away if we don't need to. We've got time. This Endurance is a big brick wall.
I think it's possible he just didn't have 6 mana this turn. Because he's got to assume there's probably no counterspell on the other side.
I suppose, yeah, with the Endurance resolving, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so I think if he had the mana for Titan, he would have slammed it. I saw at least 1 colorless land in Raul's hand. He might just have a bunch of awkward hands, that don't accelerate him.
Surveil, that's going to find a Mistress Bauble. That's going to go to the graveyard. Draw for the turn is going to be a Force of Negation.
Yeah, not the greatest.
Here comes a Murktide. Now, this is going to be big. 1, 2, 3, 4. You're going to go the full hog? Go 5? Nope, just a 4. Okay. That's going to be a 7/7 Murktide.
Yeah, and I believe Edley still has Delirium. He has Artifact Lands, Enchantment, and Creature. if ever he has an Unholy Heat. That could buy him the time he needs if the Titan resolves.
Force Negation,
Yeah.
Brotherhood's End, and
Pretty-
one unknown.
Pretty tense game, kind of the same as in the semis, honestly. Just draw step after draw step. It's not super clear who's ahead.
I think that was the Dried of Elysian Grove then. Drawn for the turn. Still holding up this counter or representing this counter magic, and you gotta respect it at times. 2 draw steps have happened since then, and a little bit of top deck manipulation.
Yeah, let's see if Raul plays around stuff, if you feel like he can play around stuff, or if he just goes for it. I don't feel like it gets much better for the Titan player, right? You're not really
Oh no.
drawing a ton of relevant spells. You probably want to just jam your spells as soon as you can and hope the Murktide player just stumble and doesn't have it.
So this is only 5 mana, right? Am I missing something? Bounce this back to hand. Yeah, we're really setting up. No attacks. Pass the turn back. Big Murktide. Didn't get a good look. That might have been a polluted Delta.
Yeah, there's a Brotherhood's End in Edris' hand. He could have played it last turn, decided not to. Unclear is if because he wanted to rep something or he actually does have something in hand.
Yeah, Ration, that's a good one when you're trying to find answers. Another Ragavan land, and maybe Murktide can get a good look at that second card. I think it is another Murktide. Murktide to hand, land to exile, redundant Ragavan to the bottom of our library. Time has passed for that. That is a Spell Pierce, is the other card in hand that I couldn't quite make out. Play this for turn, shock ourselves down to 12. Also got to remember that there is a Valakut on the other side with a Dryad on the battlefield now. So potentially future lands could start turning into wrong lightning bolts.
Edris passes, so a Brotherhood's End, a Force of Negation. I feel like maybe I saw a Spell Pierce.
It's Spell Pierce, Brotherhood's End, another Murktide, and Force of Negation.
So there's been that little dance where, Raul is not playing the Titan, Edris not casting his spells, and I will assume it's just because there's maybe a counterspell mana up. The problem is Raul might just feel like he's under too much pressure and just has to go for it. So,
well, now we're going to start doing some lightning bolts because this is going to be the 6th land.
yeah, that too.
So let's get that Ragavan off the battlefield. Untap trigger. It's going to bounce itself. Pretty sure that Ragavan should be in the graveyard though. If that's going to happen. Oh, here we got the dice out to start floating mana. We just on old Bluffski's hit.
Yeah, this game is a little weird. I'm not exactly sure what Edris is playing around. If he actually does have Murktide, we know he has a Force of Negation. I think he has the Spell Pierce too, so he can play it for free if he wants.
Remember, the dress down has already happened. It is open deck list, so he's fully aware there was no more dress downs in the list, if that's something that we were worried about. What haven't we seen that we could potentially get got by Otawara? Oh, that seems great here, but that is an answer, I suppose, to a hasted Titan for a turn. But then if you... Yeah,
Right,
we're
that's
just getting the handshake.
a
Here's my
match,
Titan.
yeah.
It's resolving. We have got ourselves a champion. Raul is going to take this down.
Just like that.
Just as simple as that. Nice, clean 2-0 victory with Amulet Titan. 554 players down to 1. We now have our champion. So congratulations to him. Not exactly how we thought it was going to go, especially after like all these long grinding games we've seen. And then that one, it was just like, well, here's my cards. Do they win? Yeah, cool. I win the game.
Yeah, this matchup goes fast, but it can go either way. Went Raul's way. He did the classic, get into the top 8 on breakers. 8th place, had to sweat it out.
It happens. You take them. You take them when you get them. You take them when you get them.
I think he swept the top 8 too, I want to say.
But was he just really well lined up for it all? Like I've said, Amulet Titan is one of the best
I
decks
think
for a long
he had some
time.
tough matchup. He had to beat Lucas Blohan. We saw Gora's Vengeance do pretty well against Titan. He He said he had to be the #1 seed PT winner in the quarters, 2-0. Then Ragdos Evoke, usually a tough matchup for Titan, but you know, his opponent had Blood Moon in the second game, couldn't find that third mana, and you know, it is just kind of stumbling again. So Titan just punishing them was some good draws.
That's Magic the Gathering. That's why I watch it. That's why I enjoy this so much, right? That was a pure uphill battle. All 3 games you'd kind of say maybe you shouldn't be winning this matchup. This is a bad matchup for you. For all the way through the top 8, but managed to do that on the draw as well, all the way through the top 8, as you said, 8th seed. So pretty crazy going forward. We're going to try and get him in for a interview. So if you do have any random questions you want to know, put them in the chat. I'll make sure I put them to them shortly. Pretty good, pretty long weekend. How you enjoyed it in the booth so far?
Yeah, no, it's great. Honestly, it's tons of fun. Not a ton of surprises. Deck-wise, you know, we did see some cool new variations on some archetypes, so that was interesting. But the matches were good. The gameplay is good, and I enjoyed myself. I had a great time. I hope people watching had a good time too.
Highlight moment of the weekend to you?
I don't know, just kind of cool to see Lucas Blahan, who probably doesn't play a ton of Magic anymore, just, you know, pick up his first loss, I think run 3, run 4, and then kind of run tables, make it to the top 8. 8 different decks in the top 8. That was cool.
I think that's the story, right? There's 8 different decks in the top 8.
Yeah, so...
Sorry, say that again? Oh, okay, cool. Yeah,
right.
sure.
We're getting set up for the winner's interview. I like it.
I like it as well. I like it. I got time for that. It's all good. What's everybody saying? Obviously, all the deck lists will be going live if they're not already live on the socials. So make sure you are following Legacy European Tour on Twitter, on Facebook, or any other social media that you want to get your information from. That's where all the deck lists will be going. So we all know that's exactly what everybody wants, right? They want to try and get that one edge above the rest of the competition. I feel like my favorite deck I've seen this weekend, though, is probably the blue Zoo deck, is what we call the ley line. Well, obviously it's got ley lines and sirens in it, but the blue, more counter spell heavy version, I really like that. Even though the one that actually got into the top 8 was the like the more black heavy evoke type one.
Yeah, but even if you look at the Rose, when the winners list, you know, you're saying, okay, it's kind of stuck Titan, but the mana base is not totally stuck. I feel like it differs a bit of what you usually see on Magic Online. He had 2 Elish Norn in the sideboard. That's not a card you see always. Maybe it is, you know, maybe I'm not up to date. It does go pretty fast. You know, even like a week or 2 can make a big difference in the format and how people build their sideboard, especially since we had the Outburst ban. But yeah, kind of, you know, just interested. I'd be interested to just know kind of his story with the deck. Is he like a kind of Titan diehard? He's been playing that deck for years, or you know, he just picked up maybe a few months ago because he's like, okay, that deck's too good. I need to start playing that deck. Maybe, you know, some of the more niche, you know, card choices he made, and
like the one off Cavern of Souls and stuff like that.
Yeah,
How relevant was it in this deck? Yeah, it's pretty good. I'm writing down some of the questions that you're asking, chat. I'll try and get them across because I don't know how much time. Obviously, could need to catch flights or something on those lines. It was pretty sick. I say, real fun weekend. We got to see like things like we saw there was a Merfolk mirrors going on. There was Titan mirrors going on. Obviously, there was a bucket load of ley lines floating around. Not only just the top half of the field, but also just the whole field in general with them. And everybody respected that. The most played card of the weekend, Pick Your Poison. Yeah. 779 copies. That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a lot of sideboard Pick Your Poison.
That says, you know, if you don't own them right now, you need to start picking them up, chat. I tell you, like that's especially if these leyline decks start really pushing to the top.
Who said Modern was expensive?
Yeah, exactly. It's like a 2p.
Just show up with
now, right?
Pick Your Poison, you know, Plummet, Mono Green, Mono Green. There's the free mana one, I think. That's like kind of you choose, just, you know, easy.
Yeah, look. I'm looking forward to seeing that on your stream next time where I turn over and you're playing Mono Green, Flying Destruction.
4 Lightning Bolt, 4 Pick Your Poison. Help me out, chat.
Put about 8 cards deep. This one, Sign of Draco, your own ley lines.
Honestly, like an all common popper hate card removal card deck.
Look, I'm down for it.
And then for 1 ring to refill and draw some cards, obviously.
Just take out what the top cards are. The top like 60 cards from this
I got it. Teamer Control. Lorien Revealed. That's another common. Kind of fixes your mana.
Do you reckon you could 5-0 a deck full of commons in a modern league? Are we is that happening? Are we throwing that down?
I think you could, honestly. Just
let's go. Let's go. I'm so
Just set
down
it
for
up.
that.
You know, a few paid actors.
They're all paid actors. Don't let people in the secrets of the trade for all the streamers out here. It does happen. This is the longest change of a T-shirt I've ever heard of in my life, but maybe he's out there celebrating with his friends as well, because obviously this is a big win. 2-day event, 554 players, whittling down to one. I'm only passing this trophy to him momentarily, as well as all the other prizes I believe are stacked up on the tables out there. There's loads of it. I'm looking at Filipa to... What's going on? Talk to me, Filipa. He went to change his shirt and he's disappeared.
Maybe I will leave with a trophy.
Well,
after
if he
all.
doesn't go, Gab wants his trophy. He's going to take it.
That's a pretty cool trophy.
I wish chat could have heard what you just said then, because it'll make my ego a little bit bigger. Can you go and try and find him? See, did he go to the bathroom to change? Go and find him, Filipa. Go and find him. Okay, well, we've lost our winner currently, so we're trying to go find him. We're going to change into a T-shirt, but now we've completely lost him. And if it goes on too long, I'm just going to end the stream and we'll just pass him a trophy later on and take some photos for it, and you'll be able to see them on the socials, because we've all got some. It's been a long day for us. It's been a long day for the crew. It's been a long day for the judges. It's been a long day for everybody playing on. Here he is. He's walking in now. Okay, cool. Right, we're gonna.
All right.
If you just step out, do you want to go? Can you fit behind me? You want to fit behind me and sit down here, my friend? Sit in this chair here. Give me the nice.
Hey.
There you go. We're back.
Okay.
We can hear each other now. Well, first off, I need to start saying congratulations.
Thanks.
I'm going to give you a big handshake for that, my friend. Well
Thanks.
done. This is your trophy. You have just beat out 554 players to get that trophy there, and you've done it with, I think personally, the most powerful deck in Modern. So I've got a few questions here from chat that I'm going to throw at you first before I ask you some of my own questions. So they were asking me, how long does it take you to master Ambient Tone? Have you just picked this up, or have you been playing it for years? Is it your pet deck?
To be honest, I didn't test so much.
Okay.
I played the deck for the first time last Grand Prix in Barcelona,
Okay, yeah.
which I top 8 too.
Oh, okay. I'd love to see it. So you picked it up. You picked Ambient Tone up raw and managed to top 8 the last event of it, and then you've come here on another event.
I played some leagues on Magic Online in the past, and then I picked it up for the last Grand Prix, and I top 8 so stick with it.
It's going well so
Yeah.
far. Okay, what else did I see in there? Elish Nord in the sideboard. How good was that this weekend for you?
I think it's really good.
Okay.
I wanted a good cards against Zoo.
Good cards against Zoo, which
Yeah.
obviously is the most played deck this weekend. Was you expecting Zoo to be the most played
Yeah.
deck? Okay.
I expected Zoo and Yawgmoth to be the
Mm-hmm.
most played deck. And yeah, Eljan is really good against Zoo and against Creativity that I faced twice, even if it's not a top deck.
Oh, it's really good against creativity, yeah. All the ETBs.
It's good in Mirror, of course, so I put it in. I swapped the Force of Vigor for her.
Yep.
Because I don't like it as much.
You don't like Force Vigor as much? Okay,
No.
that makes sense.
Yeah, I want something more proactive.
So let's talk to me about this top 8. Okay, top 8 different decks. Even though you're in Modern's this format at the minute, but we had 8 different decks in there. You come slide in there in 8th place. You know what I mean? But then run the tables. You're on the draw in every game. Look, on paper, you're probably not favored in those matchups. They're not good matchups for you, but yet you're the one sat here with this trophy in front of you. How does that feel? Just like going for that, you literally ran the gauntlet uphill and still came out the other side of it.
Well, it was unexpected. I was leaving the venue
Oh,
after the last round.
And just someone called you like, "Oh no, you're in 8th place.
Yeah,
go
I was
over it,
waiting
go
for
over it."
the announcement, but
Oh.
I didn't think I made the guts.
So this is a real surprise then.
I was table 7. I make a deck picture for
Oh, you already took the.
Yeah.
This is why I came 9th place with. Okay, I like it. I
so
like
it's
it.
really unexpected for me. I'm very happy. Yeah.
Sweet. Well, listen, I don't want to hold you any longer. Have you got any shout outs to any friends, any testing, anybody you want to shout out to? That's the camera. Look at that camera and give them some shout outs if you do. Or plug yourself. You got Twitter you want people to follow you at?
Just want to thank you all of my friends who support me through the tournaments and brought me stuff, which decks I was going to face and everywhere at home, my family. And
Sick, you know what I mean? It's not just a one-man game, it is a community gathering, and that is part of Magic, the gathering. So, congratulations, my friend. I'm going to let you take it down. We're going to get you to go and celebrate with your friends. We're going to get Gab back in the booth, and we shall end this stream. So, you can take your headset off now. You're so good. You finished listening to me now. We won't put you through that anymore. Appreciate it. You should be able to squeeze past me again. Let's get through. Yeah, just go through that way. It's fine. Just walk in front of the camera. Everybody, no one will mind. And go. There you go. Okay, production, they're loving that. They've got a new little button that they like to press. And every time they press this button, a video happens on the screen, and they're really happy about it. But it's okay. It's good. We're going to come to the end of this stream, which means I need to say some thank yous to people that managed to put on this awesome production and this tournament. So first off, we got to say thank you to the Legacy European Tour for putting these on. If it wasn't without them, there would be no coverage. There would no be big events. There would be nobody qualifying for the RC regionals and sending European players to the Pro Tour. So huge shout out to them. Secondly, we need to thank the Foxhound crew. These are people that sit behind the cameras, do the lighting, do all the technical issues that happen behind the scenes. They sort it out. So they don't get any airtime. They don't get any thank you, but this is a huge thank you from us to them working behind the scenes. So thank you one more time. I need to say thank you to all my co-casters as well. We've got Filipa, we've got Martin, and of course yourself, my friend. It has been an absolute pleasure. I hope these shoulders need a good rest after carrying me this weekend. Filipa looks like she's about to come sliding in on the side here, so huge shout out to that. So thank you to my fellow casters. And lastly, thank you to you for watching. For all of you who have watched this weekend, give us your support. Give us, the bants back and forth. Give us the, this should be banned, this should be banned, and then the end of the card ends up losing. It's been great. It's great entertainment for us. It's great entertainment for you, and we hope you enjoyed yourself. Next time you see us live, we'll be over at Bologna. That is going to happen in the end of April. So we'll see you there. Have a good evening. Good night.